Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Super Sunday at Porsche Rennsport 7 for 2023. We're back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, although it has had somewhat of a makeover since Rennsport 6. The new Mission Foods crossover bridge and a full repave, and we're about to go racing on it. Hello everybody, we have a fantastic array of Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup cars ready to go in the pit lane. A brilliant 36 car field, and we are having our 2 race events all day today. .36 cars in the pit lane for the penultimate event of the 2023 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America for 2023. We're on the left coast, which the locals around here tell me left is best. My co-commentator is shaking her head in disbelief. We're on the classic 11-corner 2.25 miles of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Andretti hairpin, rear held straight, the corkscrew. That tells you the history of this place. Everyone knows it. Everyone's played it on the platform games. Opportunities for overtaking at turn 2 at that hairpin, the Andretti hairpin. Get turn 6 wrong at your peril. Hit the curb on the inside there, you're off onto the dirt. The corkscrew, easier to get wrong than to get right. Porsche legend Jochen Mass told me that yesterday. The harder you try, the more likely you are to get it wrong. And turn 11 is a phenomenal overtaking manoeuvre spot. Joining me in the Global Broadcast Centre, as ever for this season, is Porsche devotee, aficionado, and well-known pounder of pit lanes around the world, Shay Adam. Good morning, Shay. This is looking really interesting. This is not a fully dry track, and this is going to test the mettle of all of these drivers.
Good morning, John, and good morning to everybody around the world. You hit the nail on the head there. The track conditions are tricky. Our biggest problem is that yesterday, through all of the running, the track was damp. Well, we have a drying line, but there's not a great deal of heat in the air, and the sun is shining quite prolifically, but it's not injecting that heat that we so desperately crave at this point of the year.
36 of the 37 cars that we were expecting on the track.
Yeah, we did have an incident in qualifying yesterday for Elias De La Torre. It looks like he will not be taking the start of the race today. His bright yellow Porsche number 4 not on the grid this morning, so we are missing him. And we did have 2 additional changes to the lineup. Varun Choksi and Michael Cooper, both runners in the pro category, have been moved to the back of the field, so we'll need to keep an eye on those cars as they make their way forward.
Will Martin is on pole position for JDX Racing, who have 2 cars in the top 4. Tom Sargent is alongside for McElrea Racing. Then it's Riley Dickinson, the man who wrapped up the championship with 4 rounds to go at the last event for Kelly Moss Racing. Alex Sedgwick from the UK alongside, so 2 Brits in the top 4 as well for that JDX team. Then it's Jason Hart and Michael McCarthy, Sean Varwig and Jamie Libre. Bailey Hall, newcomer to the championship. Welcome, Bailey. He's come all the way around from the other side of the world, where he's been setting things alight in the Australian Carrera Cup. Then Travis Willey for the top 10. And in the classes, PJ Hyatt and Efren Castro are on the first row of Pro-Am. They'll line up in 16th and 17th position. And in AM, Mark Varmy battling as ever with Scott Noble for that AM championship. And as the safety car goes across the line, we have started the clock, but there will be a further formation lap. In the championships, Shay, the AM category is the one that's still being disputed.
Correct, and I was told yesterday by the people in the know that the championships are very much provisional. Even though Riley Dickinson and Efren Castro cannot be caught, they could still be penalized, so they need to be on their best behaviors. They've accrued more points than anyone else can gain to try and catch them, but that doesn't mean that they need to just sit back and take their foot off the throttle. They still need to behave properly, i.e. don't go through the paddock on a golf cart at 50 miles an hour and take people out at your leisure. But in the AM class, Mark Vame is the defending AM champion. He does have a lead of now 20 points after qualifying, getting the additional 2 points for the pole position. Can gain an extra point today with fastest lap, as well as points for winning the race. But it is Scott Noble, the man who has been on a charge for the last 5 consecutive races. He's taken pole and fast lap, and the last 4 in a row have been race wins too. So we need to keep an eye on both the number 10 of Scott Noble and the 43 of Mark Vame, both cars from MDK Motorsports.
So the clock, let me just make this absolutely clear, the clock has started, so effectively we are under full course yellow. The number 4 car has not made the start, as we have documented for JDX Racing and Elias de la Torre. Just about this part of the circuit, coming up the top of the hill towards the corkscrew, Elias lost control of the car in tricky conditions, in fairness, yesterday. Hit the wall on the left-hand side, did quite a lot of damage, actually. He's fine as far as I know.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've had no updates about that.
Okay. Well, that will hope to see Elias back for the final 2 rounds at the Circuit of the Americas, supporting Formula One. Now, despite the fact that this is effectively a full course yellow first lap, and we've started the race, we're hearing that we will start side by side on the front straight for the initial start. Of course, if we have the intervention from the Porsche, the deluxe Porsche safety car further through the race, it will be single file. And the guys are lining up rather nicely now.
Very slow to pair up. They were very nicely packed up, but now everybody falling into formation and side by side through turn 11 as we complete the first lap, but we are set to begin the first racing lap.
Now we must watch for people breaking the ranks here. There's almost a touch on the front row between Will Martin and the number 9 car, the black car to driver's left. The green flag is being waved, and it's side by side looking through the rest of the field. I think we're okay for certainly 3/4 of the field. Scott Martin immediately trying to get on terms with Mark Vame. The blue and white car, the number 10, has to try and get ahead of that purple and yellow car further back down in the AM category. But our pole sitter, Will Martin for JDX Racing, holds on. Riley Dickinson through from the 2nd row up to 2nd position, showing his championship credentials.
And he brought Alex Sedgwick with him. Tom Sargent back to 4th off that start after starting in the 2nd place. Riley is angry this morning, trying to get up to the head of the grid once again.
He finished his qualifying session probably 3 or 4 laps too early. The track was still developing and getting faster. There is a drying line there. It's slick tyres, no doubt. So they are using their allocation of 3 sets of Michelin slick tyres. But offline, it looks a bit treacherous.
It doesn't. Riley goes through with the corkscrew and goes off, taking Will Martin with him. Through should go Tom Sargent, because Alex Sedgwick had dropped back to 4th position after going through turn 5. That was a very messy complex of corners, as Riley just went straight and Will couldn't turn to hit the apex.
Meantime, 3rd place car of Alex Sedgwick coming through.
No, it's Tom Sargent who's leading the way.
4th, yes, that's right. There he goes.
Tom Sargent, then Michael McCarthy with the phenomenal start. Jason Hart is in 3rd, then is Alex Sedgwick in 4th. So what a change of positions we've had early on. Sean Varwig is up to 5th as well. It's a really good start as the 28 is off and Riley is in the pits. Riley has damage to his car.
This will fit it this could put a finish to an incredible succession of results for Riley. He has not been off the podium all season.
He has not been off the podium since Road Atlanta Race 1 last year.
Just saw a quick look at the...
Oh, and Will Martin stopped. Will Martin has stopped out on the circuit as well.
That's the JTX pole sitter. That is at the bottom of the hill. Hasn't quite got it into pit lane.
He tried to make it behind an orange overlap, though, John. I appreciate that. That's good effort from Will Martin, the JDX driver, to try and get the car out of harm's way. If
he could have just doubled back there, he could have got back into the paddock. So, 5 minutes gone with an opening lap held under full course yellow conditions because of the cold of the track, and we are going to see the bright red deluxe safety car again at the front of the field. It's been scrambled from the end of pit lane, and it will pick up the field as we have course cars on the track. And at the end of this third lap, it will be Tom Sargent who leads from Michael McCarthy in second.
I think I just saw Riley out of his car on his shot of the number 53 sat in the pit lane. That would be Riley's first DNF in a season and a half.
It's a right front suspension or steering damage for Riley Dickinson.
No, sorry. That would be Riley's first DNF since Long Beach last year.
Wow. So well over
a season and a half.
Yeah. There's damage to the left rear fender of Tom Sargent's car where that contact occurred up at the top of the hill. That might be the first big mistake I've seen from Riley Dickinson all year. I know he wants to dominate. He's got the championship wrapped up. On the first lap, it's cold tyres, cold track, possibly a bit of a cold brain from Riley there. That wasn't the best decision making I've seen him do, and he's put such a picture perfect season together so far. Into the pit lane,
Todd Perriott coming down. He's got some right front damage as well. Wonder where that got sustained, because we've been behind the safety car for a minute now.
Bob Mueller as well, by the way, was the 28 car, the Octavo Tequila racing machine that we saw moving slowly. I believe he has stayed out. Kelly Moss Racing looking... Well, they gathered around the car. I don't see much going on with the white and green car, and the 89
Riley's
has got
out.
damage to the right front of that car.
Riley was out talking to Victoria Thomas, co-team owner of that Kelly Moss dominant organization, and he was explaining himself. He didn't look very happy, though, John, at what had happened on that first lap.
Well, we've had nothing but good things to say about the season for Riley. He's been incredibly focused. He's provisionally wrapped up the title before he even started this race weekend. He'll look back at that, I think, and perhaps he'll think that wasn't one of his best moments of the season.
But in the other classes, Efren Castro is still leading the way for Kelly Moss in the Pro-Am category. And in the AM, it's changed again. Scott Noble back to the front in that series. And guess what? 2 pro cars, not Pro-Am, pro cars between himself and team owner, team leader, and defending series champion, Mark Kwame. Great start for Scott Noble. Really impressed by Tom Sargent, by the way, not to lose his cool after on the start dropping back from 2nd to 4th and then being in the right place at the right time to take the lead.
Alex Sedgwick must have had an issue on that first lap. He didn't get the best of starts and dropped a couple of places straight away, but by the time we had the accident at the front of the field at the corkscrew, he wasn't there.
He ran very wide through turn 5 and was off on the runoff area, the new pavement actually that was there, and then he had a big wiggle coming back onto the track over the curbs.
Safety team in operated left front damage to suspension and steering damage to the number 9 pole sitting car from Will Martin. He'll be gutted by that, and that again, that is evidence of the run down, basically side-by-side contact as Riley was coming through on the inside to the first part of the top of the hill corkscrew, the left-hander, and it's been wheel-to-wheel contact that has broken the steering at the front.
Anya out there pushing the number 9 Porsche, just showing that everyone within this organization doing their part to try and help get the cars out of the way.
Efren Castro is the Pro-Am leader in what Shea likes to call the Spider-Man colours, the blue and red, always distinctive colours from Efren when he's been racing in the championship. He had a very bright yellow and green car, had various two-tones, settled on this for this season, and thank you very much, because we can always pick him out.
Yeah, I don't think Efren will ever mind being compared to a superhero, and it has been a bit of a superhero drive for him. He was the Pro-Am champion in 2021. Last year, lost it by 1 point. Coming in this year, has it wrapped up a couple rounds early, so that's nice for Efren to be able to have. Now, of course, the guy chasing him in the championship is Marco Chironi, not here this weekend. Marco, we wish that you were here racing. We understand the reasons behind it, but it means that Efren Castro gets this second championship without having to fight as hard and going until the wire as he normally would have. And while we're talking about drivers who aren't in the race, we do need to mention Sabra Cook, not here this weekend, still recovering from that incident at Indy. We miss you, Sabra.
Should mention that was a very, very big accident, not of Sabra's making. She was minding her own business, fighting through the field, just towards the bottom end, the top 10, as I remember, Indianapolis. And another competitor lost control of the car, got on the grass, and virtually unabated racing speed T-boned Sabra's Kalimos Porsche. And we hope that we can see Sabra. In fact, she wasn't cleared by the medics. This is not Sabra's decision. It's not the team's decision. You obviously can't mess about with concussions and injuries like that. So she wasn't even cleared to fly here, because she so wanted to be a part of this weekend. Sabra, we know that you will be pining to be here. Great season. Take heart in what you've achieved with Kalimos Racing this year, and we wish you well. And if there's an opportunity for you to be back at the Circuit of the Americas, I know that you will be there with bells on, and we hope to see you there.
Car will always be waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. Team have said that. Scott Noble, what a second half of the season he has had in the blue and white number 10. I don't know what he had for breakfast before the races at Road America, but my goodness, it has totally and utterly transformed his season. He wasn't doing badly, but since then the results have been outstanding.
They have been perfect. There's no way to argue it. His big blemish was not getting pole position yesterday. That's the first thing that we have seen out of Scott Noble that hasn't been ideal as far as this championship is concerned since the first race at Miami, at which he DNF'd. He won the first race of the season back at Sebring, getting the pole position then too, but then had a DNF the next round out. So he did have a bit of an up and down, but ever since racing at Watkins Glen, he got a pair of second place finishes, fast lap in both of those races. The pole positions, the fast laps, the race wins, he's been cracking them off. It's been fun to watch Scott Noble.
He came into this weekend just 18 points behind his teammate and team owner, and that is the number 43 driver, Mark Kwame, for MDK Motorsports. He is the MDK of MDK Motorsports. Mark took the pole yesterday. That's 2 points, so it's back out to 20. But with this and 3 more races to go, that championship is not over.
No, it's far from over. And you look at Mark Kwame's relationship with this series, all he does is win. That song is perfectly appropriate for the driver of the 43 Racing to End ALZ car. That car with 6 wins in 7 races to kick off the season. Getting out of that winning form, though, taking home the number 2 trophy a lot of the weekends instead. Well, last year, he won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 races, only off the podium once. This year, he has not been off the podium, but with only 5 race wins, he's looking to make up for that a little bit.
But he'll take the championship even if he's only got 5 race wins.
I think he still likes those race wins, though.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
And we often see that battle well up inside the top half of the field.
Oh yes, because there's nothing to distinguish. The cars are all identical. It's all about the driver's age. So it's not even to do with skill level as some of the other championships do. They do classes based on lap times. No. Here, it's only about your vintage, as I like to put it. So the drivers in the AM class are of the finest variety of age.
They have matured nicely.
They have, well, we would hope so. In the Pro-Am, it's still sort of in the middle there, and in the Pro category, it's below the age of 35. So it is a much lower bar.
And the younger parts of that pro category are all automatically entered into the young drivers academies.
They are below the age of 25, I want to say.
Right, yeah. And that includes getting some tuition on how to handle PR and press interviews, as well as some classroom work. And, of course, gives you the opportunity to go forward to the Porsche Carrera Cup, the Global Carrera Cup Young Driver Shootout, and that would give you a contract to be a young driver in your development of your career with Porsche. And my goodness me, there's been some names who've come through that, many of whom are here this weekend as Porsche legends, actually. Safety car lights are out, and after a first lap schmozzle at the top of the corkscrew that has taken out our pole sitter Will Martin and our provisional championship winner Riley Dickinson, we are ready to go back to green flag racing. Elias De La Torre did not start the race after an incident yesterday for the number 4 JDX racing car. Todd Parriott, number 89, is in the pit lane as well with damage. So the remaining 33 come to the line of the green flag. Toddy has decided it's warm enough to take off her jacket now and waves the green flag with enthusiasm. We've got just on 24 minutes still to go in the first of 2 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America races this weekend, and steaming away at the front of the field with a great restart, Tom Sargent for McElrea Racing, new team in the championship, and they have had a cracking first year.
They have. Tom Sargent with 5 second-place finishes to kick off the season has yet to find victory lane for that first time, but the car that I'm cautiously watching right now, Michael McCarthy, again, waving the flag for Kelly Moss, the lone car back up in the head of the pack. Well, Sean Varwig's there too, but Michael McCarthy never been on the podium this season. So currently in the second position, could wind up with his first win today, let alone his first trophy.
At the moment, they are all bringing their Michelin slick racing tyres back up to temperature and pressure. The sun has started to peek through, but it is going to take a lap or two. I was talking to the guys yesterday just before qualifying that they thought it might be as many as 4 or 5 laps before they were at the optimum. Now, they've been going slowly behind the Carrera 911 Carrera Turbo, so again they will have to rebuild the heat into the Michelin racing tyres. Across the line they go then to complete what was lap number 8, 1:25.0. That is getting towards, even in these conditions, getting towards lap record pace. It's a 24.9 from Trenton Estep set last year.
And talking about the tires not being up to temperature yet, well, Speedy Dan Clark scrambling around for grip in the number 64. Thomas Merrill in the 47 team car right behind, coming in and actually nudging the back of him because he got purchase where Clark didn't. So this is going to be a very interesting restart.
This is an absolute dilemma for all of the drivers. Of course, you want to make up positions, but you are putting yourself in danger and your car when you go offline. Not only is it slippery there, but the dampness cools down the heat that you've just built up in those Michelin slicks.
Oh, big dive from Dan Clark.
Brilliant.
Going down the inside. Great move, very clean on Jimmy Libra. That is for 6th place.
And up to 6th then for Dan Clark in the Nola Sport Rice Nichols car. Dan, plenty of experience around here in his former racing life as an IndyCar driver. Been away from the sport for a little while, put his toe back in the water with the Porsche Sprint Trophy last year, and decided he liked it so much he was going to do a full season here in Carrera Cup North America this year. Classic overtaking manoeuvre down the inside there. That's Alex Sedgwick fighting back in the red, white and black PT Autosports JDX car.
Taking 3rd away from Jason Hart and bringing Sean Varwig with him. Varwig is now up to 4th and Hart back to 5th in one corner. I was about to say we need to watch Jason Hart because he's the other guy who's won a race this year at the Glen. The other 2 race winners being taken out of the race already. So Jason Hart's the only guy who knows what it's like to win in 2023 who's still on the racetrack. Yeah,
good chance of getting a brand new winner for this year. Alex Sedgwick then having moved up a position, and nice move. That's a good story, PT Autosports, trying to get people who perhaps haven't had the experience trying to get them into motorsport. A little bit wide, a little bit of bumping going on last time around turn 3.
Travis Wiley and Thomas Merrill. I don't think that was incidental or purposeful, I should say. It just happened.
8th and 9th at the time of that coming together. Bit elbows out.
Yeah. Bit of, oops, sorry, didn't know you were there. Tom Sargent leading the way, has more than a second over second place Michael McCarthy, and then Alex Sedgwick, Sean Varwick, Jason Hart, and is that Dan Clark now up ahead of Jason Hart? Jason's had a really rough lap.
Yes, he has. The Pro cars have the red numbers on the windscreen and on the side of the cars. There's our AM leader, Pro AM leader just gone through, Efren Castro with the green. And we wait for the yellow numbers, and that is the AM category. Scott Noble leading that one in 21st position. So Pros are red, green, Castro. He's having a really good run. Efren Castro at the 14th position, 1:25.8 last time around. And we have a new race lap record. Tom Sargent last time around, 1:24.2. That betters Trenton Estep's time. I expect to see a 23 before the end of this race.
Would fully agree with that, not only with the better track conditions, but with the heat coming into the track, we should see these times continuing to drop. Scott Noble is well clear from Mark Vame, who actually has John Getz in his rearview mirror. So Mark Vame fighting to hang on to second place in the AM class as it is right now.
And that 20-point lead will diminish very quickly if cars start to get between them.
Only if they are other AM class cars. That makes the big difference. So if John Getz moves ahead of Mark Vame, that would make a difference. Then we find Bob Mueller, we've got Michael Merritt, Tom Balamas, Grady Willingham, and Jim McCann all out on track in the AM class. So there could be a big point swing today.
There's the 23.9. That is the first time a Porsche Carrera Cup car has gone under a minute and 24 seconds. A new race lap records. And that was on the completion of lap number 10.
I feel like you could be saying that every minute and a half.
I think I might be seeing that all the way through to the end of the race now, Shay. To be honest, Scott Noble with traffic behind him. The number 10 car leads arm. It's Jake Pedersen in the 85. Then Varun Chotsky, who's fought his way through from the back of the grid, remember?
Well, and that's what I was going to mention, because so did Michael Cooper. Michael Cooper's already up to 18th position.
That's impressive.
He only has 2 Pro-Am cars ahead of him, and then he's completely caught up to the rest of the pack.
Mark Kavami, who is currently in second with space ahead of him, but John Getz is not that far away. Watch out for the Wright Motorsports number 57 car. John is coming. And who's that? That's Tom Collingwood that he's dragging with him, the BGB Motorsport 69 car. In behind Getz, the next 2 cars to go up through turn 6 and under the Rennsport Reunion 7 banner. Well, the first of those 2 cars is John Getz. He does not want to let Tom Collingwood, who fittingly on the Rennsport weekend is running the hippie Porsche colours, which is the responsible adult's favourite Porsche livery. She wears the T-shirt with pride. But John does not want to let that car through. It does not affect his points haul if it was to end like this, but he doesn't want a car between himself and second place in his class.
And John Getz is very good at this circuit. Last year, 2nd and 3rd in both of the races, so he knows his way around this circuit. He's comfortable here, and he's showing that with every single lap. John Getz doing a great job for Wright Motorsport.
Slightly defensively into the hairpin at the end of the curving front straight, but he punches out, diamonded off the corner really nicely there. His last time around, try saying that 10 times quickly, was a 1:27.5, his fastest lap of the race, and he took a 1/10 of a second and more out of Mark Kavami, who also did his fastest lap of the race. That gap now down to just on 2 seconds between second and third. Collingwood in that purple and green hippie coloured car. He is not in the AM fight, but he could actually influence it.
Jason Hart continuing to drop back into the clutches of people behind him. Travis Wiley, the next car on tap, and then Jimmy Lieber behind him as well. Ryan Yardley's there. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this could be very bad for Jason
Bailey
Hart.
Hall in his first US, North American outing in Carrera Cup. He's been having to get used to the ABS, which they don't have in the Australian version. It is far easier, drivers tell me, to go from not having it to having it, from having it to not having it. And I absolutely understand that.
Yep, and that is something that our champion-elect will have to deal with when he goes over for the young drivers shootout, because those cars do not have ABS.
But whoever that is, and we expect it to be confirmed before the or at the end of the season, that it will be Riley Dickinson.
Unless he drives through the paddock with water balloons and throws them at people from a golf cart.
Yeah,
Yep.
indeed, yes. Or has a super soaker at the Night of Champions. Hey, you never know.
That might be worth it.
He will get some extra testing in a non-ABS car as part of the preparation before going to that young driver shootout. Talking about some of the young drivers through the year, Sasha Masson, who's still very much involved in that program. Actually, he's one of the driver mentors for the Asian Carrera Cup, which will have its final rounds in Shanghai in a couple of weeks' time. We've also had people like Earl Bamber and Kevin Estrick came through French Carrera Cup and got his young driver. Thomas Preining has done that more recently. He's been racing in Barcelona this weekend.
Matthew Gemini, Matty Campbell, Nick Tandy, Patrick Pile. Almost all of the factory guys have come up through that pattern.
It can absolutely make a lifelong career. Jörg Bergmeister, who has been testing and developing some of the cars as well, can make a career. So bottled up at the moment behind Jason Hart in 6th position. He's just broken away a tiny little bit, but there's still cars sitting in there. So 6th, 7th and 8th, then a little gap back to the silver and red car, which is so, every time I see it, I expect to see the flying lizard head on the side.
Yeah, yep. Thomas Merrill's car is very quick. He looks so aggressive out there. He's currently hounding the back of, who is that right in front of him? Bailey Hall.
Yeah.
And he's letting Bailey know, hey, I'm here.
That's 10th.
I'm here. I've been here for a while. I should be ahead of you. I should really be ahead of you. Would you let me through? No?
No.
Okay, well, maybe I'll try again later.
That is the battle for the final spot in the top 10. Track temperature coming up, and Alex Sedgwick now is the race lap record holder. The man from right in the centre of the UK with a 123.8. Been out of racing for a wee while, much like Dan Clark, has come back to do a full season for PT Autosports with JDX Racing. Now the battle.
He's caught McCarthy.
He's caught McCarthy, and in red, white and black is Alex Sedgwick. The white and green, this is the Kelly Moss Racing scheme. So we were talking about Riley Dickinson earlier on. He had a similar coloured car, but without the pink stripes front and rear.
But still representing Racing for Children's, which is a charity, a hospital based in the Wisconsin area. I believe it's not too far away from the Kelly Moss shop. But this organization has been on the side of so many championship-winning cars. Roman DeAngelis, Jake Edson a couple of years back.
Oh, yeah.
Riley this year representing it well. It's sort of the chosen scheme, as it seems to be, for the people who go through. They get a little bit of a boost from having all the children on board with them.
Now, this battle for second and third about to be joined, I think, by Sean Varwig, another Kelly Moss racing car. He's come through the field nicely, just sitting in the background with another car with that similar scheme. And it's allowed Tom Sargent to pull away. All of a sudden, Tom Sargent's 3 seconds up the road.
He's gone at this point. He just needs to keep his head down, not look in the rearview mirror, and just keep hitting his marks. But Sean Varwig is an interesting thing to be up in the 4th position, because he's finished 4th once this year. He's never yet made it onto the podium. So if Sean Varwig can keep cool, maybe let 2nd and 3rd battle it out, maybe he could walk away with the trophy.
Battle for second, heating up again to turn number 3. Down the inside, Alex Sedgwick tries to poke the nose of his JDX PT Autosports car in, slides the back end out of turn 3. Now into turn 4. It's not a brake there, it's a lift, and you turn the car and you're feeling the front end grip there up through the sequential gearbox. The leader, Tom Sargent, already through turn 5, using all of the exit curb and the new-ish runoff there. Warwick is catching the battle for second and third. We're going to have 3 Porsche Carrera Cup cars battling for 2 steps on the box.
Oh, McCarthy goes a little bit wide through the exit of 6, just using more of the runoff than anyone else. That'll get dirt on his Michelin tires. It's very sandy out there right now, and that's allowed Sedgwick to close coming into the corkscrew.
We're going to have 4 cars battling for 2 steps.
4?
I think so, because
You've added another one.
I think Dan Sport in the Clark, the Nola Clark car.
Nola Clark.
With Dan Sport,
like
yeah. Dan Clark in the Nola Sport Rice Nichols car. It's a problem. Just coming out of the farm car. Tom Balamis in the multicoloured machine. The flashes have gone on. They will clear themselves. Yes, they have. If the car stalls, or if you have an issue, the 4-way flashes come on automatically. You've got to remember to turn them off. The team will have been talking to him. That was right in front of this battle for second. Sedgwick is good out of the Andretti hairpins, but he can't turn that into a passing opportunity. Big slide from 4th place, Sean Warwick in the white, in the silver and blue car. Sitting in 4th position as they come under the walkover bridge, and Clark is catching. Clark is catching all of them. There will be 4 cars battling for just 2 steps on the podium.
Well, Sedgwick right now is coming off with the biggest momentum in the last 4 races. He's got 3 podium finishes, including a pair of 3rd places from Indy. But Speedy Dan Clark was a name that we called a lot at Indy. He was 2nd in the first race, 5th in the second. He's going to feel a bit aggrieved that he didn't walk away with 2 trophies from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And clearly, he's proving he deserves to be on that podium once again today, catching up to this really good battle.
Just under 10 minutes to go. We should say it's 9:11 to go at the moment. See how I just waited for that?
9:08, 9:07, 9:06. I can play that game too.
Yeah, yes, you can. Wait till we get to 3:56.
Oh boy.
9 minutes exactly to go then. That's going to translate into round about 6 laps, I would think, depending on where Tom Sargent is as time elapses. Michael McCarthy and the rest of the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Some 4 seconds behind the leader now. Sargent in the blue and white car. He's still having to push. He's not let off at 24.5 last time around, at 24.9 for Michael McCarthy. So they are just starting to pull back a little bit. Sargent was a bit speedier last time around, and he's put another half a second into that battle for 2nd and 3rd.
Well, and Sargent will be catching up here shortly to 2 cars ahead of him. Balamis he's already dealt with after that spin. That did happen right in front of him, but Grady Willingham not that much further up the road. Neither is James McCann. So this could come into effect before the end of the race.
Single cars, you would hope, should not be so much of a problem. Crossing the start-finish line now, as our leader comes to turn 10, it are the 2 cars battling. That's Michael Cooper in the 33, and alongside him is Veron Jodsky. So they've dropped back down.
They came down the pit lane again.
So did they get a penalty then?
Don't know if it was a penalty, but they were both in the pit lane together at very similar times.
Right.
Sean Warwick is closing in. Oh, here's Efren Castro dealing with Tom Balamis. I thought that was a moment of threat for a Pro-Am leader, but no, he still has Stefan Rydzinski and Nick Bull behind him before getting back to Chris Belomo in 2nd in Pro-Am. Castro now up to 14th position overall.
Nice. And in Am, by the way, Scott Noble has cleared off from Mark Kvarme. But the good news for Mark is that John Guts is another 4 seconds further back. Efren Castro doing very Efren Castro things today.
Very quietly going about his business, leading the way, taking all the points he can get, setting the fastest lap of the category as well. That's another bonus point for Efren.
And these bonus points for poles and fastest laps, it might only be 1 point here, 2 points there, but it really does add up when we get close championship battles.
Well, it does, and for Efren Castro, he doesn't need to worry about that, but he still wants the honor. He wants to be able to say, hey, I took 10 fast laps this year.
Well, there's an award for it as well.
There's an award at the end of the season at the banquet.
2 more races after this weekend, and they'll be on the tricky circuit of the Americas.
on the Formula One weekend where they don't get a lot of track time.
No.
So it makes certain drivers who call Texas home, such as Scott Noble, Jason Hart, Riley Dickinson, very happy because they feel they get the home track advantage.
These cars are spectacular on any track. They are really shown off well, I think, here on this natural terrain road circuit at Laguna Seca. But I remember in the previous iteration of this championship doing a race into twilight there, and these cars, the previous versions of these cars were spectacular, and these cars are much quicker. Here comes Scott, starting another lap, leading in prom. He can only do what he can do.
Yep.
And at the moment, if he finishes first at every race now for the last 4 races, and Mark Kvarme finishes second, that's going to make things very tight at the end of the season.
That's when it comes down to the bonus points. So Scott Noble not getting the bonus point for the pole, that went to Mark Kvarme, but right now he's got the bonus point for the fastest lap. So that brings the championship gap down to 1 point, again, making it a 19-point spread between the two drivers. Race win, 25, second place, 20. Makes it, what would that be, 14 points between first and second. So it is going to keep going through all of these races, and the easiest thing for Kvarme, beat Noble once.
Yeah, finish in front of him once.
But easier said than done.
Across the line for this enthralling battle between Michael McCarthy, Alex Sedgwick. Sean Farwick hasn't actually got right onto the back of them yet, but he's nearly there now as Jason Hart puts his fastest lap of the race in the number 20 MDK car. And down the inside, oh, they've gone off side by side. Sedgwick has gone down the inside at turn number 3, and they've both gone off. A little bit of rally crossing from both of them. Sedgwick's gone on, and that is going to be a full course yellow with 4 minutes to go, unless we can get Michael McCarthy going again. There was steam and smoke coming out. It was a much better exit from the Andretti hairpin by Sedgwick. He goes to driver's right. He's there. He's there. He's absolutely there.
Oof.
Now, sort that one out, race control. I would not like to have to call that. I think Sedgwick is there.
I think Sedgwick was there, but what was McCarthy supposed to do? He turned in to hit the apex. He could have turned in a little bit later. That's what race control will be wondering. He could have lifted off, but Sedgwick had the advantage at that point. The question was, would he be able to slow the car down enough to get it to go through turn 3? Again, that's a big question for race control.
This will put Dan Clark and Sean Varwig on the podium, and they were only a couple of seconds apart. We stay in green at the moment. We've not gone to full course yellow. There's 3 minutes to go. That's going to be a couple more laps. Tom Sargent could do without the drama, but I think if we went full course yellow now, that would be all she wrote. Dan Clark was held up in that incident, so there's now nearly 6 seconds between the leader, Tom Sargent, and Sean Varwig in second. McElrea Racing leading from Kelly Moss, from Nola Sport Rice Nichols, from MDK, and 2 top racing cars making up the top 6. This will put Bailey Hall into 7th in his first Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America outing.
9 points on debut for Bailey Hall. I know he's not in it for the full season championship, but that's a really good effort to come away with any points on your first attempt. Tom Sargent leading down through the corkscrew. Nearly a 6-second gap back to Sean Varwig in second. Sean, stay calm, stay cool, buddy. You're about to get your first trophy. Just keep breathing. I really hope they're not saying that to him on the radio.
Race control, I think, have determined that Michael McCarthy's Kelly Moss racing car is far enough away. I can see that the Bright Guards Red 911 Turbo is sitting ready to be deployed should it become necessary. But with under 2 minutes to go, I have not seen the safety car boards. It will be it'll be white flag next time around.
That's what I was going to say. White flag did not wave this time by, so we get this lap and one more for Tom Sargent, Sean Varwig, and Dan Clark, with good gaps between each of them back to the next in class.
How about Efren Castro, Pro-Am leader? He's going to be finishing just outside the top 10 in 13th. And he's got a couple of pro cars between himself and Chris Palomo, who's got Kyle Washington trailing him at the moment, the 68, the 32, just going across the start-finish line. PJ Hyatt for Kelly Moss Racing in 4th position in Pro-Am. In the AM category, Scott Noble still leads it. Mark Varme has a comfortable 4.5 second gap in 2nd in AM to John Getz for Wright Motorsport in 3rd. Now, who has Tom got in front of him? That is the 63 car of Michael Merritt, I think, as they're coming down to what will be the white flag for our leader.
This is going to shake up quite a few things in the championship, because Will Martin is going to finish 20th, Riley 21st. Points only go back to 15th. So that means no changes for our championship leader, or 3rd in the championship, but a big day for 2nd as Tom Sargent sees the white flag.
2.23 miles of this classic circuit at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. You could say he might have looked into it with what went on ahead of him. However, you've got to be in it to win it. He avoided the conflagration ahead of him, and he is coming home to his first victory of the season. And it's a new name on the winner's trophy.
A lot more races have transpired this season than I thought it would take to get Tom Sargent his first win, being perfectly honest on that.
I think the whole McElrea Racing group would probably, being honest, would agree with you there, Shay. But a win is a win. They'll take this one. This just the 4th different winner of the season?
Believe so, yes, because we've had Will Martin, Riley Dickinson, Jason Hart, and now we add a new name to that list.
Well, as I once said, that has been quoted back to me for a very long time after a Le Mans, there's a new name on the winner's trophy, at least for race 1. Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America at Laguna Seca. McElrea Racing's Tom Sargent wins it from in 2nd, Kelly Moss. Well, Kelly Moss would have expected to be up there, but did they expect Tom to be 2nd to Tom Sargent with Sean Varwick? Dad Clark brings home the 3rd step of the podium for Nola Sport Rice Nichols. Then it's Hart, Yardley, Wiley. Bailey Hall in his first outing. The young Australian hope makes it the 2nd McElrea Racing machine in the top 7. Then Tom Merrill, Alex Sedgwick fighting back to 9th with Jimmy Libra in 10th for MDK. Pro-Am taken by Efren Castro. He finishes 13th overall. Chris Palomo and Kyle Washington will make up the Pro-Am podium. And in Am, we're waiting for Scott Noble. There he goes across the line in the MDK number 10. Mark Varme should be coming through any second now in 2nd position. John Getz had taken some time out of him in the last lap. No, Varme goes through, so that brings that championship closer together, with John Getz making up the AM podium for Wright Motorsport in 3rd.
Would you like to know how the points have changed?
Yes, please.
In the AM class, Mark Varme still leads the way, 299, but Scott Noble now 285. So when he woke up, it was a 20-point gap. It's now 14 for Varme and Noble. With Efren Castro's win, he now has 304 points, 90 clear of next in class. Then, in the overall championship, Riley still with the points lead on 308. Tom Sargent now firmly putting himself up to 2nd, 187. Will Martin remains in 3rd, no more points as far as his point earned for pole position. Alex Sedgwick still in 4th, but a lot closer to 3rd now. It is still Hart in 5th, but further down the field, Ryan Yardley has jumped up a position to 7th, and Thomas Merrill and Sean Varwig are now tied on 8th place points. So a really good day from Sean Varwig.
Well, what a way to start off the final day of Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. The teams will get back to their paddock area and it is going to be big celebrations for McElrea Racing and Tom Sargent as he heads back to technical inspection. All of those results provisional, of course, until post-race technical inspection has been completed. And the good news for all of you and for us is that we've started this Super Sunday with Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. We'll finish off our coverage later on today as well with the second of the races. What a day for Tom Sargent. It's taken till the penultimate event of the year to stand on the top of the podium. And there will be some muted celebrations because they've got to go out and do it again later this afternoon.
No champagne yet. You guys still have a lot of work coming up later this afternoon. Tom Sargent gets out of his number 17 McElrea Porsche for the first time, a race winner in North America.
Just the fourth different race winner of this 2023 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. Babendum, the Michelin man, giving the congratulations, and the golden bib is the trophy for this weekend. Number 17 for the first time this season. First win for McElrea Racing in their first shot at this championship. And Tom Sargent is our winner of race 1 today here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. In the top 10.
Eight out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colors and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917.10 came on boost? Or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour, in the rain, in the middle of the night?
You know, raced cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
It's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center.
And you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans winning car from '86 makes it a unique event which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
The sun is shining on a gorgeous day here at Laguna Seca Raceway. It is the final day of celebration for Porsche at the 7th running of the Rennsport Reunion. What a beautiful celebration it has been with all of you, and a stunning celebration with my friend and Porsche guy, Justin Bell. Welcome in. And I mean, this is going to be the last stand-up we get to do to open a show, so it feels a bit bittersweet to me.
It does, but it also seems fitting that we should have the sun out, because yesterday it just shows the depth of passion to last through what was a pretty northern European weather, drizzle all day, these priceless cars being driven out there on track, cars that literally you would keep in a showroom, but they're driving them on track. But today, everybody is emerged with a smile on their face, and there's also a sense of almost a little sadness. It's the end of a 4-day festival, and I just can't believe it's, we're coming into the final straight.
Well, the last they saw us, we were standing on pit lane for the Concours, and I think you were going off for the Doobie Brother concert.
Well, do you know what? It shows my age. No, the Doobie Brothers last night, what a thing for Porsche to bring in one of the most legendary 70s bands. It was jammed from the front to the back, and you could just see everyone having so much fun. It was just a very, very cool experience.
Well,
I didn't see you dancing, by the way.
I took in a fireplace, some Greek food, and a little bit of sleep to prepare for my last day with you.
Well, you can hear my voice. I should have done the same.
Well, I want to, every day we've reset the activities of the day that are coming, and when we think of everything that we've experienced so far this weekend, is there one last thing on your list of stuff to do here?
Today, people say, Justin, do you race anymore? Yes, I do. I'm driving the Porsche tractor today. I actually just got shown by some guy, you should do a piece on it. Oh, look at my tractor. I put a 924 turbo on it with a 935 this and a 9... I'm going, really? I said, does it make it faster? He said, no, it just sounds better. That's my kind of racing.
All right, Justin Bell's going to be on the tractor today. We've been talking about it all week. Did you have like a champion's breakfast this morning?
Yes, because I had a farmer's breakfast. If you're going to drive a tractor, you've got to load yourself up with some random carbs. But I'm very excited about it. But there's so many races. We just saw the Carrera Cup. This is a big day of action.
Thank you, Justin. And before we get all the track activities started today, make sure to stop by where we're standing. This is the color wall here for Porsche. My favorite part is if you get lower, you can see the height of the artists as the little kids taking in all of the designs here at the Rennsport Reunion number 7. And John, how are you taking in this morning? I know you've already been busy on track. It's good to hear from you, friend.
Good morning again. Thank you to Justin and Amanda. I'm not sure who had the best preparation for today, but I know who had the most fun last night. And it wasn't Amanda by the sound of it. JB living up to his reputation. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam with me, John Heintel, for the Eiffel Trophy at racing cars out there. Could not be a bigger contrast between what we saw yesterday and what we're seeing this morning.
Yeah, thankfully, it's a lot warmer outside. Not warm yet, but a lot warmer to begin with, and a lot drier. That's made a big difference, meaning that these cars, which went out yesterday for their qualifying races, a lot of them peeled off smartly to come back in the pits. They'll be going out for the actual racing here today, and starting off with the Eiffel Trophy. It's a big difference to what we just saw on the racetrack, but yet it's not.
I love the fact the kids can't get anywhere near the colouring wall, by the way, because there's too many adults who are deciding what they're going to do. I haven't seen a Miami blue colouring pen yet, which would have to be for you.
It's because there is no substitute.
There is no
a Porsche
substitute.
thing.
Tell us a little bit about what we're going to see in this next tranche of cars.
Well, the Eiffel Trophy is for early cars, not as early as the Gamoon Cup. That already took place, that race, but those are the real true classics. These are more of what I think of when I think of a classic Porsche, because early 911s, 914s, basically everything 2-liter or smaller as far as race cars are concerned. We've got a couple of superstars in this race as well, Jezebel being one of them. She is being driven by Patrick Long. We've also got Tim Pappas in a Daytona 24 class winner from 1971. Jan Halen might also be driving a car in this race. We'll have to wait and see if his name comes up on the timing screen. But the cars are in the false grid right now. They are waiting to then come out on the racetrack. Well, they will be greeted by the 718, which is the safety car, one lap behind that. And then we'll go green for this first 30-minute contest.
Cars are rolling out of the pre-grid area, or the false grid area. I think you made a good point, Shay, actually, when you were talking about these are the cars that, you associate. A lot of people, even a fair bit younger than myself, like you, they will immediately look at pretty much all of these cars and say, it's a Porsche.
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 Maybe a Porsche. Yeah, Porsche. Yeah, they have the look of the face of the Porsche.
The slightly different cars, of course, are the 914s and the 914-6s, mid-engine cars, if you will, the forerunners of the Boxster and the Cayman. There's very little new ideas in automotive engineering that haven't been around for quite some time, and the mid-engine concept was taken on quite some years ago by Porsche with those 4- and 6-cylinder engine 914s and 914-6s. For the most part, these are 911s as they come across the line. Tim Pappas with his 1970 number 5 car, looking a picture. Dana Perez. Now, all these guys, actually, Tim and Dana Perez have been at the sharp end of the field pretty much all the way. You're looking at the mid-60s to the 1970, early 1970s here. 1971, I think, is the youngest car that we've got here. That's the 29 car for Trevor Frank.
We've got Don Yount in this class as well. Alan Turpins, who's been doing a lot of driving across many different categories of car. Nelson Kale is also out there. So a lot of drivers with names that we're familiar with in cars that we just love drooling over. But Patrick Long and Barry Woodell sharing Jezebel. That's car number 68. It is in 1968. Keep an eye on it. Aaron Weiss is out there. Car number 72. He's someone that we associate with the Concours Club. So that's a name that's very familiar. Kevin Buckley, Jeff Swart out there as well. A grid full of 36 Porsches. So it's a really healthy grid for this first feature race for the Eiffel Trophy.
Cameron Haley right at the back in his 1968 car. I'm quite surprised to see him quite as far back on the grid. Did he have a problem in the qualifying race?
No, a lot of people didn't run it. A lot of people decided because it was mixed conditions.
Yes. So we might see that car come forward. Jeff Swart as well, actually, is a little bit further down than I might have expected in his 914-6. It's 9 laps of racing. We are just after 10 o'clock Pacific time. It will be a rolling start. Tim Pappas waving backwards and forwards, left and right, just trying to get some heat into the tyres. Now, who's the first of the 914s? I think that is Trevor Frank, isn't it, in the 914 4SP? Yes, it is. There's also a very lovely rally kit 911, as it's described, which is the Andrew Larson number 21 car.
We'll have to keep our eyes out for that.
Steve McCord's got a very early car, 1964 901/911. Remember, the 901 was meant to be the nomenclature for the car that became the 911, but Peugeot complained that they had the rights to any car model name that had 90 something on it. Double yellows as they go across the line. So let's check to see if the time has started.
Well, it's a lap race, not a time race, so I'm wondering if this will count as one of the laps.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep.
I think so too, yeah.
But the grid's still side by side. And the safety car lights are still on, so perhaps we haven't gotten into the racing yet. We're counting down on the race laps, I should say. What a grid of cars, though. I mean, this is exactly what you want for a Sunday morning. Maybe a Sunday afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. But this is what you look out and see. And then remember, Porsches, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, out there to just be seen and heard by everyone across the world to whom it makes happy.
Revel in the sights and sounds of Porsche Rennsport for 2023, 7th edition. So the whole field still behind the safety car. It's not very often that I am lost for words, but to be honest, we have been overwhelmed with Porsche this weekend, and this is the first opportunity I've had to see these cars in competition, and it's like I didn't get the chance to see these cars in period live. I never thought I'd get the chance to commentate on such a big field of them, and all of these cars were such an important part of my childhood because they all came from the late 60s into the 70s, and those are your very impressionable formative years in the first 10 or 15 years of your life. Marvellous. Take a deep breath, everybody. It is the Eiffel Trophy for Rennsport, one of our feature races in Rennsport 7, live from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on the MotorTrend YouTube channel, presented by Michelin. Green flag for 9 laps of the 2.23-mile circuit. Let the flat 4- and 6-cylinder engines sing.
The blue car with a great start, diving down the middle, a little bit of white smoke coming out of it. I think that's Aaron Weiss in the 72, managing to hold on to the 3rd position, and now they're starting to space out a little bit as everybody being very respectful of one another, coming through this first complex of turns.
Down towards turn 3.
3 wide going into turn 3. Everybody's cycling through, dabbing of the brakes to make sure that there's no side-by-side contact through the corner. And it is that white car, number 27 of Nelson Kali, who is out front, the 1967 911, with a slight advantage over Aaron Weiss, who's actually dropping back quite a few spots. So hopefully all is okay with the 1966 911 bearing the number 72 on the side. I think it's Fritz Seidel who's now up into second place in the number 61.
Correct.
That one's the 911S.
Beautiful car.
Oh.
The simplicity of the design of all of these cars. You're going to see them moving around quite a lot, and in some ways that's the joy, the precision that you have to have in these cars. You can throw them about. The drivers love them. There's a big following in Europe at the moment for the 2-litre short wheelbase 911s, and there's huge grids that go around the historic racing scene. Already an issue, I'm afraid,
That's
for
Aaron.
that lovely blue number 72, Aaron Weiss, pulling into the pit lane. I thought I saw a little puff of smoke from that car.
Yep, that car, which had started on the front row, dropped back throughout the course of that opening lap, and there was just a pass a little further back as drafting now between the 07 and the 78 before they go into the Andretti hairpin. 78 taking the tighter line, only with the driver's side mirror. I love these cars.
It's classic in those days.
Yep.
Absolutely classic. So we are on a lap race. We have completed a lap and a half already at the front of the field. Nelson Kaye in that 1967 car pulling away. The 27 Fritz Seidel promoted into second place in the 61. Kari Eisenlohr in third in the 911T, all from the latter part of the 1960s, those leading cars, 67, 67, 69, 68 for the beautiful 911TR. Alan Turpins in the number 40 machine.
It looked like Kelvin C was having a really good battle out there too in that 78 machine. He has a good car underneath him, and he is managing to make passes on people, getting the job done through the Andretti hairpin. And now all over the back of the car ahead of him, that's the 07 of Jeff Weissard. Good respect between everybody, not going too late on the brakes, keeping the distance as a look down the inside going into turn number 10. Good move by the number 40, Alan Turpin's clean pass on Kari Eisenlohr.
Yeah, that was a little bit more grip, I think, on the inside lane as they headed down through that slightly banked area of the circuits. So Turpin's up to third position now.
There's been a pass. Jezebel is starting to move the way up. The number 68 Porsche, being shared by Barry Waddell and Patrick Long over the course of the weekend, is now up inside the top 10. Getting another look at this pass that was made a couple moments ago through turn 10. Little puff of smoke as getting on the brakes for the 40. That was Alan Turpins, and then just cruising away. Kari Eisenlohr not able to do anything to hold Turpins back. Turpins now trying to set his sights further forward, already in the third position, looking potentially to catch up to second. He's only a second and a half further off, but it is Nelson Kaye who is leading the way. Best lap time, 2 seconds quicker than what anyone else has been able to do so far in this race. So clearly the advantage belongs to that number 27 machine. Going through the corkscrew now, not another car in sight of it. As a matter of fact, that'll be a very nice Sunday drive for Nelson Kaye. We've got a little bit of spacing, but further back in the field, the 07 and the 78 are still tethered together. It's, who is that? Jeff Weissard and Kelvin C. having a great battle amongst themselves. But whoa, it's on for second place now. Didn't take Alan Turpins very long to catch up to Fritz Seidel in the 61, and he makes the pass. Beautiful exit of turn 11. And no, falls back into place. Yep, there we go. Fritz Seidel settling for third place. Alan Turpins is on the move forward. Welcome back to the broadcast booth, Peter Mackay. You've been outside enjoying the sights and sounds. What's it like having these 2-liter engines going around?
We've had 911s out on the track all morning, but boy, have they changed the sound. Still a flat 6 engine, but the sound of the air-cooled versus the new water-cooled, the latest water-cooled engines, both beautifully sonorous, but fantastic. But the body language of the cars are so different. The Carrera Cup cars have got so much more aerodynamics on them. These are very much in the earliest days of the 911, and they are just gorgeous.
we're being treated to quite a drive from Alan Turpins as well, as he is carving back up through the field in that number 40 machine, the 911 TR from 1968. TR is special, though.
It is very, very rare. It's basically a 911T body or 911T base with R bits put into it, because the 911R of 1967 was entered as a prototype because there wasn't enough of them built to make GT regulations. So Porsche being Porsche, they found a way around that, and hence the 911TR was born. At those times, you could really configure your, a bit like today actually, you could configure your 911 in so many different ways. It was a real mix and match of parts to choose from.
Looking further back the field, some of the 914s have found each other and have started to battle amongst themselves as well, but the best place to them, to no one's surprise, it's Jeff Swart, who is leading the charge in car number 88. He is currently in the 15th position, so it is truly the 911s having a bit of a field day out front right now. Speaking of TRs, Jezebel being the other one, I've been giving people at home updates on her. Well, now that car is up into the 7th position, so the Patrick Long, Barry Waddell driven car is currently charging back up through the field on the tail of Next in Class. No, I take that back, passing Next in Class, and now looking for car number 92, the next victim on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think everyone's a fan favourite of Jezebel, car number 68 in 6th position. And a little link of that car to Jeff Swart. Jeff Swart's sadly passed away. Bernie's mountain dog was called Jezebel too. Yeah, Jezebel she was Instagram famous, was Jezebel.
Oh. Well, that's when you know you've made it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's say the dogs and babies are the ultimate fans on, and cats on Instagram. Be fully diplomatic.
Alan Turpin's resetting the fast lap of the race that time around, trying to hunt down Nelson Kalle, who has a 6.5 second lead, and with 5 laps to go, that is not a for sure thing then for the win for the driver of car number 27.
It's going to be a big ask for Alan Turpins in car number 40, but he's going to throw everything at this. He went about 0.8 of a second quicker last time. He's got 6.5 seconds to make up, but this is a race with a big field and some cars with more performance than others, so we could see a little bit of traffic forming. It's not that long a lap here at Laguna Seca. It's just 2.25 miles, so you can get traffic coming into play. Harley Haywood, who joined us yesterday, he said it's a little bit like rush hour traffic in a grid with as many cars as this, and thankfully we've been blessed with some drier weather today than we saw yesterday, which would be really welcome for the drivers and the owners of the cars as well. These are valuable machines.
Well, and as I said to John, because we were talking about the way that the grid was shaken up after the qualifying race yesterday, I said so many people elected to just come into the pit lane and not risk their cars in those mixed conditions. Everybody's out there now because there is far less risk. The track is a lot grippier than it was yesterday when they were sliding around in those very wet conditions.
There's nothing quite like an old original 1960s 911 at full attack and just wriggling and smoothing around, and out of the slow corners they've got such fantastic traction with that engine over the rear wheels. Just the same as a modern day 911. Yes, the engine's moved forward a little, but it is still completely unique in today's marketplace.
The thing that I just can't get my head wrapped around is how narrow the front tires are on these cars. You're trying to get any possible advantage as far as grip is concerned as the 64 of Gilbert Hakim goes around that number 78 of Kelvin C. I think Kelvin is starting to drop back a bit, maybe having some issues out there on the track, but the narrowness of the tires, that's a huge disadvantage compared to modern day.
And you make a great point about the tire width, Shay, because from the late 1960s to even the early 70s, you watched the 911 grow big, wide hips at the back, and it looked more aggressive, but it was to fit bigger, wider tires, and they just got wider and wider and wider. I mean, when you come into the early 1970s, the cars that we'll see in the Weissach Cup, the RSR, it had brakes from a 917. So there's a certain size of wheel that you need to fit 917 brakes on there too. Yeah. So it is amazing how quick the evolution was in those days.
Now, would this have been an example of the technology learned from racing put back into the street cars, or is this generation, the Eiffel Trophy, is this still too soon in Porsche's development to really see that?
These cars on track right now were street cars as well as race cars. You could use them for both. And and that was the cool thing about it, was even like an RSR could be put on the road. We won't see the RSRs until we go into the Weissach Trophy later on in the day. But yeah, the street car and race car was kind of one and the same. One of the cars in this race, driven by Matt Gottsinger, car number 36, is actually recently been restored and sold by Road Scholars.
Really?
And yeah, and they tested it out on the road quite regularly. So yeah, it is one and the same, the road and the race car at this time.
So not able to see a direct translation of technology learned through racing, because they were learning it with these cars.
That's it. And this was also a period of Porsche motorsport where rallying was really important, because four-wheel drive was still 10 years away in world rallying. So you were two-wheel drive either at the front or at the rear, but having the engine over the rear wheels just gave so much good traction, especially on rally stages. We had a lot of hairpins and slow corners. Monte Carlo Rally, the 911 won that on several occasions.
27 is still our leader with 3 laps, scratch that, 2 laps to go. Last lap time around was 144.936. Second place got a second, 1.8 seconds off of our leader. So really good lap times once again from Alan Turpins in car number 40, and the gap is down to 3.6 seconds. Might be able to catch him before the checkered flag on this race. Passing him though, that might be out of the question. Jezebel up to P5. Just want to keep updating for the fans at home.
Now, have we got Patrick Long at the wheel of that car, or Barry Waddell?
Don't know which one it is.
With the helmet,
see.
I think it might be Barry Waddell, because Patrick's got a very distinctive green and blue helmet.
He does. I think you're right.
I think it's Barry Waddell driving. Yes it is. So yeah, Jezebel into the top 5, battling hard with the 92 of Michael Reichel. And you see just the subtle difference with the number 68 car, Jezebel there, ever so slightly wider arches, and he's going to go try and do it around the outside, Shay. Wow.
Great move, and gets it done before the braking zone. Nope, not yet. Side by side through the exit of turn 5. That would run into the runoff area coming up the hill. Let's see which of the white Porsches is ahead. Is it the 68? I believe it is. Yes, it is. Pass made. Jezebel up to P4.
Jezebel is galloping this morning, isn't she? So that was fastest lap for Michael Reichel in 4th, his personal best on the last lap, although there is a bit of a gap. Yeah, no, 10 seconds back from 5th to 4th. But at the front, that gap really closed down. But as Nelson Kale, has he responded? Yes, he has. He's put the gap back up to 4.7 seconds with 1 lap to go.
Really good lap the last time around for our leader, car number 27. That 911 is working very well this morning and has just about 2 miles to go on this circuit coming through turn 3 now, and then a bit of a run before you get to turn 4, and then the long run. It's not quite as straight, and they normally have a speed sensor on the bridge, which is very demoralizing when you're walking and it doesn't even turn on, but then heartbreaking going into turn 5 and uphill through turn 6, then the tiny little kink before the heavy braking into the corkscrew, and then basically just coast to the finish line. Almost.
Well, let's hope so. Just half a lap to go then for Nelson Kale in the number 27 machine, the white car with the yellow and blue, yellow and green flashes on the haunches. A very simple shape of 911 from 1967, and making his way through a little bit of rush hour traffic here going down the corkscrew. He's got a 914 to negotiate before the Wayne Rainey curve. Can he fit up the inside? Is the guy in that 914 seen him?
Yes.
That's ish.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Big question mark there, and then put the period on it. And 27 now only has to navigate 1 more turn. It's the left-hander, turn 11, before coming onto the front straight, and then put the right foot down and wait until you see that checkered flag. Our first race winner of the Eiffel Trophy, our only race winner of the Eiffel Trophy, I suppose you could say, will be Nelson Kale taking the checkered flag with a good gap ahead of Alan Turpins, who brings it home in 2nd for car number 40 in his 911 TR from 1968.
So 1967 beats 1968 to the top spot. Fritz Seidel will come across the line, and there he goes for 3rd to complete the podium. And it's a prestigious event, this, to get on the podium in the Eiffel Trophy here at Rennsport Reunion 7. It means so much to the driver of the car, but also the car owner, often that's the same person, but also the team that prepare it as well. What's amazed me all week, Shay, is just how reliably all these cars have run.
Yeah.
Yes, they're Porsches, which is a big head start, but they have to be prepared right, and we've seen so few failures out there, and that is big testament to the teams that have, I'm sure they've had a lot of late nights and early mornings over the last month or two.
Yeah, prepared right and maintained right, because there's so many years between these events, so the cars don't get to come out once a year necessarily. It's once every half decade.
Yeah, they might take part in other historic events, but yeah, they'll be very sporadic, and this is the big one, really. What a memory to cross the finish line at Laguna Seca in a car that's, what's that, 56 years old and lapping 1 minute 40. Wow. What must that have felt like back in the day at that point? That must have been a rocket ship of a car by the standards of the time.
Well, and of course it was a different circuit layout here as well, so that would have had even more of an impact when the lap time would be as long as it was. Well, that's our second race as far as Rennsport Reunion 7 is concerned of the day, having done the Gmünd Cup to start things off. Now we've had the Eiffel Trophy. We, of course, had the Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup North America. It's race number 1 of the day to kick off, but we still have a lot coming up. Weissach Cup is going to be the next one out. That one's a fun one to watch, and that should be good with all of these kinds of cars, with these kinds of conditions. Much better than what we saw in yesterday's running. So don't go too far away, because now we've had one race winner, but let's find out who's going to win the next series of races. Stay tuned.
Official logistics partner of the GT4 e-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
In the stereo cop circle the block, yeah, I guess they on their neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a nigga got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses, masses.
For 75 years, Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Welcome back to the broadcast for Rennsport Reunion 7, presented by Michelin here on MotorTrend. It's Peter Mackay, and welcoming back John Hindhaugh to the booth. John, you were keeping a keen eye on that race there. Nelson Carley taking the win in that old 911.
Yeah, 1967 car, and I heard you saying lapping in around about 100 seconds. Brilliant. Alan Turpin's coming through the field. to second and taking Fritz Seidel about 2/3 of the way through. Barry Waddell in third in the car that he's sharing with Patrick Long in fourth, behind Fritz. Took the best lap on his last lap, so he was getting faster and faster in that 911 TR from 1968.
It's so cool to see so many different denominations of the 911 too. I mean, the 911 ST, a very, very rare piece as well. A time when Jürgen Barth and all the team at Porsche really fiddled around with the nomenclature to get the 911 into the division that it needed to be as well. 33 cars making it to the finish there.
Shame to see Tim Pappas and Aaron Weiss, who started at the sharper end of the field. Aaron was up in second place at one stage in his very pretty blue-coloured car, but pulled in earlier on. They're still the oil and air-cooled cars, of course, from this era, and you absolutely don't want to be risking anything. If you lose oil pressure, you could lose the engine very, very quickly indeed. Well, much the best of the weather this morning, with the temperatures very pleasant indeed. Another fully sold-out event. You cannot buy a ticket on the door for today. So if you're tuned in further afield, then settle yourself in for the rest of our broadcast. Good to have your company. Already people starting to make plans for the lunch break, and the lines beginning to grow down in the paddock area. Lots of people down there. I've just been whizzing backwards and forwards. Opportunity to take home some souvenirs as well. And one of the biggest lines that we've seen all weekend has been at the retail area. Kristen's managed to jump the queue. How did you do that? You must know somebody.
Thanks, guys. I mean, I know we're all here to see the cars, but man, the hottest ticket in town really feels like getting in to the official Rennsport 7 store, which you can see laid out behind me. Finally got in here on the last day. I must know somebody, but let's take a walk. So you've got plenty of sweatshirts. We've got a sneaker wall behind us. If you've been looking at the official Rennsport staff, everybody's been sporting a pair of those. And little secret, they're like $150, which is on the relatively more affordable scale of everything that's in here. But as we keep walking through, we've got jackets, we've got thermoses, we have got keychains. That's a nice color, actually. Kind of dig those. Those are great. Kind of feels like worth the wait. Yeah, if you look around in here, there is stuff in here that you can't find at any of the other vendors. There's a whole sunglasses wall. There's even luggage at the back for you to take home all of your Rennsport stuff if you run out of space in your actual bag. Man, it's a pretty good space, and they're definitely limiting the amount of people that can come in here, so it's not a really crazy shopping experience. It's actually pretty relaxed in here. We've got Lego sets, models, blocks for all the younger Porsche enthusiasts in your family. Got to start them young. Excuse me, sir. We're on the Rennsport Reunion live stream. How are you doing today?
How are you?
How long did you wait in line to get in here?
Not very long. It was nice this morning. It was pretty easy, pretty quick.
Did you make a purchase today?
I did.
Can we see what's in the bag?
Sure. There's more coming. My son's buying more. So couple of fanny packs.
That's really great. You know, the hands-free thing is perfect. Is your son in here?
He's in the green shirt.
In the green shirt, the hat?
Yep.
Oh, it looks like he's got...
He's going to buy the pink bag. The pink bag that's on the wall.
That's a nice bag. I think that's a really good choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Glad you got in here without a problem.
Thanks.
Man, if you do get a chance, the line is still wrapped around the building, but I think it's worth the wait. Get in here, take a look. Thank you so much. Back to you, Amanda.
Take a look. Well, you talk about the lines that are happening in the merchandise area. There's lines all the way through the aisles here. Down in the paddock, you got road cars on one side, you got race cars on another. But I have to say, one of the most popular cars that have been Instagram worthy all day made its debut earlier this year in January at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Ooh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm just trying to look at Rexy. Seriously, though, this has just been such a hit internationally. It's garnered so much attention that now Hot Wheels has made a prototype of Rexy. It's one of the drivers, Gunnar Jeanette. He just left out in the 1983 Daytona 24-hour winning Swap Shop Porsche. I know it's very special to Gunnar as his dad was a part of that 83 win 40 years ago. But man, yeah, all eyes have been on Rexy this weekend, and for good reason. One of the drivers also, PJ, this is actually a livery that was in honor of his son's love of dinosaurs. But as you can see around me, as I almost took out a fan here in the midway, Rexy's very popular this weekend, guys.
Well, I'm very jealous, Amanda, of you down there in the AO Racing pits, alongside a car that's very, very special indeed, the RS Spider in the DHL livery that had a lot of success here at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, just between Monterey and Salinas, and luckily we're now starting to get a little bit more towards California weather. It was pretty cold, pretty wet, but now it's just getting a little bit better. Join us later in a second.
Why do we do it? Why do we gather at a historic circuit? Why do we all roll out hundreds of Porsche race cars from museums, collections and garages around the world? Why do we apply fuel and spark to machinery tuned over generations of Porsche engineers and mechanics? Why do we leave pit lane and race these priceless cars? Why do we spend the weekend talking about flat 12s and livery colours and lap times? Why do we ask how it felt when the 917.10 came on boost? Or what it was like to take Mulsanne straight at 246 miles an hour, in the rain, in the middle of the night?
You know, raced cars are meant to be on the track. You can leave them in a museum, but I think they should be used, and that's exactly what this event is doing.
It's a great sight for me to walk through and see these cars right, left and center.
And you meet not only old friends, old drivers, old fans, old cars, you know. But having this surrounding possibility of being here and driving like I can drive today my old Le Mans car from '86 makes it a unique event, which brings back very precious moments and is another fuel for the next couple of years.
Why do we all show up here every few years to see and hear and smell and be part of this magnificent spectacle?
Nobody's born a legend. It takes grit.
Drive. It takes determination. Early mornings
and late nights.
10,000 hours of challenge accepted.
It takes sweat, focus,
passion, sacrifices,
and maybe the help of a few friends.
It's the pursuit of perfection.
It's the thrill of the hunt, the smell of burnt rubber, the speed,
the sound, the fun.
It's the same for all of us.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us. Around the world.
We live this life of wheels.
Together.
Look at that.
It's the dedication.
Labor.
The love of a whole lifetime.
Beginning with the spark that ignites the flame and fuels our passion.
All immortalized
in
1/64th.
Because legends aren't born,
They're made.
It's Super Sunday at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We're still giving the all-wheel drive four-door Porsches their run out on the shuttle up and back to the corkscrew. Live on YouTube, MotorTrend with Michelin. And right through to the end of our broadcast today, we'll have plenty of track action for you. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre, and we are ready to go racing again with a grid of cars, Peter, that yesterday gave us in the qualifying race something extraordinary. The Weissach Cup, in some ways, I suppose you would say, in terms of its name, the most prestigious race here, because Weissach is the home of Porsche Motorsport.
It is, and has been for around 50 years. The development centre at Weissach is so important to Porsche Motorsport, but also Porsche engineering too. Those two things and the brains within that department kind of go back and forth through ever. But what a lineup we have here. Patrick Long, Porsche factory superstar, in an ex-Interscope 934.5, the 00.
That's
he was
important.
involved. It is very important. Charles Coker in the number 1 machine, Cameron Healy in his RSR, PJ Hyatt in the 1983 Daytona 24-hour winning Swap Shop 935. What a car that is.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Looking down through the rest of the field, you'll see we're solidly in the 1970s. Charles Nierberg, I think, has the... Oh no, Stan Fulton's car's an 81, of course. That number 87 machine. And Rod Emery at the back in the 611. Now there's a name to conjure with. He builds some quite extreme Porsches.
I saw him in a convoy of outlaw Porsches yesterday, 3 of them. They are gorgeous machine based on the 356 usually, not exclusively, but usually the 356, and he advances it to the modern standard of braking, suspension, etc., and engines too.
And he's out in the 1976 Brumos 934. That's the number 611. Yeah. Not everybody went out to race because the conditions weren't optimal yesterday, so there are some of the quicker drivers at the back. However, we got a brilliant race at the front of the field. Now, I think that starting grid that we showed doesn't quite tell the full story of how they are going to line up, but I can see there that that's one of the Whittington brother cars, isn't it, on the front row?
So the car on pole position on the inside of the front row is Bruce Canepa, who won the qualifying race yesterday. Carlos de Quesada in the yellow 935 K3 was second, and Patrick Long in the 934.5 in the 00.
The red and yellow car is the number 30, Alan Turpins. He's already had some fantastic success this morning driving up the field. Yes, yes, and thrice yes, as the Weissach Cup feature race at Rennsport 7 is underway. Oh, my goodness me, be still my beating heart. Bruce Canepa pulls away. I know the commentary's important, but just revel in these historic machines being pushed, being driven, absolutely honouring the people who designed them and engineered them and raced them in periods.
Well, Bruce Canepa, the man at the front of the field, did race this very car in 1979. It's one of the last 935s to be built by the factory. The car that's chasing him, the yellow Whittington Brothers Road Atlanta liveried car of Carlos de Quesada, that's a Kramer version. So Kramer took the base from the factory 935 and then converted it with their own kit, and the 935 K3 was the car to have at the time. A Le Mans winner, of course.
Chatting with one of our Porsche legends, Jochen Mass, on his birthday yesterday, although it seemed I had the best present because I got to chat with Jochen, who I haven't seen for many years. And he said he was always a bit wary of going with any of the tuner cars because he felt that the Porsche guys knew the cars so well.
It's a fair point, yeah, and it's at the time it was really a battle between the factory cars and the tuner cars, but the tuner cars really took the game on a little bit into the early 1980s when the factory stepped away. That's worth remembering too. But Bruce Canepa's getting a gallop on here. Carlos de Quesada in second.
Carlos has run very, very deep into turn 2 at Andretti, but he's making it work and he's massively back on the boost. There was a little puff of smoke from Bruce Canepa in the white car. Pat Long's right there. Alan Turpins, as I suggested he might, has gained on the leaders as well in that yellow and red car. Was there just a little lock of the right front wheel from Bruce there as he turned in? It looked like he was struggling with understeer through the middle of the corner.
And actually, Bruce Canepa signalled Carlos to go through there. He just ran in a bit deep on the brakes. There's a little damp patch there that if you get onto that, it extenuates the problem. So Carlos de Quesada goes through. Remember, these cars at full boost can be up to 800 horsepower.
Canepa's dropping back.
4-speed gearbox. I think Bruce Canepa's got a problem. Yes, he does. This is a great opportunity for Patrick Long. In the twisty stuff, Patrick is just imperious, but he does not have anything like the horsepower that Carlos de Quesada has.
I explained that 00 car as Canepa back into 4th position now, by the way. Challenging for the lead, max commitment through the downhill at turn 9 and into turn 10. 9:34.5. So we see this quite often with Porsche, with a dot something behind it. Normally means another iteration, and Pat's going for the lead in that 9:34.5, 9:34.5. What was the extra half, Peter? Because it doesn't seem to be quite enough to get past the 9:36.
Yeah, it's behind the 9:35. Yeah,
9:35, sorry.
Yeah, so the 9:34 was the first proper turbo customer car, and through goes Patrick Long to the lead at Laguna Seca in the Interscope 00 car, the car owned by Tim Pappas, who's probably watching through his fingers right now in the pits going, oh, be careful, Patrick. But he'll be delighted to see it get to the front. But look at the horsepower of De Quesada's car. So the 934 was the first turbo customer Porsche that you could buy and race. IMSA actually didn't allow it immediately because they were so worried about it. But once they did, Porsche sold kits where you could add 935 parts onto your existing 934, hence the 934.5. But the car of Carlos de Quesada, the yellow machine, that's a 935 K3, a Kramer one with a lot of horsepower. It's a more developed car. And Bruce Canepa, whatever problem he had, he's rallying again.
It's Alan Turpins who's dropped right out of it now. The red and yellow car that was with this leading trio has dropped back. Now, what Pat's got to do, Pat Long has got to do here, is build up enough of a gap coming down to turn 11. And getting out of turn 11, he's all right. But by the time he gets to the start-finish line, the cars behind, a little bit more aerodynamic, a lot more power, they'll be getting into their stride.
Patrick, he's definitely got to make the very most of the corners. You're absolutely right, because as soon as we get onto the straight, that 935 K3 of Carlos de Quesada has got some serious horsepower. Round he goes around the outside. Here comes Carlos on the outside with the Road Atlanta car.
Can he get
He's going to snip the nose off. He can.
No, he's drifted wide. He's going to cut back and diamond the corner off. Here comes Pat Long on the inside, spinning up the rear tyres for a moment. He's had to lift off because Bruce Canepa was right there as well. I saw Pat look across to his right-hand side, but he's going to do the old over and under manoeuvre. But you don't slow down enough for turn 4, Peter. So there wasn't any braking there by Bruce. He's just rolling the car through the corners. So the car that was first across the line is third. The car that was second is first. And the car that third is now second. Are you keeping notes?
Just fantastic. And also it just shows you how physical these cars are to drive. And it's not just open the throttle and it gallops along at the same speed. There's such a finesse. You're steering in. You're
no power
finesse.
steering.
Nope. No way. And you're having to play with the boost knob to get the boost in the right place. You're actually applying the power as you're going into the corner, and then hopefully the turbo wakes up when you want it to, and you've straightened your arms out, and then it catapults you down the straight. A little bit of traffic to contend with. This is where a sharp professional sports car driver like Patrick Long will have an advantage, and indeed he's just got past Bruce Canepa there for second place, but Carlos de Quesada is out front, and he's got to try and make this opportunity now down the front straightaway. Looking like 5 laps to go here, but Carlos de Quesada struggling to put all that power on the ground.
Ranson Webster, by the way, the pink and white Kramer K3 up into 4th position last time around. So Pat Long back into second, but down the inside, Canepa comes very late indeed into the Andretti hairpin. Wow, that was close. And here's Pat Long. Oh, he gets the nose almost chopped off. The leader did not get that yellow car does not get out of the second part of the Andretti hairpin at all well, and that actually concertinaed the leading 3 together.
Wow. And it just shows you just how much power they're trying to get down there. But Patrick Long can really turn that 934.5 really on its nose. It's a really nimble little car. I think it's a little bit lighter than a 935. It's a little bit smaller in footprint as well as Patrick gets up over the curb.
Flat drifting.
the difference is Bruce Canepa, he owns the car he's in, and when he put it up the inside there, Patrick looked in his mirror and thought, no, through you go. This isn't my car.
Well, is it the best thing or the worst thing to own the car? It's back to the lead now. The white number 12 from 1979. Bruce Canepa leads. Carlos de Quesada. That's his car as well, isn't it? That's Carlos's car in second. So the rental driver, if you like, is in third position. Well, it's a rental, let's go mental, isn't it? I mean, that's surely if it's not your car, you've been given carte blanche to drive it like you'd stole it. I don't know.
Push without risk, was that what Lena Gade said?
Lena Gade. Legendary Audi engineer.
Bruce Canepa's getting a real gallop on here after having dropped back from the lead, and he's really rallying now. He won the qualifying race yesterday, and if he could win the Viasat Cup here, what an honour that would be for him.
Alan Turbines, by the way, has dropped down. I think he's pitted that car. So it's Ransom Webster in the Kramer K3 1976. That's the pink and white car in fourth. It looks like PJ Hyatt is up to 50. Yes, he is, and he's just done his fastest lap of the race in the Andal 935L from 1982. That's one of the later cars in the race. And Martin Glauber in the number 64. That's a 1975 RSR spec IMSA GTO car. He makes up the top 6.
And the car of Ransom Webster, that beautiful Japanese livery with the pink and white on it there. It won the 1981 Suzuka 1,000 kilometres with, get this driving lineup, Henri Pescarolo and Bob Wallach.
Two of the best.
Ever.
57 is Ernie Sparda, just coming to turn number 3 now in the white car. Behind him is William Lyon in the 1974 911 in the Samsung colours, as they turn in through turn 4 now.
William Lyons had a very, very busy weekend, driving several cars, including a 910. The car that William Lyons driving there, the blue and yellow car, that's actually a Kramer RSR.
Oh.
So Kramer were, even at that time in the year, as a 1975 RSR, that's when the factory started to stop making RSR and move on to the 934. Kramer came in and improved and improved and improved. And Kramer were well known for road testing their cars on the nearby Autobahn also.
Canepa's had a problem.
Oh no.
Bruce Canepa has had a problem and he's dropping down through the field. Now let's see when he comes past the start-finish line.
It's his transponder.
Is he still leading?
Yeah, he's leading.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just the transponder. Yeah. Breathe, everyone.
This is a great battle between Ernie Sparda in that white number 57. And here comes the RSR down the outside. They're coming up to one of the front-engine Porsches, just going by it now.
The car of Ernie Sparda at the front of shot there, the white 934. It's a Porsche Audi Northwest car. Originally a Brumos car, actually. Then, then Jim Busby had it. Then Monty's Motors had it. Monty Shelton had the car for a while. So the car's got great history, and it's going to have a flat-nosed 934. Interesting.
And coming up on them, like the Clappers, is the number 49 of Ben McGraw, which is one of the 911 IMSA RSRs from 1974. So keep an eye on the other dark blue and yellow car. Classic stuff. We have to talk about the swap shop car, the number 6 of PJ Hyatt.
It's the fastest car on the
circuit
right now.
That's a position,
yeah,
by the way,
for fourth place. Yeah, 129.1 PJ had the last time out. Is that PJ? No, that's Gunnar Jeanette driving. Gunnar Jeanette is at the wheel of the swap shop car. That makes a lot of sense. How fast it's going right now. That car won the Daytona 24 Hours in 1983 with Bob Wallach, Cloud, Ballerina, Preston Hend, and none other than A.J. Foyt, who actually joined the effort midway through the race when his Aston Martin Nimrod blew up. And when Bob Wallach got out the car to hear, don't worry, I'm not going to repeat the whole story, but when he got out the car, I don't think he was initially pleased about his new teammate.
No.
But they ended up winning and they became good friends after that.
Apparently so, yes.
But that's actually an Andile 935. It's not a factory car, it's a tube frame built car to the kind of Moby Dick design. And Alvin Springer, who led Andile at the time, basically built it to put Craver back in their place.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gunnar Jeanette knows 935s very well. His first race was in a 935, so He knows how all of these cars work. Back to the front of the field. Bruce Canepa's back in the lead ahead of Carlos de Quesada, who put his fastest lap in last time around. So the 12, the white number 12 from the yellow, number 94. That's 935 on 935, the same year, the same cars, although the K3, of course, was the Kramer brothers. Across the line for Bruce. I mean, whatever else you think about these cars, and again, a little bit of oil haze on the overrun there from Bruce's car. Whatever else you think about these cars, and if you're watching at home thinking, am I really into Porsche or not? You cannot deny that these are purposeful-looking race cars that underneath, remember, had the silhouette and the body shell of the then 911.
As the 935 progressed, less and less of it became 911, but you still had to have the doors, the roof. And actually, when you look, even one of the most developed 935s, if you go around to the back of it, you can see the 911 in there, and with all the bits on the edge of it.
It's literally tagged around the outside.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Jeanette down the inside, side by side through turn number 5, and Ranson Webster in that beautiful pink and white, the Japanese livery car, just about holding on, still holds on to turn 6, can't afford to hit that inside curb there. Now climbs the hill, went a little bit wide. Here comes Jeanette, side by side up the rear hull straight. Jeanette's going to have to go the long way around. Last of the lid break is at the corkscrew and makes it with a huge afterburner overrun of extra fuel. He had that one turned up to 11 there. That was Spinal Tap racing from Gunnar Jeanette. Absolutely fantastic in the swap shop T-Bird car. Driven in period by Shea's dad, Bill Adam, who I know will be watching. Sent us through a photograph of him driving it yesterday. And that's great to see that car being driven. Bill, I know you'll be watching, and we wish you all the best as they come to the checkered flag. That is a place on the line for Gunnar Jeanette. Bruce Canepa wins it from Carlos de Quesada and Pat Long on the podium. Last corner, or last couple of corners on the last lap, as the 4th position was in dispute. And as I say, anybody who's driven these cars will revel in seeing Gunnar Jeanette pedalling them the way he does.
He really, that was a proper throwback. You're bringing yourself back to the early 1980s. Gunnar, I'm sure there'd be many people would put themselves up for this title, but he's got to be one of the best in the world in this style of car. We've had some of the best Porsche drivers in history join us in the commentary booth this weekend, and I've asked them all about the 935, and they all go, ooh, she was an animal. But it's a pity there, because the swap shop car of Gunnar Jeanette there was so far back in the grid order. When you look at the lap times, Gunnar would have been in there with that top 3. Bruce Canepa ended up taking the win. What a drive that was. Carlos de Quesada in second, and Patrick Long getting another podium in the Interscope car.
It takes something to get under 90 seconds around here. Carlos de Quesada, Patrick Long was just over 90 seconds. Gunnar Jeanette 129.1. I don't think there'll be anybody much quicker than that. I haven't got Bruce's time, unfortunately.
I think Timo Bernhard in the RS Spider in the Stuttgart Cup might well get under that.
I'm sorry, no, I meant in this.
Oh, in this class.
Plateau.
Oh no, for these cars, they will not go any faster than that.
Yeah,
I guarantee you could put whoever you like in these cars, they will not go faster. What a drive from Bruce Canepa, a driver with so much experience in historics. He's owned that car for over 40 years.
That's been a good investment as well, and I'm sure he didn't buy it for that.
Just a bit, yeah. Just a bit.
Never buy cars for investments, by the way. Buy them to enjoy them, buy them to drive them. Buy the car that you want to have at the right time, and if fortune favours, then fine. I always think that when you park your car up, whether it's your race car or your road car, if you don't want to just have a little sneaky look back and have a look at it before you turn the corner, then you've got the wrong car.
That's fair enough. Yeah,
it has to tug at your heartstrings.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I also have a big appreciation for a car that does everything. You know, a car that will do whatever situation you put it in. It will do the job. A Cayenne, even base Cayenne, I would put that in that category.
And I'll take the Cayenne GT Turbo, please. Great win for Bruce Canepa in the Weissach Cup Rennsport feature race. It's Super Sunday here at Laguna Seca.
We're high over all the Sunday fun day here at the Rennsport Reunion at Laguna Seca Raceway, and the experience for fans, drivers, artists, media, everyone's a little bit different in their viewpoint as we share in the ecosystem, which is the 75th celebration of Porsche. But we also have MotorTrend editor Kristen Lee with us here this weekend. Kristen, what's your viewpoint?
Man, this was my first Rennsport Reunion, and my head has been on a swivel. There's been so much to see, so many people to talk to, so many noises to hear, so many foods to try, and I think just seeing all of the cars just like duking it out on the track, this is like a dream come true for so many people, for me, for everyone. It's just been a wonderful weekend, great way to spend it. And I really like talking to all of the people too in the vendor village, especially, you know, we have Hansel at Lean Customs who makes you these beautiful enamel pins. I'm sure you've seen them places. They're really, really great collector's items and everything like that. And also Sam, who's been painting like super photorealistic oil paints and everything. That's been wonderful to see. Just really awesome to see everybody combining automotive passions with all of the other things that they're super good at. This is just a place where passions just intersect, you know, and it's really inspiring to see. So good. Wonderful place. Feeling inspired myself. Back to you guys.
On pit lane now with Shay Adam. And Shay, I talked to you a little bit on Friday of how you literally grew up in and around Porsche and this sport. When you come to these events, is there anyone you slightly fangirl over?
Well, the cars mostly, because that's how Dad raised me. But yeah, this is my first time to Rennsport, completely overwhelmed by everything. Never knew that this is kind of what all the hubbub was about. But you get some of these legendary drivers who come out too, and the names that you've grown up reading about for so long, to meet them, oh, it's just a dream come true.
Well, Shay, we're on pit lane, and we are awaiting the tractors. We're going to have those join us on pit lane here shortly. As we await their arrival, please enjoy a little break before we preview these tractors.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, most satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
We're back here with all the action at what is Rennsport Reunion number 7. It's hard to believe that it's already Sunday. What a beautiful celebration for the 75th birthday of Porsche, the 60th anniversary of the Porsche 911. I get to hang out with my good friend Shay Adam. You've been on many pit lanes in your life. What's it like covering all the action at Laguna Seca?
Oh, it's exhilarating. This is one of the coolest pit lanes because, as you can tell, it's a little bit wide, so there's room for action to happen on this pit lane. But the wall, it's low, so when you go out there to try and call pit stops to get a wider viewpoint on what's happening, the action is right behind you, and you never know what's going to happen on the racetrack. And what's about to happen on the racetrack, that's pretty special as well.
I was going to say, of all the things that you've covered in your motorsport career, did tractors ever cross your mind?
No, I mean, my grandpa's a farmer, so he'd probably be pretty proud of this, but definitely not tractors and definitely not Porsche tractors. That's not something that every little kid grows up thinking about.
So our very own Justin Bell is going to be on one of these tractors. We've been talking about it all weekend. You got a little, you scouted it for him, talking to the owner of that tractor. Any words of wisdom for JB?
Well, see, the interesting thing is the tractor that he's on is one of the fastest out there. Jeff Mosing, who's a racer through and through, he's been a Porsche champion multiple times over in the GT3 Cup back when that ran. It's his tractor, and JB was getting all the tips. Jeff drove it yesterday. He got all the kinks worked out. He knows the proper line to take around because the race only goes from here to turn 5. It's not that many opportunities to make your pass.
Well, he told us he had a farmer's breakfast this morning, but going inside the head of JB, think he's a little nervous?
Oh, completely, because this is the most pressure he'll be under all weekend.
And the best part about it is I know he can hear this conversation right now, but JB, we are rooting for you up here on pit lane. Guys, we're going to be right back with all the action here at Laguna Seca. We've been talking about the tractor race, and it's on its way.
Something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Count down the minutes to the tractor race. Welcome back to Rennsport Reunion number 7. It's been a beautiful celebration amongst the Porsche family and friends, and with the legends here joining us this weekend. If you haven't stopped by to the Icons of Porsche, that is where the autograph sessions are happening with those legendary Porsche fans and friends. We're still on the pit lane waiting for the tractors to make their way to our area. The drivers are getting on the tractors. And Shay, we talked about the race yesterday. As you preview this one, the weather is different. Might we expect different circumstances?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a much cleaner race than we had yesterday, but also there's nothing to lose because you don't have to keep the tractors good for tomorrow's race. But we had superstars like Nick Tandy, who is a farmer, by the way, back home in Bedfordshire, England. We've got Matt Campbell, Felipe Nasser, Jörg Bergmeister, all of these great Porsche drivers now having to use different skills.
The one that I'm surprised that you didn't mention, as a Miami girl yourself, we talk about fangirling over Porsche drivers, but maybe a Miami Heat player could have brought that out?
Yeah, D-Wade for sure, a little bit. You know, we've got Mr. Patrick Dempsey walking around the paddock as well, a great race car driver in and of his own right, stood on the podium at Le Mans in 2015, so very accomplished as far as that's concerned. He might be an all right actor too, I'm not entirely sure about that. No, just kidding, we love you, Patrick. But it's great to have all these different variety of people coming out to race at Porsche's Rennsport.
And we're also going to have a different variety of Porsche diesel tractors making their way to us. Whether you prefer a junior, a super, or a master, we'll see it here shortly. The race is counting down now.
60 years ago, we made history. We reached eternity 9.1 seconds later. Still together today, we are writing our own legend. The race never stops.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
For 75 years, Porsche has been a symbol of precision, performance, passion. From the racetrack to the open road, every Porsche has been a masterpiece of engineering and design. We've conquered circuits around the world, breaking records and setting new standards. From the thrill seekers to the collectors, from the dreamers to the achievers, Porsche has been the driving force behind countless stories. And now, as we celebrate our 75th anniversary, we hit the track once more.
Oh, the sights and sound that is the Rennsport Reunion, and it's also the smells as the tractors make their way to us on pit lane. We're taking a look at the Porsche diesel tractor. This was quite a hit at the prior iteration of Rennsport, so it's no secret that these are back to have some more fun here this weekend. You guys look interested in this. I'm catching up with some fans right here ready to take in the action. What about the tractor excites you?
It's really special, but this is the first time we can see the race with tractor only in Rennsport, maybe.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat deal as the fans are lined up here to take this all in. And man, I just can't even believe that we're live to be able to see this happening in full color. I'm going to talk to, hey, Dane, you're underneath the helmet here. Dane Cameron, a Penske Porsche driver, going to be manning one of the tractors. Now, I'm sure you had, like, your pregame, probably looked at some film to get ready for today. What's your idea headed into turn one?
Yeah, we watched the shenanigans yesterday. My main goal is to survive. My first time ever on a tractor was from there to here, so I have no idea what I'm doing. But it's pretty fun, so it's a pretty cool thing. It's great to see everybody rush out for this. We'll see if we can make some passes before the hill and try not to fall off.
Dane, as you've taken in this Rennsport Reunion and just being part of the Porsche family, how has this experience been this weekend? Is there a memory or a highlight that you'll go home with?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing. It's certainly something that I really looked forward to when I joined Porsche, and just to see the passion for the brand, see the fans. It's great, really, really great to see, and just see the history, where the brand has been and where it's going. It's great to see it here in one event.
Well, as we count down to what will be this race, what do you have for your competitors?
As long as I think Campbell and Jaminet are here, so obviously teammates in the Porsche program, Penske program, so as long as I beat those two guys, then I'll be happy.
Good luck, Dane. Congrats. This is going to be so exciting. So a very mixed grid of drivers. Obviously, we have professionals like Dane Cameron. We have our very own JB, and we have a super big line of fans, whether to take this in. And as we get back to finding Justin Bell, I got to get inside of his mindset. of what he went through this morning. I know that he had the champions breakfast. I don't know if that was eggs and bacon, but knowing JB, it was probably something of that effort. I am on the wall with Anya Kimperman now, who runs the Porsche Penske. Well, I can say that, right? You're head over it. You take drivers in and around. What did you tell Dane ahead of this race?
To make the win, of course.
You're taking in the Rennsport Reunion this weekend. I know just a lifelong motorsport fan to be over here now working with Penske. Dream come true for you, Anya?
Definitely. And this is a perfect combination because I'm here with my new team, where I'm the team coordinator and driver handler, and I have all my friends from Vintage here, and it's perfect. So 80% of the paddock is my friends and family, so it's amazing.
Well, it's been awesome to watch your first year with Penske. I know it's been a dream come true, and congratulations on all the success. We are still on the hunt of trying to find Justin Bell. I know he's getting parked. Ooh, look at Bobby Aiken pointing me on the way to Justin Bell. Let's go get our guy. We're getting him mic'd up to get some underneath the helmet thoughts from Justin Bell. I know he's been talking about this all weekend, but now the moment is here. We've been talking about what's been going on in his thoughts as he preps for the day and the moment. We'll try not to rattle him too much as he gets into his game plan for the day. I know, it's me. We're bothering you again. All right, JB, well, now that you can probably hear me now, as I get a mic to you. Hello. First of all, love the helmet. Looks really good. Final thoughts as you prep for this race.
I've got to dig into my agricultural roots. That's what I got to do. I got to channel my grandpa. But I don't think I'm behind the David McNeil WeatherTech tractor. It's not going to be good.
So I heard this actually was a really fast tractor, so I think you do have the ability to get to the front, but you also might be blocked out by a Penske Porsche driver by the name of Dane Cameron.
I know I'm a little nervous about the opposition, but, you know, when in doubt, cheat. You just cheat, basically. I'm going to be as fast as I can. That's it. On behalf of us.
Well, how are you with crowds? Because there's a lot of fans here to root you on. Do they build you up a little bit? Let's hear it for Justin Bell out here.
I know, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I better go and get ready, look. Amanda, you're in my way.
Well, for the fans that are racing, can you explain the Le Mans start for us?
Run faster than you've ever run and get in the slowest thing you've ever driven. That's the key.
Good luck, we'll be watching.
Well, what a phenomenal array of machinery on the front straight. The Porsche tractor history, which I swatted up on for 6. I actually know far more about Porsche tractors than anybody has a right to be honest, Peter. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. However, all joking aside, this is a perfect example, and people are going to be laughing all around the world and around the circuit when I say this. This is a perfect example of Porsche's approach to everything, because this is engineering-led. There was a necessity for agricultural vehicles in the late 1950s, and Porsche had a design for a diesel engine, a single-cylinder diesel engine. Now, that works very well on the Porsche Junior, which is the smallest of the tractor, but the Standard, the Super and the Master, they needed more power output. So instead of designing 2 or 3 more engine blocks, they basically just tacked a single cylinder to make it a twin, to make it a triple, to make it a quad, a 4-inline diesel engine. Obviously, you've got to connect them together with a crankshaft, but basically that's what you're doing. So if the single had 11 horsepower, the twin had 22, 33, 44, etc. And that's basically how it goes through. Now, I reckon we have got a little bit of balance of performance here, because I think the bigger engine tractors are all on a handicap system further back down the grid. The tractors, they built about 125, 130,000 of them, around about 1,000 made their way to the US, and from the late 50s, still building them in the early 1960s. They are tremendously reliable. There was an idea that they would extend further and build a whole new factory, and that never happened. So they are sort of, in terms of the numbers, they're pretty exclusive Porsches. Shea Adam is down on the grid.
This is a lot of excitement down here. All these drivers getting a little bit limber, getting ready for the highest stakes of the weekend. Everyone wants to win the last tractor race because, of course, you don't get another shot at it for 5 years. So all of these drivers out here on the line, ready to go. Jeff Schwartz definitely with a slight advantage. He's got the most aerodynamic tractor, and he's not actually even standing on the line. He is now all the way over. There we go. 1 minute. 1 minute to the command has been given. They are getting ready, making sure everybody is good to go. Green flag is in hand. Now all the pressure is on. All the drivers ready to run as fast as their legs can possibly carry them. Green flag is in the air. Green flag falls, and away go all of our tractor runners. And first off, there we go, Jeff Schwartz tagged into action. Now, who can get their tractor fired up and moving first? Well, Matt Campbell with a really solid start. Dane Cameron doing the old karting trick, bouncing up and down in the seat of his tractor. He is up into second already, watching the rest of these tractors getting rolling and moving. Everybody is off the grid. John, we should be good for this race.
Jeff Schwartz had a runner to come across the track, which I thought was a great idea. Justin Bell, JB, off and running. Let's see if we can go on board with Justin Bell as he comes up the start line. He's picking his way through. Justin already moving up. He's crouching down over the front wheel, the steering wheel, and already moving up. The quicker tractors, the 4-cylinder Masters, moving really nicely. Now, where's JB? Here he comes on the outside. JB 3 wide as he goes down. Now, we thought that this was a quick tractor. He's up into third position already. Are the front wheels actually touching the ground? Talk about the wacky races. This is magnificent. It's only to turn 5. Justin looking over his left-hand shoulder. I'm not sure he's going to catch the leader, but he's got a real chance of a podium finish. Who's this coming up on the inside? We've got a shortcut down the pit lane exit as well.
That's not Justin Bell on the outside there, John. He's one of the Porsche Penske factory drivers. I'm trying to ID the helmet. We've got Dane Cameron on the inside of the Mario Andretti straightaway, and we're going to have a dead heat here by the looks of it. Actually, we've got someone miles up ahead going into turn 5. Jeff Schwartz, he's taken the shortcut as well.
Yeah, hand up from one of the drivers at the front of the field. Are you sure that's not Justin?
No, Justin's further back.
All right. Oh, coming through the...
There's Justin at the back of the
Justin
back right of the
is
shot.
standing up, 4 wide. Justin Bell, hand in the air, waving to the crowd. So it wasn't him that got through. He's trying to urge the tractor on. The Penske Porsche drivers. There's an awful lot of Porsche Penske Motorsport honour at stake here. Dane Cameron trying to pick his way through. Oh, looking over the shoulder again. We've got 3 wide coming down. There's 2 more corners to go, and the run towards the final checkered flag for the tractors this year, as Justin Bell is trying to cut his way through. I see what he's doing. He was turning up the wick a little bit there with the the hand throttle, trying to get a bit, maybe another 10 or 15 revs.
It's like a 935 boost knob.
Yep, absolutely.
Just exactly the same. And around the outside, we've got the two Penske Motorsport drivers, Dane Cameron on the inside, and around the outside, is that Mathieu Jaminet?
It is Mathieu Jaminet. Justin Bell makes another overtake. Thumbs up from the standard on the inside. That is a super that Justin's driving, so that's the 3-cylinder car. Professional tractor driver. He has been paid in turnips for this one. He's told me earlier, as the Porsche diesel with all of 40-odd horsepower is propelling him towards the finishing line. The question for me is, which of the Penske drivers has got the best? We got the mechanical black flag there and a marshal holding a front wheel from a tractor. I'm fairly certain that was a front wheel from a tractor. That is brilliant attention to detail by the marshal.
I think that was the tractor that Felipe Nasr was on yesterday. It looked a little bit like the wheel was going to come off yesterday, and it's made its way off today. Oh dear, oh dear.
I think Jaminet and Cameron was a dead heat there, don't you?
I think so. I think I saw Fred Macavecchi out there also. I could be mistaken, but it looked very like his helmet. Is that what is? It looks like almost like a vinyl record.
No, I know what that was. That tractor yesterday had a ploughing implement behind it with that disc on it, and that dropped down on the ground and fell off, and the marshals have given it back. I had a marshal do that to me very kindly when I lost a hubcap, a wheel cap, from the left rear of a Mazda RX-3 that I was demoing at Bicester Heritage recently.
That's a fairly niche example, but yeah, it shows you the great work that the marshals do. Yes. Not often you say that. I lost my rear left hubcap on a Mazda RX-3.
Well, the thing is,
beautiful 997 turbo there, just beside all the tractors. Is that a turbo?
GT,
997 turbo. Lovely.
Yeah, GT Silver by the look of it.
Perfect.
The problem with RX-7 hubcaps is that you can't easily get them, and this one has come all the way from Australia. Still got some of the tractors are finishing their run.
This is the ex-Felipe Nasr tractor from yesterday.
Great, got a bit of extra heritage.
Pedigree.
Bit more pedigree, yeah.
Quite right, yeah. So this was where we nearly had a crash on the access road coming back, where Jörg Bergmeister refused to lift out the throttle and nearly crashed into a nondescript SUV.
He said that. I think we've got everybody off the track now. Yes, we have.
Yep. Oh, maybe one more. I think we maybe got the most of them are painted red, but there is an orange one.
The ex-Felipe Nasr.
The ex-Nasr.
Yeah. A bit more provenance for that one. Mm-hmm. The number of Google searches, other search engines are, of course, available, DuckDuckGo being among them, for tractors, Porsche tractors, when it was announced just before Rennsport 6 that there would be a tractor race, went up about 1 million-fold. And I have to say, I think the purchase price of tractors went up a little bit as well.
I want to see if I can get one to enter in the World Ploughing Championships next week. My stepfather's competing, and he's in another brand, and I think he's got no chance unless he gets one of these things.
Yeah, well, that's well, yes. They are still, considering there was 125,000 of them built or thereabouts, and they are working vehicles. There are still an inordinate percentage of them around, and many of them do still work. Now, quite clearly, there's been quite a lot of care and attention being lavished on some of the shinier ones, and we've got the two Porsche Penske Motorsport drivers together heading up the hill there, Matt Jaminet and Dane Cameron. I have to say, I quite like the Master coming up with the extra aerofoil on the top. No, it's just a roof.
It's almost like a chaparral rear wing, isn't it? We do have on the Gunner Racing tractor with the half Lowenbrow, half Pink Pig livery, it's got a rear wing from a 911 GT1.
That's John Oates' tractor. The pop legend.
Imagine if you've just rolled into the circuit and all of a sudden you've got a queue of about 25 tractors coming through.
You think,
welcome to Rennsport.
If you didn't know, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful.
Somebody drops in from Mars and goes, what is this Porsche thing that's going on? And oh, it's all about tractors, apparently.
This shows you that also that we we also like to have fun in the Porsche family too, whether that be with tractors or with fire-spitting 935s. I mean, what a show we had in that Weissach Cup race. I have to come back to, between Bruce Canepa, Carlos de Quesada and Patrick Long, putting on such a show.
Well, it just shows the massive variety, doesn't it? I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. The race yesterday, as a little taster, we had it side by side with Patrick Dempsey. Today, as you saw, we took the data from that and worked out a balance of performance, and that gave us plenty of action, particularly up to the first corner and through the first corner. I think Justin's just taking his helmet off there. So stay with us. That was a little bit of fun. We've got more action to come later on this afternoon, including the second race of the weekend for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America here at Rennsport 7.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Certainly one of the fan favourites, the tractor race. Justin Bell having competed, so he can add a Porsche diesel tractor, which has gone past our booths and heading back down into the paddock. And Le Mans winner, of course, in a Viper, in the rent-a-car Viper in his class. Back down through the years, he's raced just about every racing car going, and we'll find out from him in a moment exactly what he made of driving that very shiny tractor, in fairness. If there was a Concours d'Elegance, that one would be right up there, taking a little bit of the air as he comes down with that red, white and blue helmet that has, that helmet colour that has served him so well down through the years. So coming up later on for your enjoyment here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel, presented by Michelin, our celebration of all things Porsche at Rennsport 7 will include the second race of the weekend from the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. We had a new winner on the season for the first one, and just the fourth winner for this 2023 season. But still, feature races galore to come from the rest of the grids that are here this weekend, Peter.
The next one up, which will be coming on a little later, is the Werks Trophy, which is, well, some of the most exotic machinery in there. The very, very lightweight, streamlined prototypes from the 904 all the way through to the 917, and I absolutely cannot wait to see those cars in action. Not one, but two Gulf 917. So if you're a fan of the movie Le Mans and Steve McQueen, you are going to love it.
if you're a fan of the movie, I'm sorry, is there anybody who doesn't love the movie Le Mans who is interested in Porsches?
Probably not at this event.
No.
I think that would maybe be fair to say. They are. I wasn't going to say something very controversial. I'm more of a fan of the Martini cars myself.
Really?
Maybe that's my background of my previous career, maybe, I don't know. But I thought the Martini cars were very, very cool. So lots coming up today. The Icons of Porsche Showcase will be heading out onto circuit. Several chapters of Porsche's rich history moving on track, and we'll take you through all of them when they're out there. Then we go into the GT exhibition, which has a lot of more modern machinery with 911 GT3Rs and some RSRs too, to make some real music here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Then the factory exhibition, where Porsche very kindly brought one of their 919 hybrids out of the museum, John, which those cars are not the work of a moment. There's a whole team of people with it to get it moving and get it running, but when it's out there, it's spectacular.
The newest 911 as well, the GT3R Rennsport Edition, unveiled earlier on this week. 620 horsepower, 4.2 litre flat six, normally aspirated engine, and a body kit to die for. You may have seen some pictures earlier on in the week. We'll have that being pedalled properly, quickly around the circuits, and a variety of Porsche Club North America as well on the circuit. Now, we're just waiting for JB to come in. I know why he couldn't quite find it. He had the headlights on. he was sapping 2 or 3 horsepower there by having the headlights on in that Porsche Super.
Do you know what makes me sick, though? How is Justin's hair still perfect after that?
It's because it's Justin.
Yeah, only Justin Bell could pull that off.
Of course.
He's the king of cool there on the tractor.
Amanda is waiting to welcome back our conquering to us. He's still, Amanda, our conquering hero.
I'm getting caught up on the tractor with JB for the interview. This is lovely. Okay, so if I'm counting correctly, you are the 7th tractor to make its way to us. I don't know if that's the finishing order, but I saw you get squeezed there on pit lane. What was your strategy?
Did you see that? That was right up against the wall. No, I was like, I better back off. My tractor was stopped when I got to it. The engine, when I ran across, the engine was off. So so it was a little bit of a chaos, you could say. And I was like, no, my beautiful Le Mans start just went upside down. I can't stop it. So it was actually so much fun. And then you saw it. Jeff Swart took to the pit lane. All the driver's briefing rules went out of the window, and I thought, another 12 laps I could have won.
So the biggest question, and I hate that the booth beat me to it, but they were curious how your hair still looks the same.
My what is?
Your hair still looks the same.
A lot of product. I look at Patrick Dempsey as my inspiration, and I realize that he obviously puts a lot of gunk in his hair every morning, and so I have to too.
Well, this was really fun. I'm excited to share in this day. I know we had the countdown to this on our calendars, and I would say it paid off.
Do you know what? It's weirdly how much fun you can have going slow. Kind of sums up my racing career, really. But it's so fun. And thank you to Jeff Mosing for letting me drive his tractor. But I think I had it. I needed a long straight.
Well, we are back to racing here at Laguna Seca. There's going to be so much more action happening us here at the Rennsport Reunion. Hanging out with my friend JB on the tractor. I don't think there's been a cooler moment for me here this weekend. We'll come back and join you with Cars on Track.
Schenker, official logistics partner of the GT4 e-Performance Tour, on the way to clean logistics.
in the stereo, cop circle the block. Yeah, I guess they on their neighborhood watch. And this timepiece is more than just a neighborhood watch. So when they spot it, they wonder how a nigga got it. Out of town, they call me flashy. I'm singing for the masses. For the masses, masses.
As well as having one of the most challenging and exciting motor racing circuits in the world, the Monterey Peninsula boasts some spectacular scenery, wildlife, and some of the best places to go and eat and drink anywhere in the world. Great destination, even if there's not Porsches running around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. You'll find the car culture, though, pretty much everywhere you turn around here. Obviously, there's the history of Cannery Row as well, up into Pacific Grove, some great eateries there. And when you can, all the way down to Big Sur, although the Highway 1 is closed at the moment, so you can't easily get down there. Some fabulous places, as I say, to go and enjoy the car culture. And of course, you can always run up to Pebble Beach if you fancy a quick round of golf, Peter.
As Dwayne Wade did a couple of days ago before coming to Rennsport Reunion and sunk a hole-in-one on the 7th.
I know. Extraordinary.
He maybe had a bit more success than his fellow countrymen at golf this weekend.
Saying nothing about that. We still have to get out of here.
We do. Very true.
Just mentioning that, of course, there's the famous scenic drive that I recommend, if you haven't done, you do go. It takes you right through the back of Pebble Beach. Whether you're a golf fan or not, it's a lovely way just to spend half an hour or so in the 15-mile drive around the coastline, not too far away. Carmel just round the corner as well, of course, with its wonderful array of shots. And you can fly directly into the airport, which is just round the corner. I found out that American are doing direct flights from Dallas as well. I didn't realise that. Always just used to be the little hopper planes. So the weather playing ball with us now. Little splash of rain this morning, but the scenery looking fantastic, and it's all looking great for this afternoon. Let's pick up with a little bit of the atmosphere, because it's about the camaraderie, it's about the family, and it's about who you bump into down in the pit lane in the paddock, and that's where Kristen is right now.
Hey, I'm joined with actual personal friend of mine, Rob Fuller, and this is Kelvin. These two guys were racing Kelvin was racing when this beautiful number 78 911 just wrapped up this morning, but I think it's really unique to talk to these two because you guys are not Porsche people. You are Datsun people, and that is where you cut your teeth. So what are you guys doing here?
Well, let me start off by saying that Kelvin is actually a Porsche guy, but he also owns a 510. And so we run Datsuns and love vintage motorsports and vintage racing. And so Kelvin and I do a lot of Datsun 510 stuff together.
Rob's the best.
That's nice of you. So it was just a natural progression for us to come help him with this P car.
How was the racing this weekend? What place did you come in?
I came in 9th. It was battling all the way through, and really clean racing. We really enjoy the competitive spirit, and we enjoy preparations of the car, and all the guys know that these cars are a part of history.
But you're not telling the whole story. You didn't just wind up in 9th, you moved up, right?
Oh, we did move up. We started in position 15, and we had a
seven cars on the first lap. And so Kelvin is a great driver, and this car's been so good to us, and thanks to Nick for the great prep all weekend, and we're having a good time. And you know what? The most important thing about vintage racing, family and friends. That's right. Like we're here with all of our friends, family and friends, and
all of our racing friends.
Exactly. It's a wonderful time.
So real briefly, can you tell us really what kind of difference in talent and transfer of everything? How does this feel different from a 510 that you're used to driving?
Oh, it's hugely different. I mean, it's a front engine. A 510 is a front engine rear wheel drive car versus a rear engine rear wheel drive. I mean, pretty much as soon as the car is pointed in the right direction, you use your rear gas to steer it through a corner. So it's hugely different. And there was a little bit of a learning curve for me to transition from the B sedan car earlier in the weekend. I had some issues transferring weight, but after I kind of figured it out with my driving coach here, it all worked wonderfully. Thank you, Rob.
You did a great job, and it was really cool. I must say, yesterday morning in the rain was, I mean, we don't really get a chance to race a lot in the rain in vintage racing, and it was so cool to have another experience, and this guy hustled this thing around and brought it back in one piece, and that's the most important part of vintage racing.
Absolutely. You know, I think the most important part is being here with all my racing buddies and our racing family, you know. That is the most important part to us. Awesome.
That is fantastic. Thank you guys for giving me the time. If any of you watching are ever in the San Jose area and you have a Datsun, be sure to check out Rob's shop, Z-Car Garage. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Porsche Rennsport 7, and we once again have welcomed a sell-out crowd today. We came up with the dark this morning, Peter, and greeted exactly as we were yesterday. Immediately as we pulled onto the entry road, which is about, 2.5, 3 miles out, big signs saying, sorry, but if you have a ticket, you don't have a ticket, you can't come in. No drive-ups today, no walk-ups today. What a fantastic event. Great job by everybody here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and by Porsche Cars and Porsche Motorsport America.
And the Porsche community has been yearning, longing for this event for 5 years. We've had some interruptions in the world since 2018, the last one, but I think that's what builds up the anticipation and why so many owners have made a big effort to bring the cars out and friends and family
I've seen
too.
cars. We've seen cars. We were at the Baja Cantina, one of those great car places that we were talking about. We went there last night after we'd finished work. There were Porsches in there with plates. How many Porsches were there? There must have been 50 or 60 Porsches, and I think there was probably 30 different states represented at that point. And you make a good point there. We talk about it being 5 years since the last one. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll be 5 years to the next one. This is literally a movable feast of Porsche, and it tries to coincide with big Porsche anniversaries, and 75th of the first Porsche road car, 60th of the 911. Two big ones there.
That about as big as they get, really, for Porsche cars. So that's why it's such a privilege to be here. But lots more anniversaries come around, and you know, it's the 40th anniversary of the swap shop car winning Daytona, and it's here. You know, there's loads of different anniversaries all around. It's the 40th anniversary of Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood winning Daytona overall in a 911.
Yeah,
you can pick your choice from all over Porsche history.
Next, and we are surrounded by some of the greatest. Now, this line is drool-worthy. There's no other way to put it. Leading them out is Hurley Haywood in one of his race cars with a passenger. I mean, how lucky can you get to be taken around Laguna Seca with Hurley in his own car? We've also got a Brumos Porsche with none other than two-time Grand Am champion Andrew Davis behind the wheel of that car. We've got a lineup of historic cars, new cars, the 935 back out. We've got a 914. We've got so many 911s waiting to go. They're all revving their engines because all of a sudden it is within time to send out the safety car and then to send out these cars for some parade laps. So John, I'm sure that you and Peter know more about these cars that are about to go out. I'm just enjoying the sights, the sounds, and the smells.
Ah, yes, the smells. We haven't talked about that because there is a very particular smell that old race cars make, and whether that's the slightly different oil compounds that they're using, old rubber, glass fibre rather than carbon fibre. And by the way, that special guest in the front of the car, in the front of the field, is none other than the CFO of Porsche, Thierry Cartocci.
What a special experience to ride shotgun with Hurley in one of the fastest Porsches ever made, over 1,000 horsepower in that number 59 Brumos machine. We had the great privilege of having Hurley Haywood with us in the booth yesterday, and he told us about going from a 300 horsepower 911 to the 1,000 horsepower or more 91710, an open spider body, and he's going to lead the queue of race cars, at least the white, blue and red machine. Also another car of note which we'll look at as we go through. Bruce Meyer is in the Le Mans winning 1979 Porsche Kramer 935 that was driven by the Whittington brothers and Klaus Ludwig. And I tell you what, Klaus Ludwig, what a driver he was. He was fantastic.
Klaus extended his career quite a long time, actually. And I had the great pleasure of seeing Klaus race many, many times. But how about that? Riding shotgun. How early do you think Thierry had to shout shotgun to get that ride with Hurley?
Well, it's when you get to that level of a company as successful as Porsche, and you get CFO, Chief Financial Officer, you deserve these opportunities. That's a lot of hard work to reach that level in your career, and to ride shotgun with Hurley Haywood, a driver who finished third in the Can-Am Championship in that car in 1972 behind George Follmer and Mark Donoghue. And again, Hurley told us yesterday about how much help he got from Mark Donoghue, who developed the car. Look at this.
Well, the regulations stated that you had to have a cockpit that was capable of taking a second seat. But of course, it's tight because nobody ever did. You didn't have ride-on mechanics like you used to in the early days of Le Mans. So it fulfilled the letter of the regulations because there was enough room to put in almost like the old-fashioned dicky seat that you used to have. But really, that was just a regulation. These cars never had a passenger. It's not as if you had, even when they were doing the classic European road races, they didn't have a navigator in there.
Well, these Can-Am cars that were, again, the Porsche Can-Am car 91710, 91730 was developed between particularly Helmut Flegel at the factory and Mark Donoghue. But the gentleman who wrote or co-wrote Mark Donoghue's autobiography, Paul van Vankenberg, also designed the safety seat in the 91710 and 30. Talk about an adaptability of skills, being a designer, an engineer, and a writer at the same time. And the driver of the road car at the front, the 918 Spider, is none other than Frank-Stefan Walliser, a very well-known name in Porsche Motorsport and Porsche AG as a total.
Yeah, now, Frank-Stefan Walliser, in his time, has been head of motorsport. He's been head of 911. And he's in the driver's seat of that car. He's a 993 owner. He bought a very nice black-on-black 993 convertible here in the States, actually, and took it back to Germany and had it all restored. Massive fan of everything Porsche, and particularly the air-cooled cars. And always great to talk to. When he was head of motorsport, I particularly remember a conversation I had with him at the Nürburgring on a World Endurance Championship weekend, and I'd been allowed to have half an hour with him to talk about the motorsport programme, and I met him in the Porsche hospitality at the top of the pit building, and we sat outside and we're watching the cars go through the back of the Grand Prix circuit, and I realised that all of our time had been used up talking about our 993s rather than anything to do with the motorsport. So had to come back another day to do the motorsport. It's absolutely, I tell that story because it's indicative, Peter, of all of the executives at Porsche. They are car people. Now, that sounds pretty obvious. Oh, it's a car company, therefore you'll have car people. It's not always the case. And in other major car manufacturers, Porsche is a big player and it's a big company, but it's a relatively small car company. Yes, it's part of the bigger group, of course it is, and therefore it gets some advantages in terms of component sharing, platform sharing and development. But at its heart, it is still an engineering company, it's still an enthusiast-run company, and a company that looks at things often slightly differently from other people and tries to find different solutions. This display is a perfect example of what Porsche has done down the years.
And the car at the back of the field there, or the back of the queue, I should say, that 914.6 is a Brumos car, number 59 Brumos car, that won the first ever IMSA race back in 1971 at Virginia International Raceway. Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood. Of course, Hurley's up the front of this queue in the 917-10 in the later Brumos colours, the white, blue and red. The reason why it changed from orange to white, blue and red was because orange didn't show up very well on a black and white photograph, and Brumos and their owner at the time, Peter Gregg, they were such sticklers for detail, and things like that were really, really important, and what made them such a successful race team. But there's also in this queue a car that's won its class at Pikes Peak. So we've got endurance racing, we've got hill climbing, we've got what else have we got? Groundbreaking road cars in the 918 Spider, which uses a motorsport derived engine. What a purposeful little machine that orange 914-6 is, coming down through the rainy curve. Mid-engine, not rear engine, of course, for the 914-6.
Yeah, Hubert Brundage, who founded Brumos in the 1950s. Peter Gregg taking it on, and I mean, hugely impressive in the 1970s. Peter Gregg, Curly Haywood and Jack Atkinson. And when you think of what has happened even since then with Dan Davis as well, and it continues, and even the name Brumos has a story behind it, doesn't it?
That's right. It was the telex number. So Brundage Motors, Brumos. That was what when you typed a telex, it was that was where Brumos, and it just rolls off the tongue. And if you're ever in Florida near Jacksonville, go to the Brumos collection. Dan Davis, the owner of the Brumos collection and the Brumos racing team as it stands, has just built an amazing facility there. And Brumos have gone back racing. David Donoghue, someone who won with Brumos in the day. I remember that, like the 2009 Daytona 24 Hours, David Donoghue just roasting Juan Pablo Montoya and charging off to victory. David Donoghue now races at Pikes Peak. He's taken a GT2 RS with quite heavy modifications, but it runs under the Brumos name and colours, more importantly.
Yeah, Pikes Peak has seen a couple of big Porsche teams with history coming back recently with the champion team as well. It would be absolutely wrong of me not to mention Bob Snodgrass in relation to Brumos. Sadly, no longer with us. Bob was my introduction into Brumos, and an absolute gentleman in every sense of the word. A gentleman, big fella, but a very gentleman. Loved his motor racing, and fair to say, brought me into the American racing fold and helped me in my early days in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and gave me the opportunity to wander around the collection of Brumos when it was still in its fairly anonymous grey building behind the dealership. Let's pick up a couple of more cars here, Peter, for our audience here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and further afield. A car that has the Porsche genes, certainly, and even if you haven't seen any old Porsche, you would sort of say, oh, that's a bit of a Porsche shape, but this is an important car, the number 46.
It's a hugely important car. This was Porsche's first ever Le Mans winner in class. 1951, it's called a 356 SL Streamliner. The car it's owned by Cameron Healy and meticulously restored by Rod Emery, not only from a technical side, but from a research side, to make sure that every little detail is as it was. This is really the genesis of Porsche's Le Mans success. Remember, the car company of Porsche was only 3 years old when that car drove on the road from Stuttgart to Le Mans. They were given a special dispensation to enter because, remember, it was only 6 years after the war, and they were given a special dispensation by the ACO, and they raced under the French importer.
Yeah, correct.
So that car on screen right now is the genesis of what we love of Porsche at Le Mans.
Won its class?
Won its class, 1.1 litre class, yeah.
Obviously the streamlining very important. The front wheels were fared in, but they still had to be slightly blistered so that you could get some turn on the front wheels. And since that 1951 entry, there's never been a Le Mans that's run without a Porsche in it.
That's right, and well over 100 class victories in the history of that great race.
I saw this car at Le Mans Classic when I was doing Le Mans Classic this year. Had a good crawl over it. It's immaculate.
It's Rod Emery and his team and Cameron Healy, the owner, have the effort and the years they have put into this car is just amazing, and the fact that it's brought out. It could be locked in a vault somewhere because it's irreplaceable. It's almost impossible to put a value on, but it's always taken out for people to enjoy. It's sat for people to take photographs with all weekend. Big respect to Cameron Healy and Rod Emery for that.
And in fact, a close relative of that car, 356 number 1, is here as well.
That's right. Yes,
the
a very
car
close relative
of 75 years ago. The 356 was the engineering project number of Dr. Porsche's company. He had designed cars for other people. He had consulted and engineered cars for other people, including Wanderer, which was one of the 4 brands that was taken in along with Horst, Auto Union, Wanderer and Audi to make the 4 rings of Audi. He designed them for other people, but the 956 was the first of a Porsche street cars, and that was literally a couple of 3 years before we saw that car racing and winning its low capacity class. There was an index of performance and efficiency in those days as well.
It won that too.
And it won, I was going to say, yes, it won that too. And Porsche just have an incredible history at Le Mans. Amazingly, they didn't win Le Mans overall until 1970. And that was the era of the car that we're looking at now, the Coca-Cola car, the bigger prototypes, cars that you would have seen something similar a little bit earlier than that one actually in 1970. It would have been the 917s, but again there's a story to be told in the street cars and the road cars. There's evolution all the way through. The 917 begat the 956, which begat the 962. There was a transfer of technology that runs like a bloodline through Porsche's DNA of racing.
And if something worked in development, they would keep that development for as long as it was possibly relevant. And if something didn't work in development, it would be pushed right down into the bottom of the bin and not to be resurfaced. Again, Porsche were very good at that, but not repeating mistakes, but also, you know, making sure you make the most of your successes as well. The Coca-Cola 962, the Aiken Racing car on your shot right now. What a machine that is. And Bob Aiken, what a star he was. Someone, there were a few in him at the time, as there is today, of people who, and it always amazes me, John, of people who can run a very successful business and race at the top level as well. That's such a hard thing to pull off. Now, we have someone in our broadcast crew who knows a thing or two about that car, Bobby Aiken, son of Bob. Bobby, welcome to our Contribute for the first time this weekend.
Cozy little place you guys got.
It is, yes. Cozy in size, maybe not in temperature, possibly. Now, tell us about this car. Your dad drove this car so successfully. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's an amazing car with an amazing history. It was the second 962 ever delivered in the U.S. Sorry. Strike that. First one delivered in the U.S. I was there when we got the car at JFK Airport. It was flown in because it was late, and my dad said to Porsche, "You got to get it over here." So they flew it, and it was a scene out of Central Casting from the warehouse at JFK Airport, where this car just appeared out from behind a big stack of other boxes, and it was completely open, and it was just strapped to a little cargo pallet, and there it was. And I said I've never seen anything so beautiful in my whole life. And it was delivered in red gel coat, which was also really interesting. Most of them came in white, and but we knew it was going to be a Coke car, so they did it in red for us. It raced successfully. Stuck put it on the pole at Sebring by over 5 seconds, which was unheard of at the time. And Al Holbert, who was the Porsche boss, got really angry with us. He came running down and said, "You guys, now IMSA knows how fast it is. You screwed it all up." And then my dad had a just horrible accident in the car in 1 year later, exactly, at Charlotte. And he walked away. luckily, nobody really knows how. If you watch, you can see the wreck on YouTube. It's frightening, and that was the end of the chassis, we thought. And then many years later, going into Rennsport 2015, I got a call from Kevin Jeanette. Says, "Hey, how would you like to drive 102?" And I said, "102 doesn't exist." He said, "We found it. We fixed it better than new, and the guy who owns it wants you to drive it." And I was like, "You don't have to ask me twice." So, Rennsport 2000, Rennsport 5, I got to drive that car here, and it was the time of my life.
Tell me about the genesis of the Coca-Cola sponsorship, because it was never meant to be the long-term relationship that it ended up being, was it?
No, it was actually funny because Coca-Cola had been one of the founding partners building the Daytona International Speedway, and Chapman Root and his father were really angry because NASCAR had done a deal with Pepsi and decided to call the 24-hour like the Pepsi Challenge. And they were the Coca-Cola bottling franchise in all of Florida, and obviously big Coca-Cola family. So they were really, really upset, and they wanted to do something about it. And so my dad gets this call one day from a guy he didn't know. Says, "Hi, my name's Preston Root. I want to sponsor your race car, and I want to paint it Coca-Cola colors." And so the very first race under Pepsi sponsorship at Daytona International Speedway, that the previous car, the 935, dressed in Coca-Cola colors, was on the pole for the 24-hour.
That's remarkable. And of course, like the 962 was such a move on from the 935. But your dad, do you remember what your dad said about these cars? What did he comment about them at the time? What was his feedback?
He just thought it was such a leap forward.
Mm-hmm.
It was so comfortable. I mean, they are really, especially with the long tail bodywork, they're a bit like a Cadillac, you know. Very, very user friendly, to be honest. And he loved it, but he still had a soft spot for the 935s, and I think he was probably apples to apples a little quicker in a 935 because everyone that was really, really good in a 962 brought him to a whole nother level of lap time. Okay. And the pros were that much better because the car was so much better. And I think it was Stuck who said that sometimes you just you need to turn your brain off. The car will do it.
Of course, it was such a big step on aero-wise with the big tunnels underneath, wasn't it? The aerodynamic, the ground effect was. Norbert Singer really wanted to bring that in, didn't he, with that car? Yeah,
it really sucked down to the ground, and then when they got the other bodywork with the shorter tail for tracks like Laguna Seca, you know, these were designed for Le Mans with the long tail. The short tail made it even more brilliant car to drive on a circuit like this. They don't look as good, but they were more brilliant.
Faster looks better always.
Yeah,
the timesheets, as long as you're at the top of the timesheets, that's the main thing. I mean, you mentioned driving the car, Bobby, at Rennsport Reunion 5. What was that experience like? Tell us about that.
It was super moving, to be honest. I mean, you know, I still get emotional just thinking about it now, right? You know, and my dad was my best friend, and I lost him too early, but I also had 39 years of the greatest relationship with a dad you could ever have, and he brought me into this world, and now I get to hang out with you guys a lot.
Well, it's our privilege. It's our privilege to be able to do that. Bobby Aiken, son of the late, great Bob Aiken, a driver who dovetailed wonderful business acumen with in top-level sports car racing. What some great memories there, John, of imagine that your dad's just got his new race car and it arrives at JFK Airport and it's a red
on a pallet.
On a pallet.
not even in you know what though? Right there, that's Rennsport.
Yes.
What we've talked to all kinds of icons, and the Aiken family are legends of Porsche, no doubt about it. And that tells you all you need to know about Rennsport. And long may it continue. It's a huge undertaking for Porsche and for the Porsche community. But it's because it's a Porsche community. And Bobby's stories there moved me massively. And at the moment, Justin Bell with David Hobbs and Brian Redman on the main stage. Worth going down to listen to Hobbsy and Redman stories.
Welcome back to Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7, live here on MotorTrend, presented to you by Goodyear Tyre, our very own Michelin Tyre, excuse me, my mistake. We've got Brian Redman and David Hobbs on the stage with our very own Justin Bell. I wonder what on earth they're speaking about, John.
So when we got to Spa...
It'll be story time. It'll be story time. Hobbsy's in full flow there in the middle. Can we, I wonder, can we eavesdrop on this? If he's making Brian Redman laugh, he's probably telling old stories.
What you did on track was one thing, but you did egg each other on. You were just telling us in the trailer about you covering Jackie Ickx's eyes in the rental car. I mean, those are moments that should probably never have happened, Brian. How did that go?
Well, 1968, we're at Sebring, a 12-hour, and I'm driving with Jackie again, and as I mentioned, David was with Paul Hawkins. Paul was a great Australian entrepreneur, a good driver, joker. He was always pulling practical jokes. So before we get in the rental car, Jackie Ickx is driving it, and Paul says to me, "Hey, matey, when I give you a wink, lean forward and put your hands over Ickx's eyes." So I did as asked. So we're rushing back in the rental car. Paul turned to the side and winked. I leant forward and put my hands over Jackie Ickx's eyes. And as I did that, Paul jammed his foot on the throttle wide open. And Ickx sat there and he just said, "This is very interesting."
I didn't think it was... I was sitting next to Brian in the back. I didn't think it was interesting at all. I thought it was extremely frightening. Because so, Jackie just said, "Okay."
It's what it is. Yeah. I mean, it's probably a sign of the times that was the least dangerous thing he'd done all weekend. Talk about when you were in the car, obviously. I mean, I've heard Dad say, "How did you and Jackie get on at Le Mans?" He said, "We never saw each other." Because that was the case, right, Brian? You get out, he gets in, he gets out. It is an interesting bond. Can you imagine, as I say, people making their way in their careers to get to the top, to Formula One sports cars? Racing is it's a very singular sport when you're behind the wheel, but sports cars, you're relying on totally people from different backgrounds being very in harmony in the car. Well, how was that for you? Take a Jackie Ickx, someone that was so fast. How was that to work with someone like him?
Well, it was very good, but I made it as a habit, really, of adapting to my co-driver's car wishes. You know, the seat, in fact, Jackie's a bit smaller than I am, and so was Joe Siffert. So I adapted to getting used to sitting closer to the wheel and closer to the pedals. And I made a profession, really, of being no trouble, getting in the car and driving. At the end of 1969, with Porsche, the first big effort, it was all Ferdinand Piëch. We had 15 908s, long tail and short tail. At the same time, they're building 25 of the new 917s. And at the same time, they're building a new 908-3 only for the Nürburgring and the Targa Florio. So there's 6 German drivers, 3 English, and 1 Swiss. And at the end of the year, the head of engineering, Helmut Bott, said to me, Brian, you are our favorite driver. And I think he's going to say, because you're so smooth, because you're easy. No, he says, you are the only one who never complains.
Well, yeah. It's funny thing, that co-driver, because in our day, really, there was only 2 of you. There was always only ever 2 at Le Mans or any long-distance race. There was only ever 2 of you. And, of course, like all racing drivers, you want to be quicker than the guy you're driving with. Like in Formula One, you want to be quicker than
we could sit and listen to that all day. Peter and I have leaned back now from what is going on the stage. Let's head down to the paddock. One of the biggest hits of the IMSA season so far is not just the number 80 Porsche, but also a bit of fun from AO Racing. That's Rexy. The dinosaur car. Amanda Misick is down there sampling the social media sensation that is Rexy.
John, I can tell you that my weekend has been made. I've been trying to meet Rexy all year long, and it has finally happened. And I've been trying to catch up with this guy all weekend long, but not only is he team principal at AO Racing, but also driver here this weekend. I know you just sent the car out on track, but Gunnar, my goodness, you have been in 5 different machines, I think you said. How do you take in a weekend that is Rennsport?
It's honestly surreal. Like, it's one of those things where we've been too busy. I haven't had time to actually think of how cool this has been and all of the amazing cars that I'm getting to drive, as Rodrigo's getting in the 2015 Petite overall winning. Ferdy Porsche is getting in our fat RSR. So yeah, I mean, I get goosebumps talking about it. To be here and driving, and the first Rennsport for AO Racing is definitely going to be one for the memory books.
I saw the news break this weekend that there's going to be a Hot Wheels prototype of Rexy, and I'm sure just all the people that have stopped by, could you have imagined the success that this was going to have this season?
No. And a huge thank you to all of the fans that have come out, and 2 that are supporting us, and it's been totally overwhelming. Our partnership with Hot Wheels has been great, and only getting better as we get closer and closer to launching Little Rexy at some point next year. And yeah, stay tuned. Lots of cool things in the works.
Well, Gunnar, I knew I only had a couple minutes with you, so I'll let you get back to your day job. But John, I mean, look at me, day made. I've met Rexy. Have you?
Pick your favourite livery amongst that lot as well. The Hertz 911, the Petit Le Mans winning car. You've got the Penske DHL Spider. Peter has literally written the book on this generation of cars, built as an LMP2 car, although in IMSA competed on equal terms with the LMP1 cars. There was a bit of performance balancing went on with that. This Pele Tandy car and Richard Leite's car won overall at Petit Le Mans. We've got that coming up in a couple of weekends' time. We'll have that for you on IMSA TV and IMSA Radio. The GTP era has kicked off, and the championship is on a knife edge. What about the Fat Turbo? Fat Turbo is, I'm not sure about the turbo, but the first part of it, FAT Turbo Express, the FAT International. They'll be going out to do the GT exhibition in a while. The original FAT livery with the white and red on the prototype, which is, how about that? Thank you. Just reveal the prototype. I want to have a quick word, if we can just scan back to the right a little bit and see that DHL car as these cars are clearing out to do the GT. You have literally written the book on this form of Porsche. As I say, conceived, designed and raced as an LMP2, the secondary level in those days of Le Mans prototypes. But in IMSA, the classes were combined, so these cars were going for outright victory.
that was the way the regulations worked. I don't know if it was entirely intended that way, but it's just amazing. This is something that only at Rennsport. I've spent 2 years researching and writing the book about the RS Spider, and I've never seen one run before. I've seen them still in warehouses and things, but never seen one run. And Rodrigo Salas, the owner, I'm indebted to him for bringing the car out and racing it this weekend. We're going to see Timo Bernhard, a driver who really made his career in this car. It was his favourite car of his career, and it's just a remarkable machine. It was really the last of an era of Porsche Motorsport. It was when Porsche Motorsport was a much smaller entity, and it was also a return for Porsche Motorsport. They'd not raced at the top level for 5 or 6 years and had lost a lot of their best people, and it was a return to the magic. It was done by the standards of the 919, done on a very small budget, but it was the ingenuity and the intelligence of the team that put together this program and built this incredible car,
and driven by Porsche North America. It was very much they
were very supportive of it.
They very much wanted to have something in IMSA at that point. It brought Penske back into IMSA, and of course that relationship with Porsche Penske Motorsport continues to this day with the World Championship and the IMSA cars. It was an elegant car. It was a downforce car. The cornering speeds were absolutely incredible.
Well, the aerodynamics of this car can always be, the leader of the aerodynamics of this car, the Evo car, was a guy called Michael Fadner, who came in from Audi, and the aerodynamics of it were the big key. This car was about 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than the previous one, and that all came down to the aerodynamics of it. When you see the front of this car taken off, and go by the AO pit and see it when it comes off track, if you take the front off, it looks like a Formula car underneath, and that's exactly on purpose.
Can't wait to see that car running again this weekend. We've got some cars on the track. We'll come back in a few moments' time and tell you a little bit more about that. Beautiful early afternoon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rennsport 7. And don't go away.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Welcome inside the Bose Esports Arena here at Rennsport Reunion, where some of the best racing action of the weekend has happened right inside of this building, and it all culminated into the finals where one winner became victorious. But don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
How amazing is it to have an audience in the Bose Esports Arena here for the Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7 event here this week. In the semi-finals yesterday, 4 drivers from each group qualified.
The first race is going to dictate who is going to be the favorite to be crowned the champion when we head into that second and final race.
So I reckon it's going to be a bit spicy. It's lights out and we're racing here. Randall Hayward gets the field underway. Oh, look at that! Contact Dean helps! Wow! And the race lead changes as well. It's Robbie Hay that leads the way. Out of the final corner and across the line to win race 1 here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's Robbie Head on top in Belgium ahead of Donovan Parker and Randall Hayward. Let's have a look at the live point standings. 46 points then for Robbie Heck. A nice 4-point buffer in the championship standings over Randall Hayward. Dean Helt in third place ahead of Donovan Parker. But very much all to play for at the top. And of course, as we know, double points on the final race. 17 laps of action to decide the champion of the Porsche Esports Challenge USA as we go green and go racing. Robbie Heck leads the field across the line. Parker though is a little bit wide, and that allows an opportunity for Helt to go through. Helt's through and into second place. They're all coming into the pit lane then, so Hayward, Helt, Parker all coming into the box. Roland continues on. Robbie Heck on that soft tyre. He needs to extend the use and the life of that soft tyre for as long as he possibly can. So the rear tyres that are going to be wearing a lot. So into the pits he comes then. Soft tyres off of the car, hard tyres onto it. Where he's going to emerge in relation to everybody else. He's ahead, but that's not a comfortable cushion at all. He's a sitting duck at this point, Robbie Heck. There's nothing that he can do. Oh, there's contact on the banking. No, surely not. Helped off. He's off to the infield. Goes Hayward. There's contact between the two. Hayward leads. Randall Hayward comes through the final corner and across the line to become the Porsche Esports Championship Challenge winner of 2023.
It's a great experience. I never would have thought I would have gone to Rennsport in my life before, and it's, I guess, a dream come true.
Oh, brilliantly entertaining stuff. Good to see a Hayward in that as well. How appropriate. And a Heck. And he wasn't at the back, though. So, you know.
Incredibly appropriate there. And so many great Porsches. Now, 917 and RSR. We even saw 959 rally cars in the Esports Challenge earlier on. I'm a huge fan of sim racing. I've got a fairly basic rig at home, but it's got pedals and a steering wheel. iRacing is the platform I use, but Gran Turismo, I grew up on Gran Turismo. At this very circuit, this was one of the main circuits that was on. Oh, millions.
Yeah. I never got off the.
I'd have gone to Harvard University. No, I'm joking.
I never got off the joypad.
For many years I had a joypad. I think I got my wheel 4 or 5 years ago. But if anybody's not tried it, maybe even a bit cynical about it, you will be converted as soon as you have a go on a proper setup there. I noticed they had Fanatec equipment, and they're very, very good wheels, pedals, and
they supply steering wheels to some real world cars.
Yep.
In fairness, cars on the track, GTs. I remember the IMSA game. It was called Sports Car GT, that had the voice of my much missed and fabulous Canadian Hall of Fame broadcaster colleague Jim Martin was the voice in the background on the PA for that back in the day. Sports Car GT. We would never have dreamt of the cars that are going round here now, although it did feature a lot of IMSA cars. This is the chrome green colourway that was the development of the very famous Black Swan green and black. Tim Pappas, he's got a number of cars here this weekend, who had a really big accident at Bathurst, Mount Panorama, in the 12-hour race there a few years ago. He's fought his way back to fitness and has put himself back in a race car. Talking to him earlier in the week, he'd like to get back as himself and as the Black Swan Racing concern into IMSA competition, maybe in Michelin Pilot Challenge, and he's working with a few people to see if he can make that work. Inextricably linked, this team, with one of many linked with Porsche, and in the era of Flying Lizards, and before that Alex Job Racing, they raced the GT3Rs rather than the GTE cars.
One thing, we had a great feature yesterday with Tim Pappas showing us his road car, which is a 930, which was the first turbo 911 available for the street, but it's got 935 parts over it.
Of course he has.
It comes in just around £2,300 and huge amount of power as well. Another Asia Pacific 911 GT3R on circuit, gorgeous paint scheme with the liquid moly sticker on it, so I would imagine this is an ex-Bathurst machine.
It is indeed, with the flying kangaroo on the side.
The kangaroo or wallaby? Kangaroo.
I'd say that was a kangaroo.
Yeah. I'm no David Attenborough, but there's the understatement of the weekend.
But for those of you that don't know, the Bathurst 12 Hours is their international endurance race. It's held. We've got the 1000k coming up for Aussie Supercars the V8s in next weekend. But that race kicks off the season in February, and Porsche have a great heritage of that. Have won the race with Earl Bamber Motorsport, and Porsche Australia and Asia Pacific, Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific have supported that race, and that one of the cars that carried the Porsche name. Back to Rexy now. Rexy has got a stablemate with Roxy, because the Rexy colours that went to Le Mans in the FIA World Endurance Championship also went to Mount Fuji, which meant that the Rexy colours couldn't be around in IMSA. So we got the purple dinosaur, but this is the IMSA Rexy car with the 911 GT3R, or as they would say, wow.
It even says so on the back,
it
on
does.
the engine cover.
In the proper script.
In the proper script, of course. The one thing about AO Racing is you've got two people at the helm. PJ Hyatt, the owner, who's a prolific Porsche collector. We've seen many of his pieces out there on track this weekend, but also, real historian of the sport. And then Gunnar Jeanette, well, he didn't really have a choice, did he? He was born into a Porsche restoration family and racing family, and his father Kevin, and the die was cast from there on. I must be honest, John, I don't know the pedigree behind this car, number 41.
It's like a SRO GT America car.
Yeah.
And that's with Mathieu Jaminet's name on the side of that car. Should have had shit for that. She can shout up.
She's jumping up and down right now.
That's the first time I've seen that car this weekend.
So
we've got to Sunday, and we're still finding things we haven't seen. It's a bit like going to the Nürburgring 24 hours with 160 odd cars in, and you get to 10 o'clock on Sunday morning and you see a car and go, I've not seen that all weekend.
I should know about this car because it's been driven by Robin Liddell, Scotsman.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it's a Porsche, a Scotsman-driven Porsche, most important.
Yeah, Robin, member of the British Racing Drivers Club, as was his father before him. Started in Speedway, his dad, which I didn't know until recently.
Okay. Well, Robin still, for me, pulled off. Matt Campbell at the Dipper in the Bathurst 1000 was one of the best moves I've ever seen. Robin Liddell around the outside at Canada Corner in the wet at Road America, probably up in the top three as well.
To win the race on the last lap.
Yep. Remember that one? Yeah.
I was, my head was exploding at that point, off the back of a restart.
Daytona winner from 2021, the blue and black first form car from Wright Motorsport. Jan Halen, Ryan Hardwick, Richard Leitz and Zachary Robichon drove that car. Really, they were dominant that weekend. They were just ahead of the lot. The car's been clear lacquered, so it's still got all the patina of a 24-hour race.
Paul Trustwell, our colleague at Radio Show Limited and Radio Le Mans, likes to go and see the cars after a 24-hour race and just has a look at them and stands there and takes it in. And I've said to him, Paul works with statistics, so you might think that he, deals in absolutes. And I said to him once at the Nürburgring, what are you doing? He says, I'm listening. I said, sorry? And he said, the cars have stories to tell, and you can only find out if you're here and you're looking at them and you feel it. And for somebody who deals in absolutes, I thought that was really interesting. And do you know what? He started me doing it. Wander to Parc Fermé. And I think it's lovely when a car that has battled its way through to a victory doesn't just get polished up and shined up. The manufacturers down through the years perhaps know better now than to clean cars up, because they do tell a story.
They do, and to carry a crew for 24 hours. Remember, the car very rare. I mean, it only switches, and in fact, do you switch the engine off? I don't think you do.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. You don't have to. So you could theoretically have the engine running for over 24 hours.
Yeah, correct.
Which, at the speeds and the revs, I mean, at Daytona, you're putting the engine under serious long acceleration stress all the time, and this Wright Motorsport machine just ran like a Swiss watch, and its drivers did not make a mistake. That was the main thing about it. I remember that year at Daytona, it was so cold that they were worried that the tyres weren't going to last, but those Michelin tyres, given that they were designed not to work, they weren't designed for those low temperatures, and they were not a problem at all. It was brilliant.
It was getting down towards freezing. It was, I think it was degree or 0 degrees Celsius when I went under the grandstand to sleep in the car for my break in the middle of that race.
Remember the story about the sofa?
Oh, yes.
Well, the sofa I slept on was where the GTP convergence deal was signed.
It was indeed.
I've not been allowed to sleep in it since.
No. There should be a little blue plaque there, shouldn't there? Here's another great livery. We talk about great Porsches and great liveries go together to the point where we talk about the Lowenbrau Porsche, the Gulf Porsche, and the Mobile 1 Porsche that we just saw going through there as well.
Mobile 1, of course, were the colours that were on the 1998 Le Mans winning car driven by Laurent Aiello, Stefan Ortelli and Alan McNish, who was a Porsche Works driver at the time. And we saw in Kristen's features earlier on in the retail tent, there was now what scale model would that have been, John, of the GT198? 1 in 24? Well, I'm not an expert on these things.
No, it was probably a 10th or a 12th, actually.
Oh, okay. So it was quite a fair size.
Yeah.
So
because the 18ths are about that big. See, that's not working because you can't see me.
Well, it's lovely. Go and see it in the retail tent. But yeah, the Mobile 1 colours. And Mobile 1 are a brand that have been so synonymous with Porsche. Whenever you go to a Porsche dealership, usually that's the oil. That
First fill
as well in your car. And
first ever synthetic oil developed actually for something else entirely. It was developed for aviation purposes. And in some ways, actually, it existed before anybody knew what to do with it. Fully synthetic, and Porsche have been using it for a very long time. They are a technology partner as well. They work with the manufacturers for their ever more complicated road cars with oil and other lubricants, greases, also gearbox oil, high-point oil, etc. But particularly for racing, the opportunity that Mobile 1 gives its racing partners like Porsche is to develop something bespoke. You are talking about such high-level engineering in endurance racing nowadays that to find those 1%, as Sir Dave Brailsford used to say when he was looking after the Sky Cycling team, those 1%ers, well, 1% or even a fraction of 1% in reducing friction means that you're not losing as much horsepower between the engine and getting down onto the road, and those things can win and lose your races. If you can design an oil that lets the engine run 2 or 3 Celsius less hot, then you don't need as much cooling. You don't need as much cooling, you don't need as bigger radiators. Don't need as bigger radiators, you don't need as wide an opening, and that saves you some drag. It is engineering, just in a liquid form. Now, if we are going to talk about ultimate technology, Shea Adam has plotted up at exactly the right place, because the ultimate iteration of Porsche's 919 is here this weekend, and Shea is standing about 4 foot away from it.
I could get closer, actually. I could walk by the little barrier, and then all of a sudden, ooh, do I dare? Do I dare? I did. Okay, sacrilegious. Sorry, guys, sorry. This is the 919 tribute car. This is the version of the 919 that basically had all the restrictions taken off of it. They made this car the ultimate 919 in the world. And why did Porsche do that? Well, they wanted to show what the 919 was capable of. So they put the names of everybody involved with this project on the car, and then they took it to every track that they could think of to obliterate lap times. So Nick Tandy drove it here and destroyed the existing lap record. Of course, it wasn't in any competition, so it doesn't officially count for that. But in terms of fast laps, it did it. Timo Bernard got to drive this car at the Nürburgring. They took every single one of the drivers who had been involved with the project. We're talking about guys like Mark Lieb, Neil Johnny, Mark Webber, Timo, Earl Bamber, all of these drivers who got the privilege, Brendan Hartley, of racing the 919 to championships across its time running in the top class of racing in the World Endurance Championship. And they gave them the opportunity to put their names in the record book. I got to see this car in Weissach, in the actual museum in Stuttgart with all the Porsche stuff. It really moved me then, but to see it running out around the racetrack, because Nick Tandy got to take it out yesterday, that was something even more special.
That car is just extraordinary, and the technology, when you talk about technology transfer that trickles down, it wasn't trickling down at that time with Porsche and their counterparts Audi. It was gushing down like Niagara Falls. Both of those manufacturers bought a battery company, separate battery companies, because they didn't feel that their suppliers were understanding the pace of change and the kind of technological advances that was going on in that LMP1 era, where the ACO, the people behind Le Mans, were dictating to the manufacturers they had to do more with less all the time. Less aero, less tyre width, fewer tyres within the race, more efficient engines, more efficient hybrids, etc., etc. It drove everything forward to the point that technology, it almost had to be taken up by the road car side of things, because it was moving so quickly. Oh, we can do something with this, and bang! All of a sudden, you've got your hybrid Porsches that now do 45 miles on full hybrid power, and at that point you are zero emissions, of course. The charge up within a few hours, even without having a proper charging box on the wall. Extraordinary times in motorsport. I was very privileged to be trackside to watch the three big manufacturers fighting it out with originally three different solutions to the same answers to the same question, but particularly Porsche have put that to good use in their street cars.
They have, and you look at the quality of the Taycan as a product in the range that it does, the performance, the handling, most of all, because with battery technology as it is, and it's a fast pace of development, but you still have an inherent weight of a battery, and that is something that you have to look out for with the handling. So Porsche have done a great job of taking that weight, which you can't escape from at this moment, and getting it lower in the car, and getting Porsche's suspension engineers to set the car up and make Taycan the ultimate electric driving car.
Lowest centre of gravity of any Porsche ever built.
Yeah.
Lowest drag coefficient of any Porsche ever built.
Huge.
Taycan.
Huge and important. Yeah.
And if you've ever driven one on a racetrack, and I have,
yeah,
it's an extraordinary thing. Look, it's not the lightest car Porsche built by any stretch of the imagination, but my goodness, absolutely extraordinary. Got the opportunity to lead a Porsche parade at Daytona on the road course, and was told, because I still had my race license and Hurley Haywood wasn't available, so would you like to drive the pace car? Yes. I was being asked to pick up the pace for the Porsche Club of America behind, and then I had to drive away and get out the way, and that was fun. And it drifts. I can tell you now, it flat drifts perfectly well.
Oh, I like it.
Well, 993's a go-go on the right there.
You bet there is. Yeah, the 993, I think one of the prettiest 911s ever built. One of my favourite cars is the car that was in the first Bad Boys movie, which was a 993 Turbo. Michael Jordan loved his 993 Turbo. He had a red one. And
last of the oil and air-cooled, Luftgekühlt cars.
Yes, yeah, very important.
Dr. Uli Betts involved in the design. Tony Hatter designed it, lad from the northeast of England originally, and it is an elegant design, particularly without the wing for me. I'm not a big fan of the wings on the back, and here's where Peter and I differ massively, but I think particularly the wide body 993, the S, with just the little pop-up spoiler, which has the split grille to denote the S, the wide-bodied car. I think that with the wing down, taken from the rear three-quarter, I think that's one of the best looks of any Porsche built.
993 GT2 for me. Hart McChristen's project, yes, that would be the one for me.
The big wing.
Well, I tell you what. Well, we need to get into the hospitality area.
Hello,
and canvas
that's just down the road for us.
That is our TV trucks in the background there. We could get down there and get involved in the hospitality, John.
Can we just get rigged up on that front bench? I mean, why weren't we there in the first place? I need to have a word with management here.
Oh, they're all giving hi, folks. If you can hear us, you can see them all waving. Fantastic.
When I work with Channel 7 in Australia for Bathurst, Mark Beretta, who is their network sports guy, who's a fabulous guy, he hosts the show.
and we can almost set our watches by around about 2:30 in the afternoon on the Sunday. Barrett will rock up with a glass of champagne in his hand at the champagne sponsors tent. And you see, when you're a network TV star, that's what happens to you.
Well, I think you're doing it wrong. If you're at Bathurst, you want to go up to the mountain and you want to get in with the fans.
Oh, he does that as well.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. Go in and have a cold one there. Fantastic stuff.
Sold out event today.
Yes, it is. And yesterday.
Yeah.
Those who came today, they kept a clean eye on the weather forecast. We're getting a little bit more typical California weather today with some sunshine and racing action later on. Coming back to the Porsche electrified conversation, John, I haven't driven the Taycan. I'm reliably informed by everyone who's driven it that it's fantastic, but I have driven the Cayenne E Turbo Hybrid S. I've probably got them round the wrong way. That is the silliest, fastest car I've ever driven, in a straight line anyway. Nearly 700 horsepower, and the way that it masks its weight and size is remarkable. What an engineering challenge. And then you get into you've been driving around the country roads quite spiritedly, and it sounds like a NASCAR, and then you get into the town and it just shuts off the engine entirely and you're on EV. It's like a Jekyll and Hyde car. Amazing.
Now here's some of our hard working crew. Hang on a second.
Is that our producer with a glass of champagne again?
Yes.
Oh no.
Hang on, if they're there, who's making the magic?
Who's driving the ship?
Who's driving the boat? Taken. The movie Taken. Who's driving the boat? How many times have I seen that movie? And every time when he's on there, he's driving. Underneath the easy ups there, the guys who are giving us the fantastic drone shots, it is an absolute genius addition this weekend. Well, it's getting round to lunchtime, and that means you'll be making some choices, but don't go too far away. Rennsport continues for 2023. Good afternoon, everybody. It is Sunday at Rennsport 7, 2023's edition of All Things Porsche. We are celebrating 75 years. Happy birthday, Porsche, as their first road cars rolled out 3/4 of a century ago. The 356 that started the whole story as far as the street cars are concerned. And our drone team doing a fantastic job. Amazing to me that something so tiny can be so stable and give us such great live pictures. And trust me, I know of what I speak. I fly RC helicopters, and I can't get mine to be that stable. If I take my hands off the sticks, it's upside down and in flames in seconds. Well, it's upside down and you need a new set of rotors at least. Absolutely incredible. Live stream on the MotorTrend YouTube channel presented by Michelin, and we've got the fast lap cars back out again. Some lucky patrons being given a driver's eye view, or at least a passenger eye view of this racetrack that has been the subject of a massive renovation in the last 12 months or so. A full repave, as you can see from the darker surface. It was pretty old tarmac before that was done. Also a brand new drive and walk-over bridge, at least golf cart drive-over bridge. The Mission Food Bridge on the front straight. And the place looking a picture. First came here in, I would say it would have been 1998, the first year I came here, for what was the end of though we didn't know it, of the FIA World Sports Car Championship, Homestead, and then here for the final 2 rounds.
911 GT1's a go-go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill Oberlin jumping out of 2 different types of car for a rival manufacturer from Munich. One in one class, one in another. And it was, I remember it being freezing cold and frosty here when the first time I came. It's a bit different time of year. IMSA have been coming here since the ALMS Championship, founded by the late and much missed Dr. Don Panos. And we've been here in the heat of summer. We've been here earlier in the year when the place is a little bit greener. And my first opportunity to drive around the track came in 1999 in a day van. Nothing exotic. Trust me, the corkscrew in a day van is quite interesting because you're sitting up high.
There's a lot going on there, I'm sure.
Yeah,
yes.
We weren't at any kind of speed, of course. We were just being shown around, or we were showing people around the track. The place down through the years that has seen all kinds of stories. We saw the wins in sports cars here, and of course the bashing on the front straight as well. Porsche Rennsport 7 at Laguna Seca.
It's very hard as well because the track has much higher average speed, so it's a lot more stress on the cars, but higher top speed. When you win, more satisfying moment you can feel in your career.
In the lunch break period here, thank you for joining us either at the track or further afield. Peter Mackay and John Hindle bringing you a little bit of the atmosphere. The other good thing about Porsche, you know, is the class, not just the classic liveries, but also the classic crew shirts that everybody seems to have picked up as well. Knowledgeable crowd here. I've been chatting quite a lot to, when we have been outside of the booth, to people passing by. Everybody has a Porsche story, Peter.
That's what we like to see. When we were at dinner last night, we were sitting at the bar at the famous Baja Catalina. And Cantilena, excuse me. The gentleman beside me had a phone case with the livery of the 1970 Martini 917L, the green and purple car, affectionately known as the hippie car. And we had a good chat about that. There's stories up and down and all around this wonderful facility that Porsche have put together here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Next up on track is the factory exhibition, where we've seen some of Porsche's prototypes out there, including the 919, which Shay took us through a few moments ago, and the latest 963, the GTP spec car that Porsche Penske Motorsport have developed so painstakingly. And by modern standards, we're testing is a little bit limited. I tell you what, the amount of mileage that Porsche and Penske have put together with that 963 is remarkable, and actually done a lot of development which actually Porsche's rivals have benefited from in terms of the development of the chassis. The 963 at the bottom of the shot there, John's nearly fallen off his chair. So yes, the amount of work that Porsche and Penske continue to do to keep developing that 963. But the car in the middle of the shot there, Porsche 91730, certainly the most powerful Porsche racing car ever made.
But look at the simplicity and the clarity of purpose about that car. If you knew nothing about cars, if you knew nothing about racing, that just screams, I'm a racing car. The livery, the design, the swoosh that goes up from the front and follows the line of the bodywork and just slightly dips in the middle on those side pods, and then that fantastic Sunoco colourway with the big rear wing. That says, I'm fast.
Oh, it's otherworldly, the 91730 in the Sunoco colours. The 91710 from the year before in the white and red L&M colours, that was a great story about it, actually. The development engineer, Helmut Flegel from Porsche, who worked side by side with Mark Donoghue, when he arrived to the first race for the 91710 at Mosport in 1972, he came in and he went completely crazy. He went absolutely bananas because the car had been painted, and Helmut Flegel was worried about the weight of it.
Yep.
But the paint job, bear in mind, this is 1972, the paint job had cost $3,000.
That was a lot of money.
Now, Porsche, Penske won the day there. They kept the car in its paint, but when the RS Spider came around 33 years later, they had the same discussion again. Team Penske wanted to paint the car. Porsche said, no, we're going to wrap it because it's lighter. And that time, Porsche won the argument. So it's 1-1.
That's Sunoco car. Was that part of the Brumos collection, that car?
I don't think so, no. I'm not sure who the winner is. No, no. The one in the Brumos collection is Hurley's car, the 91710.
That was also Porsche plus Audi as well, though.
It was designed to promote the Porsche and Audi sales division and dealer network at the time. The very first Porsche Can-Am car, that's why it's called the 917 PA, the car that Gunnar Jeanette's driving in the Werks Trophy. Well, it's something right up to date now. The 963 for Porsche Penske Motorsport on track.
What a year they've had in this new era of GT prototype racing that IMSA have been working on for some time. DPI 2.0, I suppose you might have called it, and their regulations have been bubbling around for about the last 3 or 4 years. There was obviously a pandemic in the way, but working in lockstep with the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, those august organisation that has been behind the sporting regulations of the Le Mans 24 Hours since 1923. They came up with a convergence formula. This is the American style of top-class prototype. It is built on this particular one on a bespoke Multimatic designed and Porsche designed chassis. With bodywork that has to, by the regulations, bear some resemblance and some styling cues to the Porsche. The 4 headlamps at the front, reflecting the 4 LEDs that you see in most of the road-going cars. And to me, I don't have to squint very much to see Porsche racing cars of the past, particularly in that glass house, the cockpit area. And I do like the clever way along the side of this car, behind the door. That's a 911 shaped rear window, isn't it? As you look at that, it's very clever indeed. There's been plenty of manufacturer interest. They've all worked very closely together. Unusually, it's been a collegiate approach. It's kept costs down. There are some spec parts on this, and Porsche had this car running much earlier than everybody else, so they undertook the development work of the spec hybrid and battery pack, and then passed on all the information and the testing data to their rivals. Bizarre. You wouldn't think that would happen. But Acura and BMW and Cadillac all got the benefit of Porsche being on the circuit earlier, and they are still working together to iron out some of the bits and pieces, and they work as a manufacturer group with IMSA to ensure that everybody is on the same playing field. Now, aside from those parts I've mentioned, go wild, guys. So engine, pick what you want, and we've got 6 and 8 cylinders. We've got normally aspirated, we've got turbocharged, we've got different cubic capacities, and crucially as well, the software systems that control the hybrid and how the hybrid interacts with the internal combustion engine. That software is free to the manufacturers. They can develop it any way they want, and even their own customer teams can develop it any way they want. Now, this is going to get interesting because we've got a couple of GT4 Caymans, a GT4 actually and a GT3 RS, GT4 Cayman, the GT3. I'm not sure who's driving the red and black car, but they are having way too much fun and driving for effect. I would say it's not the quickest way around, but whoever's getting the passenger ride there, have we got a passenger in that? No, we haven't. Probably just as well, actually.
Sure. Well, if there was a passenger in there, they got as close to an experience you'll get of driving a GT car in an IMSA race when a Porsche 963 prototype comes flying.
Very good point.
Whoever's driving those cars are behaving like animals at the moment because they've got the cars at full opposite lock off every corner. GT3 RS and GT4 RS. What a machine both of those cars are. The GT4 RS, a proper raw road racer, as is the GT3 RS. Whoever's driving it, look at them getting big angles out there. And is there anyone at the side? No, it is a solo driver in there. One of the Porsche Penske crew having a bit of a laugh in the green and white GT3 RS. Fantastic, with movable aerodynamics on that car, and you can actually play about with the differential settings and what have you on the steering wheel. Yeah, they're having fun. Can't quite ID the helmet, but it's a factory driver helmet in there.
I'm being won over by that colour.
You're liking it, aren't you?
I'm not normally one for leery colours. Down through the years, my cars have been red or white. I've ended up with blue cars at the moment, but not necessarily by design, although one of them I did order as blue. I've only ever had one brand new car, and I ordered that in blue, and I've still got that. And one brand new car to keep. Who is that? Is that Tandy?
It could well be, actually. I think Dane Cameron's in the 963. Oh, it's so hard to tell from
I'll ask him later on.
Yeah, we'll find out.
I know Nick does like a little bit of sideways action. I've seen him on duty at Porsche Experience events, and he has got superb car control. If he hadn't been a racer, well, he started on loose surface, of course. If it is, look at that. Hello, is that Michelin? Yeah, 2 more, please. No, just the rears. Thank you.
It's a good job we're supported and presented by Michelin, because we're going to need some more, aren't we?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was all the TC off, and get it sideways. So this is the normally aspirated car with the turbo rear arches on it, correct? The RS, yes.
The RS, it's 4.2 litre flat 6 engine, well over 500 horsepower. The aerodynamics of it are the big thing about this car that are different. All 992s now are on that turbo body, but the aerodynamic work that's been done.
This has got the cutouts on the rear arches.
The biggest difference is actually the frunk or the hood. Not on every other 911. That's got a luggage compartment in it. This GT3 RS does not, because they've put the radiators in there, because where the radiators are on the racing GT3R is very important to the airflow and therefore the aerodynamics. So they've taken away the front luggage space to put the radiators in there.
I apologise. that is a GT4 RS.
It is,
because the air intakes are in the rear windows. It wasn't thought that you could get the GT3 4-litre in that car. The normal 4-litre GTS in Boxster and Cayman actually isn't the GT3 version. It's a stroked version of the 2.9 without the turbos. The reason was that they didn't have anywhere to put the air intakes. Hang on, we can engineer our way out of this, say Porsche. So those little ears that you can see in the second window, the back window, they are the air intakes. It makes a glorious sound. It's not quite as powerful as it's found in the GT3. It's a few horsepower down, it's just under 500 horsepower in the 718 Cayman. And the Boxster now has it as well, and that has a couple of little almost periscope 1970s and 80s style air intakes that sit behind the driver, and that is a glorious engine. Not sure for how much longer we'll get that 4-litre or 4.2-litre flat six. It's most recently been used in street cars in the 911 ST, which is a non-aero accoutrement car with the more touring style rear end, six-speed manual gearbox. That one tuned a little bit more than the GT3, actually. It's got a few horsepower more. Oh, that's magnificent car control. These two guys are just playing now, aren't they?
I think it's Mathieu Jaminet, who's in the red and black Cayman GT4. I could be wrong. It looked very like his helmet, but getting it out on the paint and getting it slid around there. We should have sent them out this morning when it was a little bit damp. They could have had even more sideways action. Meanwhile, whoever's in the 963 is thinking, oh, how am I going to get my way around these nutcases in these cars?
Has anybody been running a watch on the 963? Because this is a
time is a good time.
I will guarantee you that's a lovely controlled slide. That is not easy to do in any car. Here comes the 963. Dane Cameron was driving that car yesterday. Did we say it was Dane's helmet in the car?
I think it looked awful like it anyway. We saw Felipe Nasr in it yesterday too. Amazing to see that pretty much every Porsche factory driver here at Rennsport to meet the fans and give us a good show. Also, I've noticed the factory showcase cars, they've got a sticker on the side of it that says Porsche e-fuels, and Porsche as a brand that have really put so much investment and time into developing synthetic e-fuels. The way they do it, there's different ways you can make e-fuel or a fuel that uses less resources from from
carbon.
Yeah. So you basically take carbon capture,
out of the atmosphere,
capture existing CO2 and then combine it in the process, and it makes fuel. It has way less amount of CO2 production. It's something that Porsche, they've got a plant in South America which is working hard to develop that technology and produce it in a bigger scale, and these cars looks like they're running on that fuel.
The German car manufacturers, we were talking about working together in terms of motor racing. The German manufacturers have got together and managed to successfully lobby the European Union for a stay of execution for the internal combustion engine in road cars, at least in the EU area, and because of the fact that they feel that synthetic fuels, e-fuels, will make such a difference. Now, I'm not going to get into the politics of this at all, but the absolute facts are that around the world, in terms of private cars only, there are 1.2 billion. Let me say that again. 1.2 billion internal combustion engined private cars. They don't disappear in 2030 or 2035 or whatever. And if you want to do something right here, right now for the environment, then making those cars more efficient and making the fuel that they run on and will continue to run on long before any of those arbitrary dates, long after all of those arbitrary dates, get something that makes them less polluting right now. And that's what Porsche and the other German manufacturers as well have poured billions into doing. And it does mean, whilst at the moment it's slightly more expensive than pump fuel at the side of the road, it's getting pretty close to comparable with race fuel. And that's quite extraordinary. The Porsche Super Cup has been running on e-fuel for
World Rally Championship
second season now. The top classes of IMSA, including the 963 that's going around, are running on e-fuels as well. That comes from their fuel supplier, and the World Endurance Championship. And this is not just one supplier, this is all kinds of people chipping in, and Porsche doing their own research on that. This is the car that was unveiled earlier this week to great success, to be honest. Cooing from seasoned motorsport journalists who seldom get excited about most things. The 911R GT3R Rennsport, different body kit, but underneath that is a GT3R, and it looks absolutely incredible. It was Jörg Bergmeister who did the first laps here on Thursday evening, and it was a bit chilly, but my goodness, he gave it a go.
Jörg has driven a lot of Porsche 911s from the 996 generation all the way through to present day around this very circuit. Love to know what he thought of it.
He told
with
me.
a lot more power. What did he tell you?
I wanted my tyres hotter, that's what he said. But he's getting quicker every time he gets behind it. He was Racing Driver Book of Excuses. He said, and you know how Jörg is a very tall German man with great character and a very, very good sense of humour. And he said, you know, John, I haven't driven for 2.5 years competitively. So, you know, I'm just an old retired racing driver. I don't expect I'll be doing anything too quick in the car.
Jörg.
Yeah. This is just in the pit lane, by the way. And look, he's right on the rev limiter. He lifts off as he comes past the camera car down towards turn 1. Now, he's taking it easy at the moment, but watch the rev lights on the top of the dashboard. He just got the wheel lock lights there coming on, actually on the outside. He was absolutely giving it large.
Jörg Bergmeister, one of my favourite Jörg Bergmeister stories that he told me was one of his sponsors, his father sponsored a particularly significant German driver. Jörg's father sponsored Michael Schumacher back in the day. And at the time, Jörg's father said to Michael, can you take my son, Jörg and Tim, out to the go-kart trip and out to the go-kart track and give them some coaching? So after the coaching session, all went fine. Tim's in the front of the truck with Michael Schumacher driving, and Jörg Bergmeister is in the back sitting on his go-kart. And they're going maybe a little bit too quickly on the Autobahn, and Michael Schumacher ends up spinning the truck, does a full 360, misses the barrier either side, and then carries on again. And Mike kind of grabs the wheel back again, and Michael looks round to Tim, and Jörg says, do not tell your father about that one. Who, of course, was quite an important sponsor as well. Wonderful, wonderful story. Yeah, it's quite the raconteur, is Jörg. He's got some great stories from his time at Porsche. So the atmosphere carrying on at the main square there. A Manthey kit GT3 in, is it speed yellow or is that?
Yeah, it looks like speed yellow to me.
Yeah, in the middle of the shot there.
I chickened out at buying a speed yellow Porsche. I had one ordered and I chickened out.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I like it. I like it a lot. And the Manthey kit really adds quite a bit of performance to what is already a very, very fast car. These aero wheels, that's straight off a 935 for me. They're the ones at the back there.
Manthey, now owned by Porsche, but a very successful race and tuning operation. Olaf Manthey, particularly experienced around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And in fact, their factory unit and development area is just off the back of the Dottinger Hohe, off Gottlieb Daimler Strasse, just around the corner from the main straight. That is very nice indeed. And it can be bought now through a number of Porsche dealers. They support this, and you don't lose your Porsche warranty either. It comes effectively as a it sounds like I'm saying everything's bolted on. It isn't. It comes as a kit of parts that you buy, but effectively it is it can be dealer supplied now throughout the world.
And Olaf Manthey, who founded the team, he's just a legend of the Nürburgring. He'd passed the team on now to it went to the Raider brothers, and then now, of course, mostly owned by Porsche now. But Olaf Manthey, more wins in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series than any other driver, and more wins in overall. And in the team standings, more wins at the Nürburgring 24-hour than any other as well.
More important than that, he used to be sponsored by Haribo, which made little sweets, and was instrumental in having a Porsche 911 shaped Haribo. But more importantly, this is the legend that is Olaf Manthey. There was an Olaf Manthey shaped Haribo sweet. Those little jelly sweets. Just extraordinary. Tim Harvey, ex-British touring car driver, has just taken delivery of his Manthey GT3, and he's been on a couple of Manthey days at Spa and the Nürburgring in the last week. Absolutely fantastic, that car. GT3, you can tell it's the GT3 because of the two air intakes on the carbon fibre reinforced plastic bonnet that it has on there, and more CFRP parts on that car, but much more than just a body kit on that car. We are not too far away, actually, and remind you that we have the second race of the weekend, second and final race for the weekend, of the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. And Shea Adam is down in the pit lane, and she's going to do a little song and dance act. No, she's not, actually. She's going to introduce the drivers for the second race for the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup. And that's what's happening next here at Rennsport.
Let me tell you something about soulmates. They all arrive in different ways. And believe me, the best ones are the ones going all the way back and way forward. A soulmate is someone you can rely on. One that shares a dream with you. Because when you've found your soulmate, any road is one worth taking.
Hello, everybody. It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. Lunch break, but not for us. We're going to fire on through this at Rennsport Reunion 7. In fairness, we could miss a meal or two between us, Peter, can't we?
Yeah, definitely.
We're not on the ragged edge of passing out for lack of calories. Let's talk about some of the prototypes where Porsche made their name in the 1970s. The cars from Gunnar Racing down in the pit lane. Porsche Racing in the USA, one of the foremost preparation and renovation specialists. GTP to the left, the 67 car is the Escort machine. Here's another one of the Fat Turbo cars as well, Peter.
This exact car won Le Mans in 1994 overall. It's called a Dower 962.
I was there.
You were there. Tell us your memories, John, of it.
Well, I remember the controversy it started because the ACO had put together a new set of regulations. If we can just stay on that number 36 for a moment. And it was meant to get rid, in some ways, of the previous set of regs. And they were trying to move on to something else. And they were trying to get people to build road-based cars. If we could just scan to the left, if possible. I'm not sure our cameraman can hear us, actually. But it's... as ever, the unintended consequences law kicked in, and we got Dower, another Porsche preparation house, who basically took a racing car from the previous regs and built a road car out of it. Sort of. It was in the back of the garage. They only had to build one at that time. It wasn't the 25, 50 or 100 homologation. And it was there, and it was sort of a road car. They had special luggage to go in it, because it had to have a luggage compartment. And so basically they rolled out a 962 and went and absolutely ran away with the race.
With one particular difference, as when we had Derek Bell in with us 2 days ago, I've lost track now, but he was telling us about how the big difference was it was a flat floor car.
Of course it was.
So 962s, as we've talked about all over the weekend, they had huge, big aerodynamic tunnels underneath the car that created what's called a ground effect and sucks the car into the ground, and actually that effect increases the faster you go, which is what made it a fantastic high-speed car. But the Dower 962, the underfloor aerodynamics were not allowed, so it had to have a flat floor. Now, Derek Bell, as he mentioned, he was racing against the Dower.
He was.
And the car he was in, he said, we were really struggling with a porpoising effect. And he went to Norbert Singer and says, Norbert, what, with the flat floor, how do we get it to work? And he said, how thick is your floor? And he says, about 12 mil. He says, you need to be 18 mil. So Norbert Singer was the one of the main racing guys of racing with Porsche for so many years. And the fact that he was brought in showed you that it was no independent off the cuff effort, was it? It was a proper Porsche Works effort with Works drivers too. Hurley Haywood, of course, winning his third Le Mans in that car back in 1994. Amazing memories.
I absolutely remember it sitting out the back and the ACO having to have a look at it. Some oddities here, and if you ever get to go to the Porsche Museum in Stuttgart, you'll see various weird and wonderful things, like a 928 estate car, a four-door 928 as well. This is a 944 dirt car. Now, has had a few changes at the back as well. Now, I own a 968, so I'm very much acquainted with the transaxle machines. I actually think that's not a bad effort to a state car. It is almost a shooting brake, except I don't think the back opens, which kind of makes it slightly less useful. The 944 was a hatchback, a big round hatchback on the back, oval hatchback on it, and actually for a while that was my daily, the 968, and my wife Eve affectionately called it our Porsche estate, because with the back seats folded down, it was the most practical car we had at that time. And the first road trip I took in my 968, we went to the Spa Classic 6 hours and straight onto the Nürburgring 24 hours, carrying all the radio equipment, as well as our luggage for a couple of weeks away, and my racing kit, because I was meant to be racing on the Grand Prix circuit at that race meeting. It never happened, actually, because somebody wrote off the car I was meant to be racing. That wasn't a Porsche, I hasten to add. So the 44, the 24s, of course, was the start of that with the four-cylinder engine. They never got any bigger than a four-cylinder engine. They went up to 2.5 litres in the 944 and eventually 3 litres in the 968, which at the time in the early 90s was the biggest four-cylinder passenger car engine in the world, biggest capacity. And that's what my 968 has got. So plenty of interest for the star cars down in the pit lane. And
so many great cars on display here. I mean, you got the 963 and this car.
My goodness.
Oh wow! This car finished first in class and nearly won overall in 1979. Rolf Stommelen, Dick Barber, and none other than Mr. Paul Newman.
Steve McQueen, always associated with Le Mans because he made the movie about it. He was not allowed by the motion picture industry at the time to race in Le Mans. He wanted to. He wasn't allowed. Paul Newman did and won his class in this car.
And Dick Barber Racing is such a cool story with Porsche Motorsport as well. The cars of Dick Barber Racing were run by a company called Garrettson Enterprises that had so many volunteers who gave up their own time out with their own jobs to run these cars, whether that be at the weekend or rebuilding them at the shop during the week. But this 935 very nearly won Le Mans overall. But Paul Newman actually, I mean, it was a wonderful man, wonderful racer, but he actually found his experience at Le Mans that year just too much. He was so famous that it was almost impossible for the car to get into the pits and then out of the pits. And actually, I don't think he ever went back, actually, John, because it was just a bit overwhelming. Paul Newman was a brilliant driver. There's a great film about him and his racing career, and how it didn't come to him straight away, but he never ever gave up on it, and he got it down after years of practice. It's an art that not everyone is blessed with, motorsport, but great to see that car here. I believe it certainly was owned by Adam Carolla, the comedian, and I'm not sure if it still is, but it was. More eye candy, the 918 Spider, a little bit more up to date. The hybrid hypercar. What a machine that is. And it went toe-to-toe in all the magazine group tests against two cars from two rivals, or both on the in the showroom and on the racetrack. Did that Porsche 918, but it used architecture in its V8 engine from the RS Spider, the first of which is in that garage there behind it.
That is very lovely. There's, I mean, elements of that. First of all, it's absolutely a Porsche. Look at the design language. You look at the back of that. I can see the 911 GT1 Evo at the back of that car, particularly in the way the lights are tucked in under the back of it. The side profile, I look at a 981 Boxster, and you can still see that there as well. And around the front, it is unmistakably Porsche. And that car moved along the hybrid conversation rather a lot, Peter.
It did. It really did. And showed you that hybrid can do two things. One, it can increase the efficiency of a vehicle, but actually two, can really help with the performance. When you turbocharge a car, there inevitably is going to be an ever so slight lag between putting your foot on the gas and the power coming in. With the addition of the hybrid technology, the electric battery would fill the gap between the turbo, the driver putting the foot on the accelerator and the turbo spinning up, and it would basically fill that gap and create instant performance and instant power. Well, I'm delighted to say that in a few moments' time we will have a very special guest joining us here in the commentary booth. Winner of the 1973 Targa Florio and the twice winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Mr. Gijs van Lennep, and we're delighted to have him join us in the commentary box right now. So we will we'll have a good chat with Gijs in just a moment. Amanda Busek is down in the paddock, but we'll get down to her in just a moment. Let's bring Gijs van Lennep in. Gijs, a very warm welcome to our commentary booth here. How are you enjoying your weekend?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I love it. It's not the first time I'm in Carmel, because I like this racetrack very much. And my friend Ben Pon, who was heading the Bernardus Lodge and the winery, and he was my best friend for 60 years. So I've been a few times here. And of course in the August racing, the Rolex. I drove a Spider, and 12 years ago, 917. Great car, though.
Brilliant. I mean, Ben Pon, tell me about him, Gijs, because he was, from what I've read up about you, he was a big part of your early career with Porsche. Tell us, to those who don't know him, tell us about him and what the impact he had on your career.
Yeah, well, he was the son of the importer of Porsche, Volkswagen, and Audi in Holland.
Okay.
And then he went to Canada, and then he came back in 1962, and then he started racing. Well, he did already a little bit in Canada with a Beetle with a Porsche engine. I had one as well, a couple. And then he got his father bought him a Porsche Carrera, and then he got a 904. And then he said, Gijs, you have to drive my 904 once. And then he started the race Team Holland. And then we had the Korea 6, 2 cars. And then he was sometimes driver, and sometimes he was team manager.
Okay.
And here in the Tag Heuer exhibition, there is my Korea 6 in the orange color. And I see the picture. I saw it a couple of nights ago. And that is me in the car on an airplane race somewhere. And Ben was sitting in the side. And he was teaching me. And so it's good. And the car is here as well.
Yeah?
That's my car. I crashed it in Spa. And I did quite a lot of races with it. And I rebuilt it. And then... I saw it on the post, you know, that was the whole story, guys van Lennep and everything. So it's funny that I see it here in perfect orange colors, the Dutch racing color. So it's good.
Oh, it's wonderful to hear these stories, guys. I can't wait to get into more of them with you. Down in the paddock, we've got Amanda Busick, who's taking in the atmosphere. Amanda, what have you got?
Starting in front of him will be
Pre-race ceremonies are under the way here. It's been a doubleheader weekend for the Porsche Carrera Cup, and the second race is going to come later on this afternoon. Shea Adam is on stage now doing driver intros. There's about 25 drivers here this weekend racing in this cup. They had a championship that already wrapped up, but the others wide open. It's a doubleheader here this weekend, and the season will finish at COTA in a couple of weeks. But that's Shea Adam. We're introducing drivers, and we'll be out on the racetrack for the race later today.
driver of the number 8 for McCann Racing. It's Michael McCann. Top Racing doesn't have that many cars in the field, but the ones they do are filled with quality. Here's Ryan Yardley, driver of the number 78. Another debutant to the championship, coming all the way from Australia, driving for McElrea Racing, it's Bailey Hall. NOLA Sport, well represented in this field, has driver the number 47 Daytona Rolex winner from this year. It's Thomas Merrill.
Hit me like a tidal wave. Sugar by the aftershock. Hit me like a tidal.
Right Motorsports top class driver of the number 13 machine, it's Varun Choksi. The second of our top racing class cars in the number 77 did well in the race earlier on, Travis Wiley. Possibly one of the best nicknames in the entire field. Driver of the number 64 for NOLA Sport, Rice Nichols, it's Speedy Dan Clark. Good song choice there, Speedy Dan. Driver of the number 74, another one for MDK Motorsports, it's Jimmy Libre. Driving his way very well early on in the race earlier to try and get a first podium position. We'll see if he can get one later on. Kelly Moss's driver, the number 7, it's Michael McCarthy. Race winner for MDK Motorsport at Watkins Glen. Talk about formidable tracks. It's Jason Hart, driver the number 20. Earlier today, this Kelly Moss driver found his way up onto the podium, getting a trophy. It's driver the number 2, Sean Varwig.
Good to see so many of our Carrera Cup North America drivers there. I'm delighted to be joined by Gijs van Lennep. Gijs, you had such a great career with Porsche, but the Martini days, they were special, both with the RSR, but also the 917. Tell me about 1971, yourself and Helmut Marko, the magnesium chassis 917. Tell me about that event and how dominant you guys were.
Yeah, that was really great. but we didn't know that it was the chassis was magnesium. We heard it after the race. And 50 years later, that's not so long ago, I found out that it was very difficult to get it 800 kilos. So they put 40 liters oil in. Big oil tank. So you always hear something. But never mind. We had a short tail, so we were not supposed to win. But with Helmut, who's really a great guy, and he was a fantastic driver. And of course now he's the boss of Max Verstappen, and he is very good too. He's 10 times better than I am. And but we had such a good race. And what they did, there were a few bolts of the cooling fan, they broke on the other cars. So in our car, they did it at night. Every pit stop, they changed one bolt. So that was done. And then the last, what was it, 4 or 5 hours, we had to change the brakes. But Martini Racing was actually the factory. And Gulf, Mr. Wire, who I drove in the year after, he was also a factory team, but he said, oh, I have my own mechanics, you give me a few mechanics and then I run the 917, and he wanted to win. But the Martini, they were the real guys there, so it was a bit against each other. So if we have to change the brakes, then we cannot win. They asked us, Helmut and me, so I said, we don't brake. It's a bit difficult to go even 355 kilometers an hour on the straight, but anyway, there we brake, very early and slowly, and then it kept together, because if a disc is breaking, then you're fucked off, you know. But never mind, everything stayed together, and well, the other car must have had, the Gulf car was second, so they must have had some problems with the braking as well. And because of the braking, because we had the disc for the first time with where the holes in. Mr. Pierce, he did that. So but okay, they were getting thinner and thinner, and you see it's still in the museum. All the cracks, at the holes, you see all the little cracks. So it was just a little, but it worked in the end, and then we won, and that was a great win. Yeah.
It is incredible, and that distance record stood for 39 years, I think it was, till 2010.
Yeah, Audi did it.
Yeah,
in the end.
In the end, they eventually
2010, I think, something like that.
Yeah. Yes, it was 2010. That's right. Tell me, actually, before we get into our next race, Gijs, the Weissach Cup, which is about to go on track. Tell me about young Dutch drivers, because there's been so many brilliant Dutch drivers. We've got 2 in Porsches right now, Larry ten Voorde, Luc Hartog, who are showing great speed. Larry, of course, has won the Super Cup many times. Tell me about the talent in your native country of the Netherlands.
Well, that's the last, whatever it is, 5 to 10 years, it's going in the widths. We get more and more better drivers, even in Formula 2, in the Porsche Cup. Yeah, Larry won already twice the championship. Now we have the other one. So, but in all classes, they're getting better and better. So I hope, that of course Max is one of
he's the best
ever in the world, I reckon. He is so cool and he is fantastic. And that's because he got, from his mother and his father, he got the racing in his mind. And his mother is also very clever. So and his father was working hard for him from his 5th till his 15th year. So beautiful. And he's so he's so nice with the balance of the car. He makes it so exact, so he can always do longer with the tires.
Do you think we could get him in a Porsche? Do you think you could arrange that?
Yeah, well, he has a Porsche, I think.
Yes, I've heard that.
He's driving one, and he's probably making a team. He's building a team, but I don't know exactly what it is. But he's doing all right. Yeah.
Well, Gijs, it's been such an honour to meet you and to have you here in the booth. The Netherlands is a country that's very special to me from my previous life. I travelled there very much, so I've always wanted to meet you. So thank you for coming in to join us. We didn't even get the chance to talk about Targa Florio, but for the next Rennsport, we can talk about that.
Talk about that, because that was in my heart the best race I ever won.
Yeah. what a special memory. Next, that's an appointment for next time.
We do.
Guys, thank you so much for coming to join us here at Rennsport Reunion, and to all of you watching here on our live stream presented by Michelin. The Weissach Cup, we're out a little bit later on, and the Werks Trophy are the next race out on track, where we've got 904s, 906s, 910s, 907s, 908s and 917s. We are truly spoiled here. It's Peter Mackay here alongside John Hindhoff in the Global Broadcast Centre, and great to have so many of you watching from all over the world. John, that was pretty cool getting to chat to Gijs van Lennep. What a hero he is.
Fortunately spoke to him a few years ago at one of the early classic Le Mans, and you have to get him to tell you the Targa Florio stories. Let's head down into the paddock area. One of the Porsche legends who keeps telling me he's not a racing driver anymore, he's retired, is Jörg Bergmeister. He's been intimately involved with the development of that fabulous new car that Porsche Motorsport debuted earlier in the week, the GT3 RS. And we caught up with them just a little bit earlier on.
Hey, I'm here with Jörg Bergmeister. 14 years ago at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, we saw one of the craziest GT races of all time, at least of the modern era, where this guy won his 4th championship in GT2 and held off the Corvette of Jan Magnussen. But it was not that straightforward. It was one of the wildest, rowdiest, bangingest battles I've ever seen in GT racing, and you can kind of take us through what happened after that.
Yeah, it was just a really cool battle. Basically what we needed to do to win the championship was to do 75% of the race. So afterwards it was just for the win and all in. And the gloves came off pretty quickly between Jan and myself. It was a lot of trading paint and just hard racing. On the last lap, Jan just pushed me in the last corner, unsettled me, so I couldn't really go to power early. And I pushed him a little towards the wall. The Corvette actually had quite a bit more power than us at the time, so he was accelerating past me, and as we were leaning on each other, he started turning in. At that point I was thinking, I don't want to damage my car too much, and braked, which really accelerated him towards the opposite wall. Had a huge crash, which I definitely didn't intend. But we talked about afterwards, and no hard feelings between each other, and it's good fun. It was great racing.
What a memory that is. Jörg Bergmeister in one of the most dramatic final sequences of an ever in the American Le Mans series back in 2009 for the Flying Lizard crew. We had a great little short clip there, but after Rennsport Reunion this weekend, if you're in the middle of the week and thinking, I miss Rennsport, go onto YouTube and look up that race, Laguna Seca 2009, and watch the last 25 minutes. Jan Magnussen in the Corvette and Jörg Bergmeister in that Flying Lizard Porsche. They were going hammer and tongs all the way through. You commentated on that race, John. Tell us about your memories of that day.
I can't remember because my head exploded.
Put it all back together again.
It was, in fairness, it was one of a few times in that era of GT racing. Those GT cars were extraordinary. The balance of performance between them was outstanding. The guys at IMSA did a great job in getting the different manufacturers able to compete. The season had kicked off with some side-by-side action with Jörg in the Flying Lizard Porsche and Jamie Mello in the Ferrari, and it was coming to the end of the race, and they'd been battling pretty much all the race, and the Ferrari had run out of brakes, and Jörg was pressuring. In fact, Jörg had the race won. He'd got past on the Ullman Straight on the final lap.
Yes.
The race at the front of the field had finished, by the way. Audi had won. And so we were 12 hours and some into this race because they'd been just ahead of the winners as they'd gone across the line. So they had a whole other lap to come around. And going down into the final corner at Sunset, turn 17, Jörg had it. And he just went a little bit wide and let Jamie come through and bounce him around a little bit. And that's how the season started. And it was building. And I'm pretty certain that that was in Jörg's mind during that incident with Jan Magnussen to say, no, not again.
No,
I'm not having this. And he did push him over towards the pit wall a little bit. He ushered him gently, but it's the last lap of the race, and you're going for a position.
The bit you've also got to remember, and Jörg said it. I remember that post-race interview on I can't remember the channel at the time, but anyway, it's on YouTube, and I remember Jörg just saying, we're in the braking zone, and Jan just drilled me.
Yeah, he did.
And then Jan, I mean, when I say he got drilled. How Jörg didn't get punted off the road entirely, I'll never know. But probably because he expected it was going to happen, and because he had the race won into the last corner and got nudged out the way.
And
so it was playing for keeps.
I just think it must have triggered those memories of Sebring, and he said, no chance, not having it.
No.
Oh, happy days.
Great times.
Really happy days.
Great times.
Beautiful weather in California. Salinas, well, just between Salinas and Monterey. We're a couple of 3 miles off the coast at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's Rennsport Reunion, Porsche's big playtime. Live stream on the YouTube channels of MotorTrend, presented by Michelin. John Hindhaugh from Peter Mackay with you, with racing just around the corner. And what's up next?
Next up, we have the Werks Trophy, which is an era of Porsche where Dr. Ferdinand Piëch, grandson of Dr. Ferdinand Porsche, came to the fore in the racing department. He wasn't even 30 years old. He was 28 when he became the boss of the racing department, and he brought a new ethos in, which basically was, rather than going for building cars that went for class victories, he wanted to build cars that went for overall, which you think, oh great, why weren't you doing that before? Well, there was a cost involved. It was one of the greatest eras of excess at Porsche, where Ferdinand Piëch really pushed the envelope as far as it would go from a technological point of view, from a spending point of view, but it was such a golden era for Porsche, and the cars that were created, many of them are going to go out in this race, culminating in the 917s. Gijs van Lennep mentioned racing against the Gulf cars, the John Wyer automotive cars, and he's absolutely correct that the Martini team, they were based at the factory, so they really were the works team.
Still, the crowds staying with us, and if you want to get to the top of the corkscrew, you can walk, or you can have a Macan or a Cayenne take you up to the top of the corkscrew. We're getting ready for racing, and the folderol continues here at Rennsport. Cars on track next.
8 out of 10 electric vehicle manufacturers choose Michelin tires for a reason. They're built EV ready, so you don't have to think about them. You can just enjoy the thrill of being on top, or the excitement of coming down, spending time with someone special, or maybe spending time with someone brand new. Our tires are made without compromise, so you can enjoy every moment of your journey.
Looking down from the corkscrew to the paddock at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on a beautiful Sunday afternoon.
little before 3 o'clock. We've got a couple of hours of broadcasting for you, or thereabouts, including some race action. We'll wind up today with the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America, but coming up next, the Vex Trophy feature race. We've been building up to these Sunday races with practice, with the qualifying races, and once again we've got an absolutely quality field of 20 cars that reflects the late 60s in terms of Porsche's history, Peter.
It's wonderful to see so many cars coming together for this particular Works Trophy, because you've got some seriously rare machinery in here, and you know the Carrera 6 was made in a little bit bigger numbers, relatively speaking, for a race car, but 917s, there were so few of them, particularly Gulf 917s. We've got 2 of them that were run by the John Wyer Automotive Engineering team. But actually, a little bit further down the field, we're not going to see it go for overall honours, but keep an eye out for this number 16 car of James Bezzetta, whose father Joe drove the car in period. That exact car number 16, Porsche 904, won the Targa Florio in overall in 1964. With none other than Colin Davis at the wheel, son of Bentley boy Sammy Davis. That's a pretty special car.
There are times when words fail me, and I said that this morning when we were looking at the mainly 911s that were out there, because that's a favourite period of mine, and those cars are very much of a time. However, is this, if as I was brought up on Derek Bell and Jackie Hicks being hugely successful in the Le Mans 24 Hours, Derek Bell being the Brit that was beating everybody. He and Jackie were the original Mr. Le Mans, I suppose you would say, getting covered on national radio live, not with full commentary, but Raymond Baxter reporting from Le Mans in about every hour, every couple of hours on the BBC. And you think about these kind of cars that were running around, just coming into the era of the McQueen Le Mans movie, which is the next set of cars along, really, I suppose, into the 1970s. Just absolutely extraordinary cars. I had the Dinky and the Corgi toys. Well, were you a Dinky or a Corgi person? You say it was almost like you had to be one or the other. I just liked whichever ones I could get. There were slightly different scales, so you couldn't actually stand them together, which was
I was a Skeletric man.
Obviously, everybody was Skeletric, obviously. Didn't get very many sports cars in Skeletric in those days, not back in the 60s and 70s.
There was a Derek Bell edition,
There was a Derek Bell edition.
Derek Bell Le Mans edition. I bet they're very collectible now. What a great amount
Derek
of
bought them all.
He saw that, he cornered the market.
He did.
Clever man. Well, we've got some special machines in here, as we've mentioned. The first ever Porsche Can-Am car, the 917 PA, that'll be driven by Gunnar Jeanette, and that car will be challenging for the overall win, I guarantee you that much. That car was campaigned by Joe Siffert in period, and was very much a dip of a toe in the water for Porsche to see if they would go full scale in for the Can-Am in North America, and boy did they ever, with the 917-10 and 917-30. At the front of the field, the 917-10 of Bruce Canepa, who's had a successful day. He won the Weissach Cup earlier on. Can he double it up with the Werks Trophy in his ex-George Luce 917-10? A striking red and yellow paint scheme. He'll have to hold off one of the Gulf 917s. I think that's Charles Nierberg's number 8 car that will start right behind them from this rolling start. 917 after 917. How lucky are we to witness this? Wow.
And make no doubt, this is not a parade, this is a race. If you're joining us on MotorTrend on YouTube, our streaming service presented by Michelin, good timing. It's quite late now, coming up to midnight in the UK, so already into Monday morning. Sorry, no, that's complete nonsense. That's 10 o'clock at night in the UK, 11 in Central European summertime. So maybe just coming in from a Saturday night out. You've timed it pretty much perfectly as the cars are lining up for the start. And the number 44 all the way at the back is getting ready to go. That's Cam Ingram in the Carrera GTS. Waiting. Oh, we're going to have one more lap. I thought we were going to go green there, and clearly some of the drivers did there as well, because there was a little bit of acceleration, but we still have the lights on the safety car coming round the Sonderwunsch, the DreamWorks. You can have your Porsche anywhere you want between Porsche exclusive manufacturer and Sonderwunsch. For a long time, Porsche didn't talk about Sonderwunsch. It wasn't available. It didn't exist, and it was a myth. It was almost a unicorn.
Special wishes, is that what it
Special
means?
wishes, nighttime wishes, dreams, DreamWorks.
Wishes.
Yeah.
Also look out for the Bobsy Porsche, the orange and blue special there, the 1964 machine owned by Donald Anderson. That car was designed by Jerry Mong and named after Jerry Mong's uncle.
Before we get racing, let's head down to Amanda, who has found a very special catch. Ka-chow!
Yeah, we're going to talk to Jay Ward here in a little bit. He is the Pixar creator behind Sally Carrera. He actually also, if anyone caught the NFL stuff going on with Toy Story, I know he had a hand in that, but his Instagram handle is my favorite. It says, I'm the car nerd at Pixar. But man, as we ran into these last couple hours at the Rennsport Reunion, I can see in the media area, I know, Peter, you guys had a lovely conversation with Hurley Haywood. There he is, taking in the last couple hours of the day, but cars are on track, guys.
And warming up for a rolling start as we wait to see if the lights are out on the safety car, and they are, so the 918 will pull off and we will leave the field in the hands of the number 6 of Bruce Canepa. That is the pole sitting car on the inside, the red and yellow car on the outside of the front row. Charles Neerberg in the Gulf livery number 8. Behind them, the 111. That's a quick car as well. 111 once again in the hands of Dana Perez.
Yeah, 9082 Spider. Off we go, John.
Waiting for the green flag. There it is. They've given it early. Now 3 wide, almost across the line, and it's the Gulf Porsche that leads. Oh, how good does it sound to say that as they go across the line. Charles Neerberg then had the whole shot. Does he hold on to it in turn 1? He does not. Turn 2, excuse me. And it's side by side, and there's a touch. And Peter immediately throws his hands to his head as Gunnar Jeanette came together with Charles Neerberg. The white 917 PA with the blue V on the front, and coming together and going for the lead straight away. We know this is a quick car, and Gunnar Jeanette is sure he's not messing about this weekend. The nose dives and almost sniffs the tarmac as they go into turn 5, and Gunnar Jeanette is leading the Vex Trophy for Rennsport.
But the 91710 has quite a bit more power. The development of the Porsche Can-Am cars. Here comes Gunnar Jeanette, though. Got better corner speed than that little 917 PA. But when the 91710, the red and yellow car there, once that turbo wakes up, it catapults the driver from one end of the straight to the next. But Gunnar Jeanette leads at Laguna Seca in the 917 PA, the ex-Joe Siffert machine. And contact between the first ever 917 to win a race, don't forget, Charles Neerberg's machine, and Porsche's first ever Can-Am car. That was nearly $100 million accident there, John.
Imagine writing the insurance form for that one. Oh, dear me. Coming round to complete the first racing lap in the sunshine at Laguna Seca, Gunnar Jeanette, who was literally born into a Porsche family with his father Kevin being one of the foremost restorers and race preparation. Decent pedal himself as well, Kevin. Doesn't talk about that very much, but he can pedal a car. 1.5 seconds at the front of the field. It's Dele Perez in 4th place. Matthew Polk brings the Platypus, the 1964 car, into 5th position. Gerard Lopez, the Langhek 908 from 69, the number 5 car's in 6th. Then Will Lyon in the 910 from 1967. There's a rare car for you. The top 10 is Greg Campbell in the 174 Elva Porsche with a similar car with Bruce Marquand. They're having a decent little scrap. The 1964 Elvas, the Mark 7 in 9th. And Dave Hagan makes up the top 10 in the second of the 967 910s. He is, as I say, in 10th position.
Mark Webber in the Carrera 6 El Tigre steps a wheel out onto the gravel and has a big slide there. When we spoke to Gijs van Lennep a few moments ago, he was telling us how his Carrera 6 is also in the heritage display in the Dutch Racing Orange, with some great colour schemes on them in this race as well. Bruce Caneper's rallied in the 917-10 Can-Am from the George Loesch Racing Team, and on the straightaway, what if Bruce Caneper can get the power down on that 917-10? Gunnar Jeanette will have no chance to hold him off, but Jeanette being very clever on where to place that little 917 PA. Oh, the Platypus! What's happened to the
Matthew
Platypus?
Polk has gone around.
Oh dear. Oh, so it managed to
10.
get going again. I think it's just a spin. I say just a spin. That's such a shame. It was running so well. The little Platypus was running ahead of the 917,
I
the golf car.
that.
Wow.
That is turn
There's
10, bottom of the hill. Let's get back to the lead battle. This, my goodness, if this doesn't stir your soul, you're already dead, I'm afraid. Peter can't watch as they're side by side through turn number 5. Caneper back to the lead in the 917-10 and streaks away for a moment, but Gunnar Jeanette gets the Can-Am car hooked up and tries to chase him down much later on the brakes.
What you're watching, ladies and gentlemen, is two of the best Porsche historic racers on the planet in two of the best Porsche historic racing cars on the planet. A 917-10 Can-Am car, a 917 PA that was driven by none other than Joe Siffert back in the day, and that was the base that they took. And the 917 PA, the car in second, Gunnar Jeanette there, the aerodynamics in that car were very important to developing the 917 Coupe as well.
You can see.
There's nothing that Gunnar Jeanette can do. Once that Canepa car wakes up, it just kaboomed as the car just catapults down the straight.
Into Andretti's hairpin, the Andretti hairpin. And here comes Gunnar Jeanette. It's on the dry lake bed that gives Laguna Seca its name. That Gunnar Jeanette can close in that very distinctive multicoloured spotted helmet of Gunnar Jeanette, the man who continues to race in both IMSA and the World Endurance Championship with AO. He manages the team and races with PJ Hyatt. We've got the GTS.
Cam Ingram.
Cam Ingram's machine just ahead of them. That's the 1964 904. Cam looks in his mirrors. Look, I mean, none of these are big cars, but that little 904 GTS looks absolutely tiny. It looks like you've got two different skills of car on the track, doesn't it?
But they have lineage as well. Here comes Gunnar at Rainy Curve. That would be a big move, and Canepa shuts the door. But yeah, Cam Ingram, who they've just gone by there in the 904, accomplished Pikes Peak racer, racing one of the coolest 911s ever made by E-Motion Engineering. Needs to bring that next time.
James Buzetta is the next car that will go a lap down in another 904, the 1964 green car, the number 16 in 16th position. The leaders blow past him. He'll feel the air move as he goes past them. These cars, okay, we're in the early days here, Peter, of understanding aerodynamics, but these cars did move air.
Oh, they moved there, and they just, both in the aerodynamic side, but also the amount of air they sucked in as well to run those engines, those turbochargers. The flat 12 engine with the turbocharger for the 917-10. It's an absolutely monstrous car, 1,000 horsepower thereabouts. This car raced in the Inter Series as well in Germany, which was the basically equivalent of Can-Am in Europe.
Yeah, no holds barred series. Very few rules. If you bring it, we'll find some way to let you race it. Basically, that was it. Run what you brung.
300-litre fuel tank. It's ridiculous. It's everything about it is just big numbers.
Yeah. Can you imagine the difference between starting and finishing?
Oh, I mean, the car is, well, I mean, 100 kilos for one of those. So if you've got a 300-litre fuel tank, it's going to make quite a difference as it burns the fuel off. Now going to lap Mark Webber in the El Tigre.
Fair play to Mark Webber, by the way. Absolute star name. He's made himself available all weekend. And he hasn't just picked out cars that are going to be at the sharp end of the field. He's been out on the track a couple of times in this El Tigre, the 42 striker car, just coming through onto the main race, on the main straight now.
And that El Tigre is owned by the Ingram Collection. I think the late great Bob Ingram would have just been smiling from ear to ear seeing Mark Webber driving his car at Laguna Seca at Rennsport, an event he loved so much.
So, laps to go 4. Gap between first and second, 1.7 seconds, waiting for Nierberg to come through in third. There he is, another 23, call it 24 seconds further back, and he's got a decent lead on Dene Perez in the 111 9082 Spider. He's yet to cross the line, and the 111 is about 15 seconds ahead of the number 88 910 of William Lyon, and the top 6 made up by Dave Hagan is another 13 seconds further back. There's Perez going through now at 23 seconds from a position on the podium.
That 917 Gulf car has just got such a presence to it. It just puts the hairs up on the back of your neck. Remember, this car was a factory Porsche racing car, 1969, where it won the first ever race for the 917 before being basically sent to John Wyer Automotive Engineering in Slough in the United Kingdom, who brought the Gulf money to the team and ran the car from there. And it was Porsche, it was Rico Steinemann actually, who went to John Wyer Automotive Engineering and said, we'd like you to run our 917s next year. And they won everything there was to win apart from Le Mans. It's that one big gap in history, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the Dickie Atwood car that won the 23 in the red and white Salzburg colours that I think is probably one of my, if not my favourite ever Porsche livery. Just shows it off really well, and the curves of that, plus it's red and white. I'm not going to turn my nose up at that, am I? The 6 car is ridiculously shiny. I noticed this earlier on, Bruce Canepa in the 917-10. I mean, that is incredible level of preparation. Obviously, you want the car to be as clean as possible at the start of the race. You'll probably give it a little bit of a polish, get it to slip through the air as best it can. Tazio Ortiz will go a lap down in the number 30. What was that? The
30, Dave Hagan in the 910.
Dave Hagan. He's got further up than I thought, actually.
Yeah, so it just shows you that, again, the development. The 910 in 1967 was a fantastic car, but it would completely obsolete 2 or 3 years later. If you wanted to win overall, the car still ran on in private hand, of course, but the rate of development at Porsche at that time was immense.
Porsche and Audi on the Carrera strip, as I always call it, on the doors, on the sill strip of the second place car of Gunnar Jeanette. Even in those days, there were close links between the two firms before they were all brought together, I suppose, in the Volkswagen AG mergers.
That was, it was basically a dealership network and distribution network, Porsche and Audi. So that was the Can-Am was a way of promoting that network. Gunnar Jeanette really getting some body language going on that 917 PA.
Porsche and Audi, of course, collaborating in the wonderful Audi S2 Avant.
What a car.
That ran on Porsche Cup, 911 Cup alloys. Porsche dealt with the suspension and helped with the engine and the brakes. They were the big red brakes, weren't they, from the 911 of the time. Porsche have done that. I mean, remember, Porsche started off as an engineering firm. We've talked about this before. Also built a very highly sought-after car now, as are the Audi S2 Avants. But completely built under instruction, under consultation, a Mercedes-Benz, big Mercedes-Benz saloon. One of the most sought after Benzes you can buy now was the Porsche built one, which is built at Porsche at Stuttgart. And yes is the answer, I would have one.
And I almost bought an S2 actually years ago from a gentleman that I ended up working in the old factory that he used to work in when I worked for RML. It was the old Cosworth factory on the outskirts of Wellingborough. He'd been a factory engineer at Cosworth, and it suffice to say it was a right-hand drive UK car, which are rare. It was dark grey, which was rare, and it was absolutely immaculate. And I still rue not buying that car.
So the number 5 there, Gerard Lopez, former boss of the Lotus Formula 1 team, in his 908 Langhek, which is the long-tail version you would have seen at circuits like Le Mans, occasionally at Spa, Monza. This car was a factory cars chassis 908-004, raced at Monza with the works in 1968, and actually in its retirement was owned by Gerard Larousse for 30 years, I'm reliably informed, yes.
Charles Neerberg, third position at the moment, and comfortably in third, but getting on for 40 seconds away from the leaders now, with Gunnar Jeanette just about a second and a half away. Now we're down to the final 2.25 miles as the checkered flag comes out for Bruce Canepa. He crosses the line, and where is Jeanette? He's just gone through in second place. And 2 seconds the gap. Neerberg and Daniel Perez, they are separated by a decent gap. So I think Neerberg is going to be safe. These cars, absolutely outstanding.
What a podium that is. And 3 of the greatest Porsches in history. The 917 PA, which started off that Can-Am journey. The 917-10, which started off the, should we say, the Porsche and Penske journey, and a Gulf 917, well, needs no introduction.
Coming to the line, little bit of a drag race there. That I think was for position. Dominic Dobson and Matthew Polk, who were battling for 7th and 8th, and Matthew Polk in the red number 7. The Platypus got going again, Peter, and picks up 7th position. No, excuse me, in the 906.
No, it was the Platypus that got it on the line, yes.
Over the 906.
7th position. Great to see the little Platypus taking part. It's a car owned by Virtuoso Performance, but the PAM Automotive company that created the Platypus were based at Manhattan Beach in California, so it's a home hero here at Laguna Seca.
Well, once again,
I enjoyed that.
Oh, well, this is right up your street, this isn't it?
That was good. Bruce Canepa, what a day he's had. That's 2 trophies in the bag for him now. He won the Weissach Cup in his 935 and the Werks Trophy in the bag as well. Fantastic with the jet black helmet there. That is a car that, again, Bruce has owned for a long time. In the film Moby and the Warhorse Gang, when they go to Bruce Canepa's shop and it's just living in the background, this red and yellow Can-Am machine.
Let's take a look at the results. Still provisional, of course, as we always say, but I didn't see anything from race control getting involved. Bruce Canepa taking his 2nd victory in the feature races this Sunday at Rennsport 7. Gunnar Jeanette coming up just 2 seconds short in 2nd place. Canepa with the fastest lap as well, by the way. Charles Neerberg makes up the podium in the number 8 917K. Then it was Perez, William Lyon, Dave Hawken, Matthew Polk, Dominic Dobson had a battle to the line. Greg Campbell in the Elva won the battle of the 2 Elvas with Bruce Marquand alongside him. 2/10, so that was very impressive between those 2, and they made up the top 10. Tazio Ortiz put his fastest lap in on the last lap, as did Gerard Lopez in his 908 Le Mans. Well, there's Canepa. What a machine.
It's just imposing, isn't it? The 917-10. What a monster. And just perfect parallel parking there as well. But parallel park, 1,000 horsepower Can-Am car. Bruce has had a superb weekend.
Yeah.
Success.
He clearly feels very confident in that car and the 935, wasn't it, that he was racing earlier on?
Well, the Bruce Canepa's shop based here in California. He does factory-blessed restorations of 959s. Apparently he's done over 20 of them, if I'm reliably informed.
Like the fact that there's a little door there. It doesn't actually help you to get out, but it means you don't have to stand on the bodywork. You stand on the pontoon.
I think your foot would go straight through it if you stayed on it.
Exactly so. Exactly so. So we have our winner in the Works Trophy, our Rennsport feature race for that category. It's another win for Bruce Canepa, this time in his beautiful 91710 from 1972. Beautiful Sunday afternoon and still plenty of action to come. Let's head down to the paddock area where Matt Morrison is standing next to a beautiful Manthey GT car and an even more beautiful guest. Who have you got, Matt?
Hey, thanks. I'm here with Nicky Rader, CEO, Manthey Racing. How you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you here. It's a very nice event.
Thank you. Good to meet you. Talk to us about this car and what you've brought to the States, because everybody knows Manthey, the name, big performance, big Nürburgring times in Europe, but I believe this is the first time you've sold your kit of hardware to U.S. customers, correct?
Yes, it was a big job to bring us to U.S. So it's, as you told, we are based on the Nürburgring, and there we developed the kit mainly. And now it's possible about 42 dealers to sell our kit in the US.
When's that going to be available, or is it available already?
It's available already.
Let's do a quick walk around, maybe show us some of the highlights, what you've put on the car, what you've done to the car, and what the result is.
Yeah, the two main things are the suspension and the aerodynamic. So we have more than 60% more downforce. This is coming through the bigger rear ring with an integrated gurney and bigger diffuser. And to compensate it on the front, we have the flicks, a longer splitter, and some fins in the other body, so that we have a perfect balance. And the other thing is the suspension. With the suspension, it's important to hold the ride height, who has also an aerodynamical influence, and to rise up the grip and the drivability. The dampers are the same dampers like we drove it in the GT3R in our Grello race car and in all the other GT3Rs who we see here, or the GT3R Rennsport also. Only the difference is that it's allowed to drive this back at the street, but inside the technology is the same. And the third things are the wheels. So we are very, very nice wheels who are not is not designed by design, and is designed by weight reduction. And this you can see, they are very intensive machined. And then we also have our aerodisc. The aerodisc is an aerodynamical help, so it's rise up also the downforce. To understand it, with the aerodisc you can lower the wing by 2 degrees, so it makes the car much more efficient.
What are we talking in terms of outright performance versus a stock version?
So on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's more than 4 seconds. It depends also on the track. So you can say it's if you have a 5-kilometer track, it's 1 to 2 seconds. The thing is, we drove the same engine, drove the same gearbox, same tires. So the things where you can make a car normally easily faster, or what everybody's doing normally, this is what we cannot do. So we use pure performance things like the suspension, aerodynamics, what I explained. So, and the feeling of the car is more than a race car. It's you have more confidence on a racetrack, so it's a good step, and you feel it.
What are we talking in terms of cost? How much?
How much? It's around $40,000.
Right on. Tell us a little bit about the background of Manthey and what your credentials are and how you all got into this business with making really quick Porsches go insanely quick.
Yeah, we started as a racing team, so it's more than 28 years ago, and my brother and me come to Manthey in 2013, and in 2013 also buys Porsche 51% of Manthey, and at that moment we start to develop more for Porsche together with Porsche, race cars, street cars, and also we do things like racing experiences, racing school, and that is what we are doing.
Great. Well, Nicky, thanks for the time. Thanks for giving us the info and the walk around. Have fun the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
The team from Moist Path, just around the corner from the Dodiger Höhe, the long final straight on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Beautiful afternoon, and still with racing to come. The fans have not moved 1 inch. It's a sold-out Saturday and Sunday, and it was the same yesterday. We had the Doobie Brothers keeping a lot of people here. Today, it's all about the racing, and the crowd's still flocking up to the top of the corkscrew. If you're going to come to Laguna Seca, then clearly you have to make the pilgrimage up there. We have to get you up. You've not been to the top of the corkscrew, have you? Peter Mackay sitting alongside me.
No, I haven't yet, John. That's the key word, isn't it? Yet.
Yes. We'll flag you down. We'll flag you down a McCann as they go past before the end of the day.
Well, you and Shea are taking over the reins for the. In fact, no, you and Nick Tandy are taking over the reins
Correct.
for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America race with Deluxe, and maybe that's well go and watch.
That's where you have to go and do that.
Good one actually to go and see.
I want selfies. I want photographic evidence.
And also, I was too starstruck. I met the Michelin man earlier.
Oh, did you?
I would really wanted to ask him for us to have a photo together, but I didn't have the nerve.
He looks good for over 100, doesn't he? Yeah, it does. There's that green colour again, this time in a...
That's a Valiant car.
Yeah.
It's a Taycan GTS, I think, with violent colours, which... was the world's fastest boiler company, which sponsored mainly the Kramer team in the early 80s, late 70s and early 80s. In fact, my first ever gift I got for my goddaughter was a 934 Valiant liveried little Matchbox car to add to her collection.
You're a good godfather.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very impressive. Very good indeed. Let's head down into the paddock. Right in front of an open-air press room is Sally Porsche with our Amanda Busick.
Well, as we teased, we were going to talk to Jay Ward, and one of the things when I was doing a little research on you was your Instagram bio says that you're the resident car nerd at Pixar. So it seems like in your career you've been able to combine a passion on both sides. How did you put that together?
Well, I've always been a car guy, always been a Porsche lover, so getting to work on the movie Cars was really everything I loved coming home. Getting to work on making cars come to life on the screen was really just something I already enjoyed, so it was two great passions coming together.
So with Sally, there's actually the inspiration from the 911 that you actually own. So I guess you got to go to your garage for the drawing book.
Yeah, a little bit. So Bob Polly, the man who actually designed Lightning McQueen and Sally and Mater, he's here with me this weekend. And we drew inspiration from a lot of cars, but Sally is obviously distinctively a 996 Porsche. And yes, I do have a little blue 911 that we call Little Blue. So yes, there's definitely some love and some passion in the garage and on the screen.
Well, with Jay here this weekend is his son, Henry, and you've been taking in the event of the Rennsport Reunion. What's it like walking around here with Dad?
It is truly amazing. It's just awesome seeing all of these cars here. It is truly the biggest car show in the world.
What's something that you saw that caught your eyes?
I saw a lot of Porsche Spyders, and I love Porsche Spyders, and they're just super cool cars.
Well, it doesn't seem like the apple falls far from the tree here, but Jay, and then I do want to talk to you because we were watching in the TV truck earlier just the Toy Story combination with the NFL stuff today, being able to have a hand in that, to see it happen live and in color, it had to be a unique experience for you.
It's pretty wild to have something like Toy Story and the NFL come together in a meaningful way that kids who maybe weren't football fans could tune in and learn about the game. It's a little bit like when kids watch the movie Cars and all of a sudden they go, you know what, maybe I'd like to have a car, maybe I'd like to be a race car driver. And that's what's beautiful, I think, about Pixar films, are the stories that people connect with of all ages, kids and adults.
Well, thank you guys for being with us this weekend. Henry and Jay, just a little teaser, what are you working on now?
Got a lot of fun things going. If you're in South America, I have an exhibit called Mundo Pixar, World of Pixar. It's in Rio de Janeiro right now. But some more fun things to come for you on both television and on the big screen, so stand by.
Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
For me, the genius thing about Cars was the fact that the eyes were on the windscreen and not on the headlights. That is what gave the characters their character. And I don't know whose idea that was, because the obvious thing is to make the headlights the eyes. And they went away from that with all of the characters.
And then the grille was the smile. And you look at a lot of cars, real cars, they have a smile. And that often comes from the grille. I tell you what.
Lightning McQueen is an MX-5.
Henry,
I think, to be
by
honest.
the way, though, Henry Ward, Porsche fan.
Extraordinaire.
He knows what he's looking at, doesn't he? Fantastic.
What's up next, Peter?
Flacked Cup. We're winding it a little bit closer to present day now. Cars from the 964 and the 993 all the way through to later 997. These are all GT cars. In fact, we've got a 924 GTR in there as well, just to add a little spice to the mix. Cars from iconic teams like Alex Job Racing, Flying Lizard, the Momo team in there too. And some Pikes Peak cars. We've got Jeff Swartz Turbo Cup and Fred Veach's Twin Turbo 996 as well.
This is the Tony Quinn VIP Pet Foods cars in this one as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Correct, it is.
And there it is. Just coming across the start line now.
And an ex-Damien Faulkner Legner Racing Super Cup car as well.
Damien's got that back. That's his car, I believe.
Not anymore. It's been raced by its new owner.
Oh, really? So he's just sold it?
Yes.
Because that was in his hands until relatively recently.
Well, it was in the hands of a very significant rally collector. And it's now being raced by its new owner, which is fantastic. That's what Rennsport's all about as well. Is getting people to experience these cars for the first time. Fantastic.
We just had the Manthey Racing feature there, and Robert Dalrymple in the 997 GT3R with the Manthey Racing Grello.
That's an ex-Nürburgring 24-hour car. Finished 7th overall and first in class with Mark Lieb, Roman Dumas, Lucas Luhr and Timo Bernhard. What a driving squad that is.
That is the green and yellow. They sort of mixed those colours together and used the English words of green and yellow and called it Grello. That is their works colours now, effectively.
Yeah.
And people talk about that. There's Grello merchandise, T-shirts and hats, etc.
By the way, just to let you know, the merchandise here will be staying open after racing concludes. There's not quite sold out of everything yet.
But it's been a good go at it.
It's been very, very busy.
Yeah,
very busy indeed. We'll give you the starting grid when they start, when they have formed up properly. They're just getting themselves into position at the moment as they head up Rahal Straight. A beautiful afternoon it's turned into.
This is what I was sold.
I came in here in the dark this morning, and I've just popped outside when you were talking to his van Lennep, and I walked back outside and it was sunny, and I'd completely forgotten. You kind of get a little bit isolated here.
It's actually a very comfortable space here. I really like it. Yeah. I've been in some commentary boxes where it's maybe not quite as comfortable, but here we're very well looked after by our crew here at MotorTrend and Michelin.
I thank you very much indeed to Talk Media and to everyone who's been involved in the production, which started a very long time ago, and this is just the back end of it, if you will. So all those hours of planning and meetings, all the hard work rigging by the unsung heroes of the broadcast, and of course our camera operators as well, who've been brilliant all the way through.
As well for coffee. Don't forget.
Catering for coffee. Well, we've all been looking after each other for that. The business end is at the other end of the truck. The talent in the truck is what I was always taught. So thanks to Shifty and the rest of the team. Some great reconnecting with some of the faces I haven't seen from a long while, including from all the way back in the early ALMS days. Right, here's how they are lining up as they come around behind the safety car. There'll be one more formation lap to get a bit of heat into the tyres, and you'll start to see them coming together now. And I suppose it is only right and proper that on the front row we have a Flying Lizard car, although they were from a little bit further down the coast at Sayers Point is where they were based. Darren Law took it on after Seth Nyman stepped away from racing. There's a number of those silver and red cars in this pack.
It's what a story, Flying Lizard. I mean, Seth Nyman, when he founded the team, he said he went to Porsche Motorsport and said, I want to make the best sports car racing team in the world. And he said before, he says, I was well aware of how silly that might have sounded and how often Porsche might have heard that before, but that was what we wanted to achieve. And in their very peak, that was what they achieved. They won Class at Le Mans. They dominated the American Le Mans series. I think they achieved all of their dreams and more.
A little bit worried about Ernie Sparda, who is one of the Flying Lizard cars out there at the back, the number 80 car. He's just he's catching back up now. That's fine. Also, just in front, there's a very lovely Ruby Stone RS in there as well. Which
is this the 964 Euro Cup?
Is that what it is?
Yes, it's one of only 2 Ruby Stone Euro Cup cars ever made. It's a Strala Autosport car. Very, very cool little machine.
Ruby Stone is the colour, now called Ruby Star, and still available in the famous Porsche Paint to Sample, PTS. Actually, Ruby Star is available on some versions of the 911.
GT3, I think you can get it.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. We've got actually a couple of different Super Cup cars in this grid. We just mentioned the Ruby Star car, which that's the Extrala car, but also the Finalian car near the back, the yellow and blue one. Just giving it a shot there at the back. That's got 2 Super Cup wins in 1994 by Fabien Giraud, who was a DTM driver, ex-champion, so ex-Shay's dad's car.
Yeah. I'm sure Bill Adam will have driven that one.
Yep.
As well. I can see a Peterson White Lightning car in there as well. These can't be historic. I commentated on these in period. I'm not that old. Oh, yeah, maybe I am. Stand by for action. The Flagged Cup feature race at Rennsport 7 gets the green flag. And we are racing with the Flying Lizard machine taking the lead, but round the outside, Alexander Meurmarineux tries to make the manoeuvre. That hasn't worked out, has it? The red and white car drops back into second place.
Well, Alexander Marmorano was really, really quick yesterday. Dr. Marmorano, we should say, the heart and lung surgeon, and he's got a gorgeous ex-Manthey Racing 997 GT3R, and he's going to be up for this one. As Carlos de Quesada going up the inside at turn 3 in his ex-Peterson White Lightning, another Le Mans winning car. They're all up and down the field here. Where do you look?
History at every single part of the circuit. Climbing up the hill for the first time of asking in race trim, and it is the 44 car, the 2005 996 RSR. Do we know if it's Lee or Mark that's driving that car?
Lee Hauer entered the car. I'm really not sure who's. We had this yesterday. It's one of the two of them, of course. This is another Le Mans. This has been 2 starts at Le Mans.
Change to the lead.
Wow.
Yellow flags. It's a full course yellow. That pass will have to be given back by Dr. Marmorano, and I'm pretty certain that was why we saw the leader break there. Now, where have we lost? Oh, there's somebody on. No. Let's see.
And indeed, the lead has been re-established by the number 44 Flying Lizard car. Dr. Marmorano being given the signal there, and it just looks so purposeful, that car that Alexander Marmorano has. It's an ex-Manthey car, been driven by some seriously special pilots as well, including Mathieu Jaminet, Matteo Cairoli, Jörg Bergmeister, Richard Westbrook, Emmanuel Collard, Romain Dumas, Lucas Luhr, Mark Lieb and Timo Bernhard. That's quite an honour roll of people who have driven that car.
Wow. Oh my goodness, it was a big shunt down at just after the start line. Looks like it started right about the start line from the witness marks on the road, and it's the Tony Quinn number 70 involved, the VIP Pet Foods car.
It's Fred Veach in the other car. That's the Pikes Peak car.
Yeah, the number 11 GT3 RS with the number 70, as we mentioned. That's the Marcus Jewell driven car. Both drivers are out of their cars, and it looks like they got out under their own steam. Actually, I say that, and I think Fred's still in the car.
Yeah,
probably the safest place for him, actually, until he knows that everything has been cleared on the track. He's got his thumb up and his gloves off. He's moving around in the car.
That's good to see. Great work from our marshals on the scene straight away.
Nice to see as well that both drivers just hand signals to each other to make sure that everybody was okay. And Marcus Jewell checking on his competitor there before he walked away.
What a pity. What a pity there. So, our drivers now held behind the pace car at a slightly more sedate pace than they were before. A little bit of debris there at the corkscrew. I wonder where that came from. It's a little bit of red bodywork.
What
but
part of a Porsche do you think that is,
That's
Peter?
a very good trivia question. It's like question of sport with the guess the star. So,
again, going back to that incident, that must have happened right at the line, because the witness marks, both the skid marks and the grounding out, there's a lot of scraping on the new tarmac. I mean, the great thing is, because this is new tarmac, anything that's laid down on it, we would have noticed it earlier on. Those dark tyre marks, and more importantly for me, Peter, just before the line, there are scratch marks in the top of the pavement, and that would suggest to me that there was either a puncture or a suspension issue from one of those cars that far back that pitched one of them sideways. But quite clearly there's been heavy contact with the tyre barrier on driver's right, just down the track from the Mission Food Bridge.
It's such a shame. You know, these teams, drivers, owners put so much effort and preparation into this weekend to be here, and this is the kind of culmination point of that weekend. The Flag Cup, this is the feature race where the award is handed out, and this is the last way you want to see it happen, to see these cars these beautiful machines get rolled onto the truck in that kind of condition. It is one of the risks of motor racing, though, and we wish the teams well with the clean-up from that.
And this is a lap race, and rather sensibly, Race Control have brought the safety car and the line of cars that it has under its control into the pit lane. Second driver is out of the car, so that's both drivers now that we have seen out of the car. So Fred Veach and Marcus Jewell both out of their respective machines. They'll be taken for a checkup. They're both under their own steam into the EMR safety vehicle, and they will be taken to the medical centre for a check over. So this is not going to be the work of a moment.
No, it won't be.
Both cars have extensive suspension damage. So whilst this goes on, and we'll guarantee you will not miss any action, a little earlier on, Matt was patrolling the paddock and bumped into a very familiar name when we think about WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, because we have the Rahal Straight. Now, that's named after Bobby Rahal, but his son is also a successful racing driver in his own right, and Graham Rahal is on the grounds this weekend.
I've got a familiar face here to a lot of race fans, a lot of car fans. IndyCar driver Graham Rahal, but not only is a racer, he's a huge car guy. Graham Rahal Performance, he's developed over the last few years into a real player in the luxury and sports car space, and you got something special to tell us about today, right, Graham?
I do, yeah. This is a pretty cool new project that we've been doing, obviously here at Rennsport. It's the perfect place to showcase one of our recommissions on the Carrera GT side. This is car number 2, which is a signal orange car. It's a special thing for me. I grew up, the Carrera GT was, I think, is the best car ever made, bar none. And so when I was a kid, seeing dads, in the garage and stuff, it really drove me to start the company and to get where we are today. Obviously, big Porsche fans, always have been. I think Porsche and Rahal, I look at walking through your Rennsport, there's a lot of cars dad's driven, competed in, see the Apple Computer 935 stuff everywhere. It's certainly cool for us to have our car here on display as well.
Take us through what inspired this project, and then give us some of the details. We'll take a walk around the car.
Well, yeah, obviously, if you think about Carrera GTs, the majority of them are silver. And so as we looked, and we've sold 28 Carrera GTs in the last 18 months through Graham Rahal Performance. So if it's a Carrera GT in this country, we've probably touched it or darn near. And the majority being silver. This car was actually a USA car. It went to Europe. I brought it back from the UK. And we give our clients kind of a blank slate to start with. So this particular one, signal orange, if you look at the interior, all the new leather panels get rewrapped. This car was built to match a Singer. So it has the Singer weave on the inserts. Car number 1, car 3 and 4, which are the 4 that we've done so far, are completely opposite of this one. You dream it, you think it, we create it. We're really proud of this one. The first car was amethyst metallic. This one's signal orange. Car 3 is Amazon green metallic, which is beautiful. And car 4 is Viper green, which I've always been a big Viper green car, and I'm excited for that one to get completed.
All right, Graham, awesome stuff. Thanks for talking to us. Guys, back to you.
Graham Rahal talking to us a little bit earlier on, and that signal orange machine, absolutely close. And I do like those plaid, the tartan inserts to the seats. We were looking at a very pleasant blue 99 1.2 touring GT3 last night at the Baja Cantina, and that had blue plaid inside, which I love.
It was lovely, I must say.
It's that or the houndstooth for me.
Yeah, they're both lovely. Either or.
I'd be torn. I couldn't do it with mine because I've got the ventilated seats, so I can't have the cloth inserts, which
it's great to see Graham Rahal there with that Carrera GT, because that and Graham enhances cars and adds, you know, particularly on the exhaust side, makes the cars sound better, breathe better, what have you. And the Carrera GT, the engine in that car is, there's a reason why it sounds like a 90s Formula 1 car, because the engine has a lot of derivatives from that. In the mid-90s, Porsche Motorsport had a program with McLaren where they created a 3.5 litre V10 for them. And straight out the box, it was on par with the Honda engine without any kind of further development. But the project was canned because it was a really difficult time for Porsche at the time. They were in a time of transition, launching the 996, which of course launched the company back towards success. But the engine, as in typical Porsche Motorsport, because it was a good engine, it was not put in the bin. It was then brought back for the LMP 2000 Le Mans car, which also didn't race either. But eventually the engine found its home in the Carrera GT, a big capacity V10. And for the people that own those cars, they're so lucky, and they'll enjoy them so much because they are
speed so quickly.
Fantastic.
Still haven't decided what part of the red Porsche. That looks like Flying Lizard red to me.
Could be.
Maybe not quite
Could
dark
be.
enough. But what part of the Porsche was that?
That's the answer's in on a postcard.
I've seen an awful lot of Porsche Cup racing down through the years, and I thought I was pretty good at identifying
bonus
bits.
points for the part number.
Yeah. Maybe get somebody to go and retrieve that whilst we're under yellow. The cars have stopped in the pit lane, but we've not red flagged this race. It's still effectively under yellow. We have 6 laps to go. We will have at least one behind the safety car, and then we'll get it going again.
Another Carrera GT story while we've got a lull in the action. Roman Duma, when he first came to Weissach, he met up with Roland Kussmaul, who worked really closely with the drivers at that time at Porsche Motorsport, and they chose the Carrera GT, which was brand new at that time. And Roland he says, I'll show you the track. So Roland goes and drives very quickly, because he is a very, very fast driver, Roland Kussmaul. And they go around the track, and he says, now you drive. And Roman's like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, you're a new works driver. You drive. So they did a couple of laps, and Roman told me, he says, I'll never forget the last corner, because the Carrera GT was not an easy car to drive really fast. And coming around the final corner, big bank corner, the car started to slide. And he says, honestly, if I'd tried the slide on purpose, I never would have been able to do it again. He says, it broke away and I caught it, powered out of it, and went. And at that point, even Roland Kussmaul, who didn't scare easy, he went, okay, that's enough. Let's stop now. Lunchtime.
Well, hearing from race control that they're unfortunately going to call this race with the clear up of the cars completed, but they're still working on rebuilding the tyre wall. So that is going to call that race.
What a pity.
Yeah, we still had 6 laps to go.
We do have space in the schedule to maybe get them out later, though. I don't know if that's we don't know if that's the case, of course, but let's keep our fingers crossed.
Just saw the black flag coming out over the start-finish line. We pulled them into the pit lane anyway, as I mentioned. So our track services, there was absolutely no point in them just running around behind the safety car and having to dodge around the front loader there, telly loader, and the front straight. So we'll wait to see if those guys come back out again. It was it Max Moritz who was at the lead at the end of that, the 74 car? I don't think it was it?
No, I think it was the Lee Hauer Mark Peters car, the number 44996 RSR, the Flying Lizard machine that ran very strongly yesterday.
Well, I will go back on what I said, because I thought they would have run straight back into the paddock. They may yet do that. So let's see. I'm looking on the flag stands, and I didn't see a checker.
Is it
but I
me, or
did
does
see
there
a
look a
black
bit of
set.
purpose to this parade behind the pace car?
Well, we might get this underway.
Yeah.
We've got the safety car in front of the field. That's reasonable because, of course, it led them in. So maybe we can get the timing and scoring has shown this as finished. So I expect to see them turn hard left at the bottom of the hill.
The only thing I don't see is heavy accelerating and braking, which usually you will see on a coming to green lap.
To warm up the tyre. Well, I don't think they go green this time. I think they could follow around behind the safety car because what's going on the start-finish straight has not been finished yet.
No.
We've still got
we're
track
going
vehicles
into
there.
the pits. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my original information holds true. Thank you to Race Control for letting us know. And this is the reason why. The teleloader rebuilding tyre walls.
The boys and girls, they are working so hard. They're so quick. It always amazes me, you think, oh, this is going to take forever, and then it never does.
Yes, a good point. I know that tyre walls perhaps don't look the most high-tech, but they do their job, particularly with that banding in front of them. They dissipate the energy, and that's exactly what they did there, and that's why the safety team are rebuilding them, and we'll have to have that sorted before we go racing again. So, whilst that is going on, let's head to somewhere where if you have an accident, you never have to worry about the consequences. Amanda is Experience Esports.
Oh, you've won. I'm really glad that you guys are pulling the heavy lifting right now, because this is, I've had a lot of fun here today, but I just pulled my first lap around Laguna Seca, totally went in the gravel at the corkscrew, so on my second lap I'll try to improve that, but oh my gosh, I'm trying to lose. I did a 3-day course with Skip Barber back in the day, so I'm trying to apply my racecraft knowledge, but man, these things are harder than they look. Mac, how are you doing over there?
I'm doing pretty good, but I've been wasting all my time at home lately in virtual reality, so this is very strange going back to flat screen.
So my first lap time was a 1:47. Where are you at?
I don't think I have a lap time yet.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
All
so
right,
Randall Haywood is the guy that won this yesterday. He ended up getting $15,000, a Tag Heuer watch. I think I would have been lapped by Randall Haywood on this track.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Some of these sight lines are a little misleading.
I think I'm getting close to the corkscrew again. Hey, do you guys want to break down our racecraft down here? John, what do you think?
Impressed, Amanda.
Okay, all right.
As soon as you did that curse of the commentator, Amanda.
I'm still impressed.
It is the curse of the commentator. I did it to myself.
Well, you've got a good advantage over Mac at the moment. He did a 55, and you've done a 47. Come on, Mac, you're going to have to pick up the pace here.
I know, I got to step it up.
Mac's going for the full Francois Delacour, leaning forward here, hoping to go a bit quicker.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Another Porsche fan.
See where he is. He's climbing up the Rahal straight. Here's Mac, minute on the clock here. 1:55 for his best time. Comes into the braking area for the corkscrew, down through the gearbox. You take a little bit of curve on the left-hand side, a little bit on the right.
Lovely.
Feed the power back in gently. Now coming down to turn 9, really curved. Chuck on the inside. Wait, patient. Now on the throttle, Mac. Come on, build it up. Across the left-hand side of the road. Get right across to the right. Hook that curb on the inside. Now you can build it up. Meantime, Amanda is coming through turn number 4 and heading. She's just gone past. We just waved at you as you went past there. Amanda coming into turn 5, into the braking area. Feed it in. Don't move your hands. Keep them at 10 and 2.
I'm on a flyer.
Oh, come on. Let's go back to Mac and see what Mac's doing at the moment. He's done a 41. 141.8 from Mac. He's just going to run a little bit wide. He pulls the car back in the Andretti hairpin. Comes out towards turn 3 now. Needs to be on the left-hand side of the road. Down into second gear for this one, Mac. Go down another gear. Then they can accelerate out of it. Up to 4th for the next one. Amanda's gone rally crossing at the corkscrew.
I mean, this is my dream, having you guys commentate me actually racing. So
It's time attack from these two. They're not on the circuit together. Let's remind
big slide
ourselves.
from Amanda there. Oh.
Beautifully caught. Oh, Mac, you were doing so well. Turn 5 caught him out. I'm still impressed with that 141.8 though. That's pretty good. Don't take that curb. Stay away from that curb.
What car's being used here?
Yeah, that's a good question. What are the cars that's being used? Mark, what you driving?
I believe it's the GT3 RS.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Very good.
GT3 RS. So they're in comparison to the Flack Cup. They're maybe a wee bit behind on lap times, but
I'm pretty impressed. Mark's
close.
getting the hang of this now.
Yep.
Yeah, just gently
the
on and off the
Villeneuve lean
throttle
on
now.
there
Yeah, that's better.
Over to the left.
Now, how's Amanda? What's Amanda's best time? She's got down to, is that 42?
All right. Okay, this would be the best lap yet.
That's
Not
it. Come
to
on, Amanda.
Give myself the announcer curse again.
No, I'm saying nothing. I'm saying absolutely nothing.
Thank you, John.
40. You're doing really well. Really well. She's done a 40. Is that a 41.2? Can we just lap 3 there? Can we just have a quick? Is that a? What's the purple lap? No, 41.1. 41.1 from Amanda. That's impressive.
Fantastic. Up we go towards the corkscrew now. You're looking up saying, where's that tree? Is it there? Yes, it is on the brakes. Amanda using all the road on the right-hand side. I wonder if she's been getting some tips from her pal JB, who knows his way around here.
Took it in. Easy on the throttle, Amanda. Wait. Now you can go on the back on the gas. Stay
Liberal
to the
use
left,
of track
stay to the
limits,
left.
excellent.
Brake. Turn it in now. And now start to build up the throttle. Across to the right-hand side of the road. Brake. Turn in now. You turn in a bit early there. Wind off the lock. Come off the lock, otherwise you'll spin it. Right, coming towards the line. 35, 36. Keep the foot in. 37, 38, 39. That's your fastest lap. 39.
We're in the wall in the same place.
39.5. That is a sub 100-second lap from Amanda. Absolutely
when you
outstanding.
celebrate with your hands off the wheels, going into the wall virtually, it's okay.
Well, always take your hands off the wheel.
I feel great about it. That was a moment.
You get. I think you get the win. Max, let's have a quick look. Find a look at Mac's screen, please. I want to see the time for Mac because I don't think he got a 39. He got a 41.
I did sub 40.
Oh, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Will
Thanks,
Martin
guys.
had a 123.3 around this place yesterday.
Mac, hang your head in shame, particularly as you've got your own rig at home. That was a lot of fun, and it's Amanda actually went off at exactly the point on the circuit where the cleanup has been going on. Fortunately, she was only in virtual reality, so we don't have to wait for the tyres to be rebuilt there. Our track services team have done a super job, and we are ready to continue with the next race.
That was brilliant fun to watch that, actually.
I enjoyed that.
Amanda, she was giving it, sending the mail there, or hauling the mail, I should say. Hopefully, we'll get back racing soon for you folks. The recovery crew and pace car making their way back round towards the pits. The GT4 RS pace car has been well worked this weekend. Brilliant machine.
It's on its second set of Michelin tyres, and it's been through a little bit of racing.
We could have had it on cross climates earlier with the rain that we had. I've got them fitted to our road car at home. Brilliant.
Superb.
Just clears the water. Just whoosh.
WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca here in California. Provisionally, that race that we saw ending in the pit lane, we believe that has been called, at least for the time being. Now, whether those cars come back out later on, there were 6 laps to go. We had 3 racing laps. Actually, we'd had 2, really, because the safety car came out pretty early on. We think it was the number 44 Flying Lizards car that was at the front of the field when the safety car intervened. I suspect that it was the 10 of Alexander Michelin in second and James Sofronas in third. That is very provisional at the moment. There was Max Moritz's car was, I think, in front of them when the safety car picked them up. So whether that was just because that was about, they had some problems and it was about to be lapped, not entirely certain. But 44 from 10 from 14, the Flying Lizards car from the 2010 GT3R and the Cup car, the 997 Cup car from 08, in third position. Very much, as I say, provisional there from that race. Unfortunate that we've had to call that one, for the moment at least, but far better, I think, that the competitors were sitting in the pit lane. If there's a bit of time later on, there's an opportunity maybe to either re-rack that one and give them a restart, or continue where they're left off and do a safety car restart in single file. But otherwise, they would have finished their race by now, Peter, just sitting, cruising at 80 k's behind the safety car. Yeah, and next up is the Stuttgart Cup, and with these types of cars, next up are going to be prototypes, 962s, RS Spiders, etc. But particularly the 962s, if the teams know that there's a time that their race is starting at, they need to get the cars warmed up, they need to get them ready, and you can't push that on the road. I think hopefully we'll get a re-rack of the Flat Cup race later on, but the next up will be the Stuttgart Cup, one car of which our very own Shea Adam, her father Bill, drove in. He sent a picture in earlier, a picture from the time, which is wonderful to see. It's the Sachs car, which we'll see in just a moment. But this is something I've been waiting all weekend for. Timo Bernhard back in an RS Spider, John. Can't wait. Working with the American Le Mans Series, of course, in that era. I came across for the first Petit Le Mans in 1998, this time of year, of course, as Petit always is. It's not next weekend, but the week after. And that's a couple of seasons when Timo and Romain were the works drivers. We did an awful lot of dealer visits with Porsche dealers, and I had a absolutely fantastic time with them. We did some great stuff. They were brilliant together. They were a great double act. And we had a lot of fun with it, and it was a good season. I mean, that car's got great heritage, doesn't it, the car that's going out? It does. Car number 5. It was a car that was driven originally by Sasha Masson and Ryan Briscoe. The chassis number is 9R6702. It won overall in the hands of Briscoe and Masson at Salt Lake City and at Lime Rock. And then it was brought back into service in 2008 as a third car to help Porsche and Penske defeat Acura in the American Le Mans Series Championship. And the first of those races was Petit Le Mans in 2008, where Helio Castroneves and Ryan Briscoe won the race in the class and then helped to support the Porsche Penske crew at Laguna Seca at the final race, and they eventually managed to vanquish Acura in what is, to me, one of the greatest sports car all-season battles in history. The Porsche RS Spiders versus the HPD Acura, which was an amazing car as well. And to me, that's what really made the RS Spider great. Yes, it beat the Audis overall, which is one part of the greatness, but the other part is beating that Acura. And you ask anyone at Porsche who worked with the car, they said Acura really came out of the blocks in 2008, but the RS Spider still managed to beat them. And in that combined prototype class, of course, there was a balance of performance element, and the P1 cars had been backed down considerably from their original performance. So that the LMP2 battles that you're talking about actually is a very fair comparison, because they were absolutely the top cars of their times. Just getting these cars out onto the track for the Stuttgart Cup, and we'll have a couple of warm-up laps here. So the cars out onto their warm-up laps. Gerard Lopez is going to start from the front of the field. Gerard Lopez and Lars-Erik Nielsen were the only two cars that finished the race yesterday in changeable conditions,
and they gave a superb battle between just the two of them. They put it back and forth all the way through, but it was Gerard Lopez in the ex-Alfa Racing car that came out on top ahead of Lars-Erik Nielsen's machines, with several special cars chasing behind for this race from all different eras, 962s, Daytona prototypes, and I didn't see the RS Spider come out yet, but I'm sure it is in there.
Don't tell me.
No,
that would be
don't do it
disaster.
to me. Don't do it to me. That would be... Well, we've got Amanda down in the pits. Amanda, what have you got?
Oh man, I'm just starting to feel more and more bittersweet that we're getting down to the close of Rennsport Reunion 7. What a beautiful weekend. Been able to hang out with my friend Mac Morrison, who is going to head out of this place, hopefully with some brand new memories made and just a heart full of excitement that we've been able to experience here today. Just walking around, was there something that will always remind you of this one?
Well, I'm never going to be able to remember or live down the loss I just suffered to you in the Esports arena. Every race driver has excuses. The one I have at home is much different pedals, different seat, all that. So I humbly accept that loss.
You know, I think the turning point for me was having John give me in-race direction as I was racing for that sub 140 lap. I did not see that in my future, I'll be honest, Mac.
Neither did I, and that's actually the greatest thing that's probably ever happened to me, at least that I can remember. So it doesn't matter that I lost. I wish I had the video of that. You guys are going to have to send that to me when I get home. I will never show it to anyone again.
Well, Mac, thank you for joining us here this weekend, along with other MotorTrend editors, including Kristen Lee and Ed Lowe. It's been an absolute blast hanging out with you guys this year, and can't wait for the next.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me. Really been a great time.
We'll see you again.
There can only be one winner, and that was Amanda there. Sorry, Mac. We had to end the last race a little bit early with an incident between two of the competitors just beyond the start-finish line. And with thanks to Tracy Foreman, we can unpack what happened here. Absolutely quality footage as the cars were coming across the line, and Tracy has sent us some awesome footage, and we'll be able to unpack that for you in just a moment or two's time. We've got one more formation lap for the feature race, the Rennsport feature race for the Stuttgart Cup.
This is where we really wind up the wick. Some of the fastest cars you'll see at Rennsport Reunion on track right now. The dominant Porsche 962, which is well known as one of the greatest Porsches ever built, and therefore one of the greatest racing cars ever built. And several significant cars from that model's history out there as well. We were expecting to see the 2007 RS Spider. I don't see it in the lineup, but we can't be too greedy, because joining me in the commentary booth right now is a true icon, a true legend of Porsche and of motorsport, Mr. Brian Redman. Brian, welcome to our commentary booth here. How are you enjoying your weekend?
I am. It's fantastic. And I mean, considering, you know, that we promoted what became the first Rennsport, there was the Watkins Glen 50-50 in 1998. And Porsche's sole contribution was to send the 5 Stuttgart museum cars from Laguna Seca to Watkins Glen. And then 3 years later, well, just before that, Bob Carlson, head of public relations for Porsche, said, let's do another one, and we'll call it Rennsport 1 in 2001 at Lime Rock Park. And that's how it started.
And how much has it changed now when you come here to Rennsport 7? What were your first impressions when you came in here and saw what's been put on for this event?
It is absolutely stunning. I can't think of words to express, you know, how big it is and how good it is. And when you think Rennsport won at Lime Rock in 2001, Porsche just brought in, you know, half a dozen journalists and 2 or 3 drivers, and they had a dinner that they paid for, and that was about it. And then it went on to Daytona, 2004, And at that time, Porsche Cars North America took a much bigger part, and a much bigger part in 2007. Of course, Bob Carlson, public relations for Porsche Cars, he was dying of cancer, and that was his last event, and he put everything he had into it. It was a great event.
Well, the legacy lives on. What about this, Brian? We're going to the start of the Stuttgart Cup. Gerard Lopez is going to lead us away in that Alpha Racing Porsche 962. Green flag in the air. And watch out for Patrick Long there in the Kramer machine, the Dower 962 as well, driven by Danny Sullivan. No sign of the RS Spider, but we're off. And Brian, you must recognise a few of these cars from your time.
Yes, I recognise all of them. Yeah. So it's hard to believe that it's so long ago, you know. And of course, I don't see very many 917s racing.
Well, we have had a few. We've had one of your old cars out there, the 917 Golf as well.
But at Daytona in 2007, we had 17 917s. More in one place than since March of 1969, when they were introduced to the CSI and the FIA, and 25 of them.
Wow, that's remarkable. I mean, tell us about the 917, because that was a car that you were so synonymous with. It set off that early, I mean, it was the first proper game-changing Porsche prototype, which ended up culminating in the 962, of course.
Yes, well, of course, you know, it was a change in the rules, which is why it came about. Of course, as you know, the Americans won Le Mans in 1966 and 7 with the big block Ford engines. And so the governing bodies in Paris and the Ferrari in Maranello and Porsche in Stuttgart, they all said, these engines are too big, we must have smaller engine. So they produced a new rule for 1968, which was 3 litre, less than half the size of the Ford engines. And at that time they said if you make 50 cars, then you can have 5 litre. Well, nobody did it. And so half a year later, they changed the rules again. They said instead of 50 5-litre cars, you can build 25. And at that, this is all Ferdinand Piëch, Dr. Porsche's nephew. He was an absolute firebrand. He nearly bankrupted Porsche with the racing program in 1969 and 70. In 69, they had 10 drivers, 6 Germans, 3 English, and 1 Swiss. And it was like unbelievable. I mean, my first race for Porsche was Daytona 24 Hours in 1969, and I was actually driving with a broken arm that I got in the Belgian Grand Prix.
So lap 2 of 9 here, Lars-Erik Nielsen leading the way by 1.2 seconds from Patrick Long here. Patrick Long, in fact, has got through here in the Kramer 962, in the Leighton House car as well. And Patrick at the front of the field here, Brian, I'm sure you've seen his career develop here as well. Tell us about Patrick at the front of the field here in this car.
Well, of course, he was, I think, possibly the only American factory Porsche driver, wasn't he?
Yeah, yes, before, after Hurley, yes, that's right, yes.
And so, yeah, he was, I actually don't know, he was, you know, so far behind me in terms of years that although I knew of him and have met him a few times, I just saw him this morning, but it's probably the 3rd time that I ever met him, because, you know, I don't really go to the modern races unless I'm actually doing something, and so he's had a fantastic career.
And you know, up until quite recently, Brian, you've been involved in these kinds of races as well. Tell me, how hard are these drivers going out here? Because these are seriously valuable pieces. Oh, we've got one off at the turn 3, the Ruby Tuesday car. I think he's going to get it out of there, isn't he? I hope so.
Yep, that was okay.
He's got it out there. But how hard are they going in these races? Because it looks like they're on the limit.
Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it? But I'm sure they are. You know, historic racing, which these cars are all eligible for now, has taken off in the last about 15 years, and partially through so many great events around the world. The Goodwood Revival, the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Nürburgring, Old Timer, the Monaco historic races, the Paul Ricard all over the world. And now historic racing is hugely popular.
It is, and isn't it amazing to see all these cars that were so well run in period? I mean, you drove these cars in period, Brian. There was always times where reliability was an issue. How impressive is this to see these cars out here running seemingly like clockwork?
Well, I think by the time the 962s came along, reliability wasn't so much of a problem. They were very reliable and really typical of all the Porsche racing cars, which once they've been developed a bit, they're extremely comfortable in every way. So the seating is comfortable, the controls are all easy to use. The one problem we had with the 917 in the early days was that the synchromesh gearbox isn't a racing gearbox. And so you had to be very careful changing gear. When we were leading Le Mans in 1970 by 4 laps, that is 32 miles, my great co-driver Joe Siffert missed a gear right in front of the pits and blew it up. So easy to do.
It is. Brian, I won't take any more of your time. I hope you've enjoyed the weekend here as much as we have. Thank you so much for coming to join us, and I'll let you enjoy the rest of this race. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here.
So the race continues halfway through the Stuttgart Cup, our marquee class here in Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. Thank you so much to Brian Redmond for coming in to join us and share some wonderful stories of not just one golden age of sports car racing, but Brian, he competed across several. That's right, John, absolutely right. But Patrick Long, a driver who also created his own golden era at the wheel of Porsche, he is hauling the mail right now at the wheel of the Leighton House liveried car, a livery which is a favourite of many fans all around sports car racing, isn't it?
My first Le Mans back in 1989. They still had the Leighton House colours on the car, and that was very striking indeed. Pat Long leads Lars-Erik Nielsen by 7.1 seconds. Lars, a Le Mans driver in his own right, and father of Christina, who
double IMSA champion, Christina Nielsen.
And I think Melanie Snow and Christina are the only females to have won a championship in IMSA history. It was the GTC win for Melanie, and Christina took back-to-back championships. Actually,
one in a Porsche, the right Porsche, alongside Patrick Long, the leader in this race.
Strangely
so we've got
enough,
Long and Nielsen at the front.
Yes, Long and Nielsen at the front, having been teammates together. Yes,
you can't write the script, can you?
Alex Kirby in third in the 1988 962C. Battles all the way through the field. The Texaco Javelin car chasing down the number 90. That is a battle for position.
It is, yeah, the number 90 of Lars-Erik Nielsen about to get overtaken here by Kirby. No, Lars-Erik Nielsen just a little bit better on the brakes. The Javelin car chasing there, a little bit more modern there. Of Alex Kirby. In fact, I tell a lie. It's not
the other way around.
It's the other way around. The 1988, it's got a slightly more angular aerodynamics to it, whereas Lars-Erik Nielsen's a little bit more smoothed over, more kind of Le Mans spec, if you prefer. Gunnar Jeanette is charging through the field in the PJ Hyatt car.
Chance for a pass here down at the bottom of the hill, I reckon. Watch Kirby as he comes through 10. Let's see if he swings out, lets the car stay over the left-hand side of the road. I think that's what he's going to try and do, but he can't get under racing. Meantime, behind Gunnar Jeanette is having a go at Jared Lopez, and I think we'll see that Jeanette in the 962C has come through, and still this battle for second place. And has Jeanette got through there? Not quite.
Well, Jeanette he's in the Fat Turbo car owned by PJ Hyatt, and he is on the way. He's behind Gerard Lopez, which is just behind these two cars on screen right now. So Lars-Erik Nielsen is in second place in the white car, the Javelin car of Alex Kirby in third. But here comes Gerard Lopez, and at the back of shot, Gunnar Jeanette. He's on the way.
Lopez in the, is that a Repsol coloured car? No, it's the Alpha car, isn't it? Of course, yes, it is. And then the fact that
Tiffany Dell and ex-Anthony Reid.
Oh, really?
Best car he ever drove, apparently.
Yeah, that's what he told me. Every time. I won't attempt the accent because I don't want to upset a Scotsman sitting next to me. Danny Sullivan in 9th position. Chris Dyson, by the way, is driving the Dyson 1984 962. The number 16, of course, it is
the number 16. Side by side, here's Gunnar Jeanette. He's got the inside line here into the corkscrew in the fat turbo car. Go through, and that is, oh, there's a little touch. There's a little touch. That was right front of the Alpha machine of of Gerard Lopez onto the rear tyre, the left rear tyre of Gunnar Jeanette, but he's up into 4th position. Doesn't seem to have stunted the pace of that car. Look at the rear wing on that car. So the second and third have come through. Oh no, it was a lock-up. It was a lock-up from Gunnar. There wasn't a touch. I take that back, Lars-Erik. I apologise unreservedly.
It was Gerard Lopez in the Alpha Racing car, which raced in a lot of its time in Japan. It was a Japanese racing car. Did race at Le Mans as well, but with British drivers. Patrick Long leading the race right now, but Gunnar Jeanette, how far can he get up? Can he get up on the podium? Lars-Erik Nielsen in second, making through the way on the Hotchkiss Wins liveried car, a livery that still really resonates with sports car fans to this day. I've even got Wins socks.
He and is running with Ben Keating, who of course is coming back to IMSA next year in LMP2 with United, and I've just heard today he's going to be taking part in the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Cup at Petit Le Mans, not next weekend but the weekend after. One of the greatest machine. Oh, side by side, and the number 90 car, Lars-Erik Nielsen, on the dirt there. As he was going past one of the DPIs. That's given a real opportunity to Alex Kirby and Gunnar Jeanette. Pat Long is 15 seconds up the road. Here comes the 45 as well. It's still in it. Gunnar Jeanette dives to one side, then the other. This is coming through onto the final lap. Just 2.25 miles to go under the Mission Bridge for the penultimate time. That's Lars-Erik Nielsen car is very quick in a straight line. They're all back together again. Second, third, fourth, fifth, white, black, white, black. That's how it goes. And under 2 miles now. Peter Mackay, what brilliant stuff. This takes us back. It almost should be in black and white, shouldn't it, when we're watching this?
This is Rennsport. This is what it is. These wonderful machines being driven to their limit by drivers who competed in them. Both Lars-Erik Nielsen competed in them at the time. Gunnar Jeanette has made the most of them in their historic trim now and driving them so hard. I mean, we spoke to Brian Redman a moment ago. He said all these historic events, the drivers are really going for it.
Meantime, Patrick Long is coming down to the final left-hander at turn number 11, and he'll make that left-hand turn onto the straight. He's going to win by a margin, but who's going to be second? Patrick Long lifts off. He can stop and have a cup of tea and still not be beaten. Meantime, there's been a change. The Gunnar Jeanette car is up into a podium position. No, he's not. He's dropped back, so who's going to be second? It looks like Alex Kirby has come through, so there's been a bit of action at the top of the hill. Lars-Erik Nielsen is down to third, Gunnar Jeanette into fourth. So Alex Kirby, the man that made the move on the final lap with his fastest lap of the race, a 1:22.7. By the way, Patrick Long did a 21.3. That is 81 seconds. And Peter pulls that kind of face that says, oh my goodness, that's not hanging around.
That is not hanging around. I'm sure Thomas Malloy, the owner of that wonderful Leighton House Kramer car, will have been grinning from ear to ear watching Patrick put on a masterclass of race driving at the front of the field. He raced that car at the Long Beach historic race earlier in the year, and here at Laguna Seca, in his home state as well, of course, is at Long Beach. Patrick at home at the wheel of that 962 Kramer machine. Gunnar Jeanette from deep in the pack again came through, but didn't quite get it on the podium. No sign of the RS Spider. What a pity.
But I got you Brian Redmond instead.
That was fair trade.
Yes, fair
trade.
Okay with that?
Good. Yeah, I was fine. Yeah, I was absolutely fine. Yeah.
Pat Long,
to say the least,
touring back in the Leighton House 962, and will take the Rennsport feature race for the Stuttgart Cup ahead of Alex Kirby in second. On the last lap, I reckon that was either at the corkscrew or coming down through turn 9, because they'd already, the position had already changed by the time we saw them at turn 10.
Yeah, it was a fantastic battle there between, I mean, the podium could have gone any way there. Alex Kirby in the Haviline car put together his best lap on the last lap, 122.7, to get the second place. Lars-Erik Nielsen hanging on under real pressure. If you've got Gunnar Jeanette in a fat turbo 962C filling your mirrors, you've really got to be good under pressure. But ever the cool Dane, Lars-Erik Nielsen kept it on the podium. Also notable mention to Danny Sullivan, a driver who drove the Dower 962 in period at Le Mans in 1994. He came home in 9th. And also Malcolm Ross in the 1986 Le Mans winning Rothmans Porsche with a 129.3 on the last lap to finish in 10th. Well, that was Rennsport in a race, wasn't it? It was, where else do you see that?
If you saw nothing else this weekend, actually,
that alone,
right there,
or the Visac Cup with the 935s.
Well, in fact, actually, do you know what? Any one of the races that we've seen today in the nice conditions, for the older cars, you know, we saw just how quickly the highly turbocharged cars can hook up and disappear. And, you know, that race that we had at the front of the field between the the 935s and the 934.5, what we've just seen there between the 962s, I've got to tell you, it looks absolutely brilliant. And this circuit suits it very well, I have to say.
It really does. The uphill, down-dale nature of Laguna Seca, it's such a challenge, particularly for those heavily turbocharged cars like the 935s, because you're really having to anticipate the throttle, you're really having to be technical, be precise, and big mention to Bruce Canepa, who won, not one, but 2 of our races, one in a 935, one in a 917.10. Congratulations to him and the Canepa Motorsport team, and of course Thomas Malloy, the owner of the Leighton House Porsche 962C, driven by Porsche factory superstar, Porsche legend Patrick Long. What a fantastic sight that was, and a 121.302. That's fast in any language you want to speak here. Fantastic.
Well, let's just recap then what we've seen and the results of the feature race for the Stuttgart Cup, the 7th group of race cars at the Rennsport Reunion for 2023. Patrick Long winning with a best lap of 81.5 seconds. Let's just let that sink in for a moment. Won by 18 seconds over Alex Kirby, who captured the second position in his 1988 car in second position. Lars-Erik Nielsen, second for a long time in that white and orange number 90, will still finish on the podium. Driver of the day, maybe that was Gunnar Jeanette. He fought his way through the field in the number 58 962C, ahead of Gerard Lopez, who kept them all honest ahead of him in the number 45. Stock Dredick in 6th, and the top 10 made up by the 17. These are all 962s, by the way. Tom Hacker, Joe Robillard in the 962, and the Dower 962 for Danny Sullivan in 9th, with Malcolm Ross, putting his fast lap in on the last lap, and he broke 90 seconds in the 962 as well. The first of the prototypes was down in the 14th position for Ernie Spader for the Dyson Porsche Daytona prototype Mark 11. Now, earlier on, we had to stop one of the races. Look under the Mission Bridge now. It was just a little clip between the two cars. Probably broke the steering on the VIP pet food car. Thank you to Tracy Foreman, who shot that from the spectator area. All of the safety features on the cars and the side of the circuit doing their bit, and both drivers walked away from that one. The camber of the front wheels, just a brush past there as they were going 4 wide, and that's what caused the incident. Tracy, you might have a future in television. Thank you for that. For the moment, we'll take a breath, and it is only going to be a breath here in the Global Broadcast Centre. We'll go down to to Amanda and to Justin out in the sunshine.
John, thank you for bringing it to us. I know you guys got one more race on the Porsche Carrera Cup after this, but we must give a proper goodbye to the Rennsport Reunion number 7 here at Laguna Seca Raceway. It's hard to believe that 72 hours later, we're standing right here.
I have that feeling of, you know, when you have a really good party and suddenly you know you're going to have to clean up all the bottles and your friends have left. That's how I feel, because it's been the most incredible experience being here. This sense of collaboration and passion, and everybody gathered here for the same reason. Your voice and my voice, we've started to lose it. Up on the main stage, you saw me out there doing my thing. I've talked to literally my heroes, my people I grew up with, and I had the chance to sit there and talk with them and entertain the crowd. And you've been running around. What's been your highlight?
Oh gosh, so many. Well, I did just get to sit in the Bose Esports arena.
Okay.
And we were doing time trials, me and Mac Morrison. And I don't want to spoil it for you, but I had a sub 140 lap to Mac's 141, so he's probably pretty disappointed in that. They are still rocking behind us, so they're not finished with the festivities just yet, but I do see the Porsche Carrera Car Cups making their way down to pit lane. So it is, you know, in German, Rennsport translate as race sport. So when you look at this festival that has been built around not only just racing, but the car culture around it, it's almost the perfect celebration of what Porsche has represented for 75 years.
You remember when this started, it really was. I mean, just look at these cars going out. This, Amanda, is genuine racing. This is the Carrera Cup is a very serious race series, and you know, we got our friends like Carl Washington, everyone in it. So he had a podium, which was great in the first race. For me, remember, we have all the entertainment in the paddock. We have this extraordinary branding from Porsche. They've the color palettes. I hope you've seen it on the broadcast. And as you see, suddenly Amanda's in front of yellow and blue and pink. And I mean, the way they've tied in the richness of Porsche's heritage with the current day. And it's that little time travel. Did you feel that sometimes? 1 minute you're like, oh, I'm here with a modern car, and then I'm with part of the history.
I think one of the stories that Porsche always likes to encapsulate is that this is what dreams are made of. And it's like when we started in front of the Dream Wall earlier to kick off this event. That's kind of what this, I feel like this whole weekend has represented. And you think of the drivers living the dream, the team owners living the dream, the artists here living the dream, the fans coming, living a dream. You said this is your 4th or 5th?
4th or 5th, yeah. I mean, which shows my age. But I mean, it was 5 years since the last one, everybody. Who knows whether we'll wait that long this time. 75 was a nice little way to celebrate the anniversary. But really, for me, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for really letting us have the true honor. Step back and think, we hosted Porsche Rennsport Reunion 7. That is something that I will never forget. Working with you is obviously a treat, and John and everyone. But for me, seeing my heroes, seeing them while they're still here, and I mean, in 5 years, the clock's going to be ticking. Who knows how that many will still be left. I think for everybody, Porsche put on something that was a memory for a lifetime. And if you were here, you can say, I did Rennsport Reunion 7. Absolutely incredible.
We got to see every inch of this place. I must give a thank you to our team from MotorTrend. We had Ed Lowe on site with us here this weekend. Kristen Lee giving her first shot at this at Rennsport Reunion. Then we had Mac Morrison as well. And I know, guys in the booth, you're going to take it back from us on the back side of this. And Shea Adam covering pit lane with us and giving us behind the scenes in with the drivers and around the track. For my guy, Justin Bell, I'm Amanda Busick. It's been an absolute blast hanging out with you guys for the 7th iteration of the Rennsport Reunion.
See ya.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second of 2 races from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the 2023 Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America. What a weekend we have had, and we will finish our race coverage with the second live race. We're on the left-hand coast of the United States of America, just up from the seaside itself on a circuit that has been bathed in history down through the years. 2.25 miles, 11 corners, Andretti hairpin, the first major braking area onto the dry lake bed itself. Then you're climbing up the Rehaled Straight to the corkscrew. Get it wrong at your peril, and we saw action there this morning. We'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. Then it's all the way downhill to the finish. Turn 11 is a good overtaking spot to be able to make up some positions on the inside. So we'll see a bit of defensive driving there as well when we get to the business end of the race. The cars are in the pit lane, and I'm delighted to say that joining me, John Hindorf, in the booth is Nick Tandy. Nick, welcome to the broadcast.
Hello, John, and hello, everyone.
Good to have your company. Have you had a good weekend, first of all?
Fantastic weekend. Yeah, the sun has come out for us on Sunday, just in time for Carrera Cup racings, which is fantastic. So, yeah, I've been able to drive around in some special machinery. We managed to overpower, let's say, the 919 hybrid, which I was running yesterday for some demonstration laps, and unfortunately it's not running today, which kind of cancels out my fun for today, but I get to join you and hopefully watch another cracking Carrera Cup race that we saw this morning.
Just before we look at the highlights from this morning, when was the last time you drove a Carrera Cup car in anger?
About 3 weeks ago. Testing at Donington Park in the UK.
That's handy.
So, yes. Maybe I can grab some insight during the broadcast.
Right, well, I'll be leaning on you quite heavily, as the last time I drove a Carrera Cup car was back in the 996 days, and I only did it once at Brands Hatch. As we've been mentioning, it is the second race of the weekend. We had, well, a little bit of controversy at the start of the race earlier this morning. Let's see how it all played out here at Rennsport 7 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Top of the race, pretty decent start by Will at the front of the field, but it all went wrong at the top of the hill and the corkscrew, as there was a coming together between our champion-elect and the pole sitter. Will Martin dropping down through the field. Alex Sedgwick having a great battle through the race with Michael McCarthy in the Kelly Moss racing car. No quarter asked or given between those two. And then they went side by side into turn 4. Sedgwick pulled out of the gravel, unfortunately not for the other car. Brand new winner. Congratulations to Tom Sargent, the 4th winner this season and the first for him and McElrea Racing. Brilliant stuff earlier on. Riley Dickinson, part of that incident, Nick, at the top of the corkscrew. One of the few, in fact, that might be the first mistake I've seen him make this year. Uncharacteristic contact there through him. Clearly, we're not saying that it was deliberate, but the sort of thing that you can get caught up in on cold tyres at the start of a race?
Well, especially this morning, and there was a single dry line at the start of the race. It cleared up a bit towards the end. But, yeah, it was tough for all the guys, I think, to pick the braking point on cold tyres up at the corkscrew, and the two cars went side by side. Both came out with broken steering, which is, you know, a shame. But, yeah, I mean, what a great season from Riley this year. Actually, John, the one thing I noticed, the starting grid has changed since qualifying. So
that's because you can reset the grid on your fastest lap in the race, and the race conditions this morning were way better than when we qualified yesterday. Shay Adam is standing by in the pit lane as we're coming round to start the clock, at least for this second race of the weekend. Good afternoon, Shay.
Good afternoon, John, and welcome to the booth. Nick, happy to give up my seat for you for this race. A couple of things I noticed when the cars were stage ready to go out for their lap. There's a lot of scratches on the front, particularly of the two lead cars, Will Martin and Alex Sedgwick, battle wounds from this morning's racing. But there was a lot of discussion in between the green flag this morning and the green flag this afternoon, because even though the green flag is going to start now, the car is still one more lap behind the safety car. There was a lot of driving that wasn't up to our normal standards, and the drivers had to take it to task. So a lot of these drivers are effectively on a warning probation at this point, where if they drive cleanly for race number 2, no further action. But if there's then we might see some penalties coming up for the final round of the championship and start to
Akshay, Adam down in the pit lane. The cars have come through, and we have actually started the race. And we'll go through the grid for you. Will Martin on pole position from Alex Sedgwick in second. So the two JDX Racing twins on the front row. Riley Dickinson starts from third again with Tom Sargent, this morning's winner, alongside him on row 2. Sean Varwig for Kelly Moss and Jason Hart are on row 3, with Michael McCarthy and Jimmy Libre on row 4. Dan Clark and Travis Wiley are on row 5, and they make up the top 10 all pros. If we look to the Pro-Am and the Am classes, Efren Castro, champion-elect provisionally, in 17th position for Kelly Moss in the blue and red number 65. PJ Hyatt in second, a couple of 3 places behind. And in Am, Mark Varmy on pole position again, so that's 2 points for him. He extends his lead in the championship back to 15 points. So it's going backwards and forwards. Scott Noble won this morning. He'll start from second in the Am position. Were there any penalties thrown? It'll be at the bottom of the qualifying results. I don't think there were any penalties thrown this morning. It was just, there we are. Fastest lap causing a red flag. They were lost all times. Okay, they were done. That was before. That's fine. So what we do get then is the guys who started at the back earlier on today, because they had their times disallowed. Of course, they have had times in the race itself. I reckon we've got 35 cars on the grid. James McCann and Grady Willingham right at the back, with Michael Merritt in 33rd. Tom Balamis in that multicoloured striped car is in 32nd for Kelly Moss. John Getz, good run for John this morning, is in 31st. These are all Am runners. And Bob Mueller will start for the Octavo Tequila Racing Machine in 30th position. Stand by for action. Nick Tandy alongside me, John Hindorf. The final race action of our live broadcast weekend from Porsche Rennsport 7 Reunion. 2 more races for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup in 2023 after this one, and they'll be at Kota. The green flag's waving. It's a really good start by Will Martin as he gets a good jump down towards the first corner. Here comes Riley Dickinson round the outside. He tracked the pole sitter all the way down. 2 wide, 3, 4 deep as they come through, and Riley Dickinson's got 2 Michelins on the dirt on the right-hand side. Alex Sedgwick in the red, white and black car tries to come through on the inside. It's Will Martin who's got the whole shot. Little bit of bodywork being thrown up there from one of the cars. Sean Varwig right in amongst it as well as he was coming through. Now I hope that's not part of the front splitter on one of those cars, because that is absolutely crucial. Turn 5, we've got a car going wide. I think that was Michael McCarthy. We'll see in just a moment. Turn 6, precise turn-in required here, and that's not easy when you've got side-by-side action. It was Mike McCarthy. I can see him dropping back a little bit there in the number 7 with the Kelly Moss car with the pink on the machine. But at the front of the field, a good start and a bit of redemption, Nick Tandy, for our champion-elect Riley Dickinson. Strong move early on, tried the outside manoeuvre, didn't work, but he's established himself in second place. What happened down at turn 5? Dan Clark, I think it was, getting into the Michael McCann car that just pushed the number 7 wide. Further up the field, that might have been Jason Hart, I think, that was all 4 Michelins off. Well, are you pleased you're sitting here and not racing out there?
Well, it was a much cleaner start than this morning. Great first lap from Will Martin, and actually a great jump from the inside line. Both Will and Riley Dickinson getting the jump on Alex Sedgwick to the first corner of turn 2.
Well, you've been racing against your team. JTR's been racing against Will Martin, of course, in Porsche Carrera Cup GB.
Yes, Will has made a guest appearance back in Carrera Cup GB, where he was racing the last couple of years. He came to one of the crack operations, JTR, the team champions from back in 2018. Did a great job, finished second in both races in Porsche Carrera Cup GB on his on a weekend off, let's say. Yeah, and he's looking good this weekend. Had a good gap in qualifying. He's gapped the field, probably got a second up to 8 tenths now at the end of the first lap. So yeah.
What's he like as a character? What's he like to work with?
He's a very smart guy. You can see this. He's very determined. I like the way he goes racing. You know, he's got good aggressive style and likes to compete. And he's obviously got speed as well. Obviously, first year in America, learning new circuits, running the car with ABS, which is different to how he's used to running the Carrera Cup cars in Europe. But yeah, it's been a good season.
I presume it's easier to go from not having ABS to ABS rather than the other way around?
I would imagine so, yes, because the ABS it's a great feature. Obviously, it gives you more stopping capability for the cars. It gives you a safety net. When you're running without ABS, it's sometimes a lot easier to make mistakes. It makes passing possibly a little bit easier when the cars don't have all the same kind of braking potential. But it does mean that there's less chance for mistakes and hopefully more cars on track with the ABS systems.
And the reason Porsche Motorsport North America, by the way, ticked that box on the options list for the Carrera Cup, the 992 cars, was that their thinking is that the career drivers who are coming up through this series will move on to GT4 or GT3, which of course GT3 will be at Le Mans next year, and that does have a sophisticated ABS system. Efren Castro, by the way, in the 65, up to 17th position for Kelly Mosson, leading Pro-Am. He's got Nick Boole and Jake Pedersen, 2 pro cars between himself and the GMG racing machine of Kyle Washington. That's the blue and yellow car. Mark Cavami and Scott Noble are absolutely locked together, coming down through the corkscrew. They're the cars with the yellow numbers on. Red numbers for the pro cars, green numbers for the Pro-Am, yellow numbers for the AMs, and they're coming down to the final corner now. That championship in AM still very much in the balance, and unless one of them has an absolute nightmare between now and the end of the season, I reckon that will go down to the last race, possibly the last corner of the last race at Quarter in a few weeks' time, where this series will support Formula One. And they are going nose to tail now. The purple, yellow and white car is Mark Cavami. He is the team leader and team owner of MDK Motorsports. Scott in the blue and white car is the next car back. Huge grid here, 35, and this is by no means the biggest. Means that the biggest we've had 50 cars this season, Nick, in this championship. This 992 Cup car has really moved the game on for Carrera Cup and Super Cup around the world. It's a very sophisticated machine.
It's a fantastic race car, and one-make racing, it's always close racing. You can see the action on track. It's really good that when the driver makes the difference. When the driver's making the difference, it gives you a chance to prove yourself, and I think it gives you an equal playing field, and it entices people to come racing. You know, the sprint style, the 40-minute races. It's a good duration on track, lots of track time and lots of action.
And also teaching the drivers what they're going to need to know when they move on through their sports car and endurance racing careers. There's an element of tyre management here, because this is quite a long race for a single manufacturing championship. You start full, you're managing your Michelin tyres. That's kind of like a stint, getting on 40 minutes, 45 minutes, getting towards a stint of GT racing in other championships.
It is. It's a decent race, and there is an aspect of tyre management. I know from qualifying there's tyres left over from qualifying, because it was I think it was a wet drying session, and so basically all the cars are starting on fresh tyres for this race. But it is a tyre management thing. You know, there is limitations to the amount of camber and the amount of pressures that you can run in the tyre as a safety aspect from Michelin. And once the tyre pressure comes up to over an optimal level, which will happen probably as early as halfway through this race, there is a lot of tyre degradation, and the guys will know this. You'll want to be protecting the car, protecting the tyre from the beginning to hopefully hang on to something towards the end.
Shea Adam is in her more natural habitat for the longer races. Normally sits where Nick is at the moment. She's down in the pit lane.
Meatball flag is out and being displayed. That's the mechanical black flag for car number 28, Bob Mueller. His driver's side door has popped open. That's got to be unpleasant, Nick.
You do not want a door open in any race car. That's dangerous. It's suboptimal, Nick, is it? It's distracting as well, more than anything else, because the natural thing you want to do is to lean forward and try and drag it close.
Yes, well, I imagine there's been contact at some point, because for sure, you know, you wouldn't have started the race with the door open. They have carbon fiber doors, and obviously, you know, if there's damage to it, it could have bent the catch and the handle, and yeah, there's obviously a problem going on there.
Still half an hour to go. We'll have a quick look at Bob Mueller's car as he heads into the lake bed. Now, Will Martin with a 2.5 seconds on Riley Dickinson. Alex Eggswick has just dropped back a little bit, so that's 2 Brits in the top 3. Alex coming back to motor racing after a little while away in that JDX car. He's working with PT Autosports to bring new people into motorsports, both behind the wheel and behind the scenes. Really interesting concept from the guys at PT, and Alex is running very well here this weekend. Tom Sargent in 4th. He's about 5 seconds away from the leader at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just seeing, John, I think we saw some debris on the start of the first lap out of turn 3, and it looks like it's come from the car of Alex Sedgwick. It looks like he's missing his front splitter, which is obviously holding back his pace and creating this logjam behind, letting the front 2 to disappear.
It's a rubber lip almost that is an interference fit with 2 screws on the edge of the front splitter itself. But that is absolutely essential to manage air at the front of the car, and he'll be absolutely rooting the front tyres.
Yes, you can see his mid-corner pace here. Tom Sargent right behind, looking for the inside line. He's struggling to get the car rotated mid-corner, and yeah, Tom's all over him looking for a way past.
Sargent, great run this morning, picked up the pieces when those around failed down into turn 5. Weaves left, waves right, but that red, white and black car is the cork in the bottle at the moment. So behind Sedgwick, we've got Sargent in the blue and white car, Sean Varwig, Speedy Dan Clark, yes, the man who used to run IndyCar, that's the yellow and green car, Jimmy Libra, and Mike McCarthy is recovering as well. There's the 28 car that we mentioned earlier on. Driver's door was a problem. They've sorted it out, and the cork in the bottle has popped at the corkscrew. How appropriate.
Yeah, Sedgwick, I mean, with the front splitter gone, he's going to be struggling under braking. It looks like he kind of outbraked himself at the top of the hill there. And Tom Sargent, our race 1 winner from this morning, is through.
Sargent up from Australia with McElrea Racing, also from that part of the world, looking to make a name for themselves in this championship. So just a simple outbraking issue then, and couldn't get the car turned.
Exactly that, yeah. Loss of downforce on the front axle, lack of braking, lack of turn, and nearly some more contact down the hill between the 2 cars following.
I think that was Sean Varwig trying the off-track line. We saw that a few years ago in IndyCar. Meantime, now Tom Sargent in 3rd position. Sedgwick's holding on to 4th. That's Dan Clark, I think, that's nipped through into 5th. Yes, it has. He took advantage of the skirmish at the corkscrew last time around. Will Martin leads by 2.3 seconds from Riley Dickens in 2nd. That's JDX number 9, the black and gold car. Now this is a moment or 2 ago at turn 1, and this oh dear me, it's not been a good day for Michael McCarthy. That's the 2nd time he's had all 4 Michelins on the dirt, getting on the outside of the corner. There are rules about leaving people room, Nick, but ultimately if you're on the outside, you always got to be wary that you're going to get gently ushered off the side of the circuit.
You've really got to be fully alongside, you know, unless the car in front, obviously, then, you know, you've got to take the racing line, and sometimes the track runs out of room.
Will Martin leading by a comfortable 2.2 seconds with 26 minutes still to go. Nick Tandy and John Hindorf at the Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America 2nd and final round of the Rennsport Reunion 7 weekend. We're at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. New pavement here, which has changed the character of this racetrack a little bit. It's a lot smoother than it used to be, and the lap times, well, we've annihilated the lap record. We've taken over a second out of it. It used to belong to Trenton Estep, and I suspect that it will go down even further this weekend as well in this race.
Yeah, but interestingly, John, the lap times are currently a bit slower than we were this morning, even with a damp track, but obviously the temperature has now come up, so the track's probably given up less grip. We've got Will Martin out front at the moment with a 23.9 best lap, which is just half a tenth shy of the lap record set this morning, so the pace is strong. It'll be interesting to see now. Tom Sargent up in 3rd place after getting past Alex Sedgwick, what sort of pace he can have. He's just put in his best lap of the race. See if he can close down on the leading pair.
Obviously, JTR have been super successful down through the years in this category back in the UK. What is the key? You've got to spin it down at turn 5 and feeding in the... Oh, OK, that is... there's somebody off the circuit as well. So that is the multicoloured car that had the problem this morning for Tom Balamis. And that's... I've got a feeling, is that the 63? I think it's Mike Merritt of McCann Racing. Yes, it is. He goes right. That's the one with the tangerine on it. And then Tom Balamis. Now, did he spin in sympathy? And in fact, I think we also got James McCann going off in the 83, the GT Silver car. Am I right in saying that GT Silver is still the colour that they are originally supplied in these cars, Nick?
Yes, every Porsche Cup GT3 that comes from the factory comes in the same colour, and that is silver.
Any colour you like, as long.
Exactly.
Will Martin at the head of the field. I was going to ask you, what can you do as a team? This is spec racing. Nothing you can do with the car right now. There's no tools inside the car other than... is there a brake bias on this car? Other than that, the driver has got what he's got. But what can you change as a team? Where can you help your driver in terms of setup?
Yeah, so this is one of the keys of a driver in this series. It's not just about driving, it's also about working in a team. And there are certain limitations to what you're allowed to change on the cars. Things like springs and dampers are fixed. So this takes away the development cost, this sort of thing, and teams having to carry around multiple dampers and springs to circuits. You can change your basic geometry, so your turns, your cambers, your ride heights, things like this. Your rear wing is adjustable, so you can move your aero balance. And obviously a key for a driver is figuring out what they need for their driving style, and the team then working with them to figure out how each driver needs a car that's set up slightly differently based on their driving. So there's a lot that goes into it, and a lot that the team can do to help each driver.
It's like Travis Wiley just got... Oh no, he's sitting right in behind Michael McCarthy in 9th and 10th position. Dan Clark with a row of Porsches behind him. Dan sitting in 4th position, and basically 4th down to about 11th or 12th are all within striking distance of each other. That might have been a bad choice of words there, Hindhoff. Maybe take that. They are all within sight of each other, let's say. And this circuit has provided some great GT racing down through the years. What are your favourites, Nick?
Laguna's a great circuit. I mean, it used to be frustratingly abrasive with not a lot of grip. I'm looking forward to running the new surface. This is for sure.
Because we came just before it was ripped up and resurfaced.
The IMSA race was, or the IMSA sports car WeatherTech race was the last round before the track had resurfaced yet. So yeah, it's a great flowing circuit, but yeah, often frustrating, and the dust gets on the circuit as well in places, which creates unexpected grip conditions and excessive tire load. So it's a roller coaster.
In terms of the cars that you drive, which are the GTP, the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, will you have to throw away everything in terms of data that you learned this year when you come back next time to the circuit, or will you at least use a baseline setup and then try and modify from there?
It pretty much, you will be learning straight again. It's oh, we got a spinner down at the Andretti hairpin. Looks like there was contact down there in the middle of the turn.
Almost a decent flick turn, but not quite. Don't roll onto the gravel, and if you do, don't spin the wheels. Don't spin the wheels. Gently, gently, please. Oh, he's looking to get out of that. And was there a little bit of assistance there? I think there was. Yes, there absolutely was. And that was Kyle Washington and Chris Palomo who came together. Chris in the grey and copper-coloured car. Not sure he was quite there up the inside there.
It looks like he's kind of drifted up a bit mid-corner. There's just been contact, but I mean, that was the fight for the final podium position in the Pro-Am class. So obviously, yeah, a position to be fought for.
Mark Kavame has got a 2.5 seconds on Scott Noble. This is very good news for his championship chase there in 24th and 25th overall, but still this line of cars from just outside the podium positions all the way down to just outside the top 10. Now, is this a one-groove track? Is this a one-line track? And if so, what are these guys planning and scheming right now, Nick?
Yeah, often when a track gets resurfaced, the racing groove does rubber in a lot quicker than the rest of the circuit. I'm not totally sure about how this repave has been holding up, but it was a bit like this morning when the track was wet on the off the line and dry on. It's a single groove track, but yeah, to pass, you've obviously got to go offline at any point unless somebody makes a mistake. So yeah, you pick your braking point and hope for the best a lot of the time.
Thomas Murrell and Nicky Hayes side by side there, and Tom just getting the worst of that one as he continued. Did get a bit of dust on the tyres, a bit of gravel in his travel there, which he probably didn't expect. Back to our leader, 2.6 seconds. This has been a very measured and controlled race from pole position, albeit, but you've got to execute when the opportunity arises. Riley Dickinson through from 3rd to 2nd in those opening exchanges, is now 3.4 seconds back. He provisionally has the championship all sewn up in that number 53 car. Not on the podium this morning, and in fact indeed a non-finish. That was his first non-finish for over a season and a half, and his first time off the podium for well over a season as well. Efren Castro sits at the lead of the Pro-Am category with the blue and red number 65, and he's had a decent run up. He's up to 18th position. Jason Hart has just gone by him for MDK Motorsport, but that wasn't a class battle, so he again right now provisionally is champion with his nearest competitor Marco Cirone not at the races this weekend. Marco, we wish you well. Hopefully see you at a racetrack again as soon as possible. So Will Martin controlling things at the front of the field. Riley Dickinson, Nick, has really focused in this year. He's a young lad. He's only 21, just turned 21, but he's already in his, this is I think his 4th or 5th season of this type of racing, so he's got a lot of experience. Obviously he's already looking forward to the Porsche Young Driver Shootout, and that can literally change a driver's life.
It can, absolutely. You know, Riley's done a fantastic job this season. Clearly, you know, his points situation at the moment is, yeah, champion with 2 rounds to spare. Amazing job. But yeah, so one of these drivers will have the chance to go for the international scholarship, which is you know, based from Porsche in Germany. And the winner of this, there will be a candidate from each Carrera Cup around the world, and the winner of the international scholarship going for the season of Supercar.
Talk a little bit about that in a moment and what that could do. The battle for the AM lead, and this is the battle at the front of the championship. The purple car is Kavame. He was the leader, but Scott Noble is on a heck of a roll. The momentum that he has had since the middle of the season, he's been nearly perfect since the first race at Road America. Wins, poles, fastest laps. He hasn't had the 2 poles here this weekend, but it looks like he may get the 2nd pole. Tiny mistake by Mark there, trying to go a little bit too defensively and maybe off that rubbered-in racing line.
Yeah, absolutely, John. You know, they were battling hard down into 2. It looks like Kavami's been laid on the brakes. I'm assuming that Noble's, you know, had him under pressure for the last couple of laps, and finally he's managed to pressure him enough into making a mistake, just braking a little bit too late, and Noble making a great move up the inside.
We came into this weekend with 18 points between them. It went out to 20, then it's gone back down to 13 right now. Battle Pack further down the pro field. See Alex Sedgwick in the red, white and black car. He's in behind Jimmy Libre for MDK Motorsports, as that's about half of the pro field sitting in behind each other. I just want to go back to that young driver, the International Young Driver Scholarship, Nick. You've been involved with Porsche for a very long time. Your start in motorsport was different, if not unique, from most of the people we talk to. He's got a bit of side-by-side action into 6, which is always going to take my attention. I think we've got through that all right. Yes, we have. You started on dirt ovals and mini stocks, but what does it mean to a young driver as the Nola Sport car is fighting back at the moment for Tom Merrill and Bailey Hall as they come through? What does it mean to a young driver to get into the good books, if you will, to get into the Porsche family and have them mentor you through that part of your career?
It's a huge opportunity. You know, you've got everything is kind of laid out in front of you. The hard bit about it is then being the guy that gets the chance to do this, you know, and it's tough. You know, there is lots of people, obviously lots of drivers, lots of Carrera Cups around the world going for these junior places from an international point of view. And the Porsche Super Cup obviously being the international Carrera Cup, let's say, with these exact same cars. But if you do a good job, you know, you win races and you win championships, then you know, there is people watching and people like Porsche that need drivers and are going to potentially ask you to go and race their cars in the future.
Is it a good time to be a sports car endurance racing driver? Well, I mean, no, it's a serious question, because we have lean years in sports car racing. At the moment, it seems like every manufacturer in the world wants to have a prototype program and a GT program and go out and take those classes at Le Mans and in IMSA.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we're in a boom, you know, it's period for the sport, hopefully so, with so many new manufacturers in LMDH and LMH, and also with GT3 kind of combining regulations across the world. It's a great place for the sport and drivers, teams. You know, it really is a great place to race.
13 minutes to go. It's Nick Tandy with me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane with an update.
You guys were talking about the international effect of this series, and hello to one of our international best friends, the voice of Porsche Carrera Cup Australia, Crailsy, who's tuned in. I met a friend of Crailsy's, that would be Roy Hall, father of Bailey, a little bit earlier on, and he informed me just a little bit of their travel schedule. Now, Bailey making his series debut here in North America earlier on today, racing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and then at Circuit of the Americas to end the season. But in between there, he is racing last weekend at Sandown, this weekend here at Laguna, next weekend at Mount Panorama, which he lands on Wednesday to go do the track walk. He leaves immediately after this race. And then a couple weeks later, the week after COTA, he's racing at the Gold Coast. So John, Bailey Hall getting a lot of experience at some wonderful tracks. As out on the track here, we've just had a spinner. Jake Pedersen has gone around.
And spread a bit of gravel on the track at the final corner. I noticed Harry King's going to be part of that Carrera Cup race, supporting the Bathurst 1000 next weekend as well. Again, a driver that you'll know very well from his exploits in the Porsche Carrera Cup. See, that's just a quicker way of saying it. Porsche Carrera Cup in the UK. I wish them all well. A very special place at the Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales. Looking forward to go back there in February next year for the 12 hours. Based in Bathurst, yeah.
Not been to Australia, no. I've really, the 1000, the big race, the great race,
yeah,
fantastic. Would love to have a chance to go.
That's right up your street, that,
absolutely.
Isn't it?
You know, the supercars, and it's a race that I watched as a child on TV. You know, so yeah, but it's just never come across my kind of calendar to ever go there.
Go back to a GT and race there?
Maybe one day. It's never really taken my fancy, to be honest, John. I like my racing in the States, do a bit of the Nürburgring, and occasionally get to race at home even nowadays.
Yeah, really. Very nice. We're down into the last 11 minutes. That was the voice of Nick Tandy, Porsche factory driver, sitting next to me, John Hindhaugh, in our global broadcast centre. It's just come down a little bit at the front of the field, only by half a second or thereabouts in the last couple of laps. Will Martin very much holding on to a comfortable lead. In fact, it's come down again. Oh, now that's come down quite a lot. That's half a second. Tom Sargent's just put his fastest lap of the race in. It was a 25.1 for Martin last time around, a 24.4. Now, with 10 minutes left, I'm not right now, Nick, I'm not saying that this is anything to worry about for the JDX Racing driver, but he needs to keep a weather eye on this, because it looks like Riley's picking his pace up, whilst the leader is actually just letting it slide a little bit.
There could have been a bit of traffic. I've noticed, you know, the cars have been catching the slower cars at the back of the grid and going through traffic. If you get held up at the corkscrew, for example, it's an easy half-second loss. So I think Will's, you know, he's driven an exemplary race so far out front. Both Will and Riley stretching out at the start, making a good gap whilst the others were squabbling. And yeah, it's been a decent run, like you say, from Tom Sargent since he got past Alex Sedgwick at the earlier in the race. And yeah, looking good for another podium to complement his great win this morning. Actually, I was talking to his coach, or somebody who's been helping him out recently, Matty Campbell, one of my colleagues at Porsche Penske Motorsport, and he was saying, yeah, just how well that Tom had come on, and what a great result that was for him this morning.
Well, Matty absolutely knows how to drive one of these cars. He's been an absolute star, and perfect example is what we were talking about before, of coming up through the Porsche ranks. The GTP squad of drivers, both in IMSA and in the FIA World Endurance Championship, the majority of drivers have had Porsche GT experience.
Yes, absolutely. I think anything you can drive at any point gives you experience, and it's great to see not just Porsche, but a lot of the LMDH, all the prototype manufacturers, also giving the GT stars of the world, if you like, a chance in other cars.
Efren Castro just off the circuit on the last corner and kicking up a bit of dirt. That was our leader in the Pro-Am category. Jason Hart had gone by him. Stefan Rudzinski was close to him as they went across the line. So he's moving, that's the main thing. I can see him tracking around the circuit on the track. Under 8 minutes to go, and Riley Dickinson has brought it down to 2.6 seconds at the head of the field, barely a tenth between the two lap times last time around. Tom Sargent is a further 9 seconds further back. Efren Castro continues to lead in Pro-Am. PJ Hyatt in the dark grey AO car, the Kelly Moss Racing run machine. The number 23 is in second. Chris Palomo, after that little rubbing his racing incident earlier on, has established himself in third in Pro-Am. Scott Noble has pulled out 2.2 seconds on Mark Kavami. If they finish like this, with Scott having the fastest lap, that would be 7 points between them, unofficially and very provisionally, because arithmetic was never my thing. It's double period on Friday afternoon. Guess how many times I was there. And so that is how they would go into the final weekend. It looks as though Castro is fine. Tom Palama is pulling out of the way. Tom Palamis, excuse me, pulling out of the way to let faster cars go through, including the battle for that Pro-Am category, that Am category, excuse me. There's the gap, with Scott doing a great job. How much for any driver, and particularly a non-pro driver, Nick, and you've worked with non-pros in your career when you've been a mentor to them, how much is confidence and that momentum once they get the belief that they can win them and they can win on a consistent basis? How important is that, particularly when you're mounting a championship charge?
I think it's massive. It's confidence, and it's giving, it's learning that, you know, I've always said, if you expect to win, you probably, well, you might do. If you expect to lose, you will lose. This is the thing. So it's having that mindset and just being, you know, mentally ready to go and run at the front of the field. I think you just kind of get used to it.
Well, Scott's had a cracking second half of the season. Started off really well, actually. He won at Sebring and then had a bit of a lean time. Then he got a couple of second places at Watkins Glen, and then the poles, the wins, and the fastest lap just came in a flood. And that has continued through to the end of the season. And hitting form at the right time is part of winning any championship, whether it's stick and ball sports or in motor racing. Effectively, it's a league, isn't it? And you've got to come out and perform in every single fixture that you go out in. Oh, and Efren Castro's off again. That's at turn 3. Now he'll be fortunate to keep that going. Don't spin those back Michelins. There goes Scott Noble. So that's the lead, and much, much more gone from Efren Castro. What's happened here? On his own, Nick. Just lost the back end of the car.
Yeah, I don't know if he's turned in off the side of the track on the gravel or what. It'd be interesting to see a view into the corner. But yeah, obviously lost the rear on entry, ended up in the gravel on the exit.
So that means, I reckon now, that PJ Hyatt in the Kelly Moss dark green car, just gone through the corkscrew with the white AO branding on the side. I reckon he's our new leader in Pro-Am. Chris Palomo will be second. Moise Uretsky will have come through into third position, perhaps. If not, he's going to be very close. Now, let's see where... There is the AO Kalimos racing car just coming to the Mission Foods bridge now. Is that black or is it dark green? Hard to tell. It's dark green, isn't it? Fantastic colour in the afternoon sunshine. So PJ, he's been driving some of his classic cars, and he's got some great cars to bring out here. You have a go in any of the older cars this weekend?
I have not, John, unfortunately.
But you would have, if asked.
Asked to drive a
962
great racing car
or a 956.
Probably have had a go. Yeah.
Probably.
Or it'd be better today though in the sunshine than yesterday in the cold and the wet. That was very un-Laguna Seca like, I would have said.
You've got to have a word with Pat Long. He hogs the best drives for himself.
Don't blame him.
You can do that when you're Grand Marshal, I suppose. What Porsches have you not driven that you would like to drive? Oof. In terms of race cars?
I think I've been lucky enough to drive... I haven't driven the RS Spider.
Have you not?
I don't...
Sorry, have you not?
I haven't. Never had the opportunity. So I've been lucky enough to drive pretty much all of them. I would say the GT1, the 90, let's say the
98, 99?
98, yeah. That was probably the most amazing car. It was incredible to think that it was, you know, a 20-year-old car, and when I drove it, it felt like it was an absolute brand new machine. You can see why the thing won at Le Mans.
You also drove the ultimate iteration of the 919 as well, didn't you?
I did indeed, the Evo. It was a fantastic car. But I mean, interestingly, John, with 2 minutes to go, it looks like Will Martin is going to catch a clump of back markers at the back. Riley Dickinson's just fallen off the pace a little bit, back to almost 3 seconds at the moment. But whether this will close up with two minutes to go.
Yeah, he's catching a wee clump of cars. It's where he catches them now. He's on the straight at the moment, and as he comes across the line, Riley Dickinson will see this and be cursing his luck that he's not a little bit closer to the back of the leaders. It won't happen for the leader down into the Andretti hairpin. And all of a sudden, you almost see the body language of Riley's car pick up there. He braked really late into the Andretti hairpin. One down for our leader. Next up will be the number 32. That was John Getz, who's a very savvy AM driver. Kyle Washington, GMG Racing, is the next car ahead in the multicoloured machine. It's the number 32. And he's 6th in Pro-Am at the moment. Then Jake Pedersen, who had that spin earlier on for Raiden Racing. He might have slightly less than happy Michelin tyres after he was on the dirt. Now this is Riley Dickinson's opportunity. He's got to get past that car in front of him. Meantime, coming down to the final corner, it'll be white flag next time around, I reckon. Porsche Carrera Cup, Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup, North America, second race at Laguna Seca. Will Martin by 3 seconds. Efren Castro, he goes across the line with Moise Uretsky, not got past him. So Efren in 3rd position. He will not be happy with that. And there is one car. Is there a car there that you can get by Efren? No, there's no Pro-Am cars within striking distance, so I don't think he'll be any better than 3rd. PJ Hyatt and Chris Palomo look nailed on for the top 2 steps of the box in Pro-Am. This has been a very measured drive, Nick Tandy, by Will Martin. He's qualified on pole position, so did the job in the qualifying session.
and has turned that into a victory.
Fantastic weekend, yeah, really dominant, like you say, qualifying on pole with a decent margin, pole position for both races. Obviously an unfortunate incident at the start of race 1, but he's driven an absolutely measured race this time, out front the whole race, got the pace, got the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, fantastic drive from Will Martin.
Shows a bit of character that he put the first race out of his mind. You've got to do that if you're going to be a pro driver. Even if you keep going, you're not going to make everything up with the next corner, for example.
Exactly, just reset, you know, there's another race coming. You're always unsure if, you know, there's new parts go on the car, if everything's going to be exactly as it was before. So the team have done a great job to repair it, and yeah, he's on his way to the flag.
Well, we don't know what Will's plans are for next year, but if he's coming back, you've got to think of him as a championship contender. And it will be the 5th different winner of the 2023 season. JDX have the big trophy, and so does Will Martin. That was actually nice driving there as well, because he didn't try and overtake the 2 cars ahead of them who are fighting for position. He's allowing them to have another lap, so they'll continue their battle as they're having their own little personal scrap. Riley Dickinson, a bit of redemption for Riley this morning. His unblemished record not being held through the season, but another podium finish for him ahead of this morning's winner, Tom Sargent, in 3rd. Dan Clark, another top 5 finish for the Brit and the Nola Sport Riser Nicholas team, from Ryan Yardley making up the top 5. Jimmy Libra, again, a good top 10 finish from Jimmy, quietly making his way through to 6th. And the rest of the top 10, Sean Varwig, Travis Wiley, Mike Cooper and Alex Sedgwick. He'll be disappointed. Michael McCarthy off the track a couple of times in 11. Bailey Hall in his first weekend had a top 10 finish, 7th this morning from memory, and 13th this afternoon. PJ Hyatt has taken Pro-Am ahead of Chris Palomo in 2nd. Scott Noble wins and has the fastest lap in Am. That is going to cut that 13-point lead down to 7 points. I did it on my fingers just to check, and Nick is giggling alongside me because I actually did, just to check. Unofficially down to 7 points then as we go into the final 2 races, supporting the FIA Formula 1 Grand Prix at the Circuit of the Americas. That's a great circuit for this track. Think what you want about Formula 1 racing there, but these cars run very well indeed. Nick, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me. I enjoyed that very much. Well done to all the winners.
So right at the end of the race, action at turn number 11. That's one of the Nola Sport cars that got turned around. Is that Tom Merrill in the distance in the 17 car? Yes, it was Tom Merrill in the 47 car. Yes, right car. I said the wrong number, but it was indeed Thomas Merrill. Can't take anything away either from our Pro-Am leader, PJ Hyatt, in the very dark forest green AO machine. Benefited from Efren Castro spinning out. Chris Palomo in between those two will be on the 2nd step of the podium. And in Am, it's another victory. The Scott Noble roller coaster ride of a season has become a road roller. He's steamrolling his way back to Mark Kavami, and the gap just 7 points between those two. 3rd position, John Getz on the podium for Wright Motorsport. Scott coming back into the pit lane, or the back of the paddock, in that immaculately turned out blue and white number 10 car from MDK Motorsports. 1-2 again for MDK. Mark Kavami cannot keep coming second to Scott Noble if he's going to retain his championship in Am this year. Will Martin comes back to the paddock. All results provisional until post-race technical inspection, but for now we can congratulate the British driver Will Martin, who is atop the podium, the 5th different winner that we've had this year. It's been a championship that's been dominated by Riley Dickinson in 2nd, who is our champion-elect provisional, call it what you will. He can't be caught at the moment, but as somebody reminded me, you can't get docked points in championships, so we'll wait. So we'll wait till the end of the final race for that. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane.
And Will Martin, as he reviews his helmet, we don't often get the chance to talk to our winners live. The golden bib is there. And Will Martin discussing life with his team. The team belonging to Jeremy Dale and Harrison Bricks, supported by Porsche Columbus. He doesn't look like he's done 40 minutes, does he? That's very annoying.
Looks very fresh, yeah.
Very fresh indeed, and this is quite a physical track. Shea Adam down with our 5th different winner of the season for Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup North America.
Go, Shea.
Will Martin, race winner once again, but this time it's at Laguna Seca. What was it like to just take it from the pole? You weren't even harassed out there.
No, not at all. You know, pole was super important to get around here, I think. You know, the first race didn't go as planned, but, you know, things happen. But, yeah, we came back and redeemed ourselves for this race, so I'm super pleased with how it went. The team have just consistently done a great job all year round, so massive thank you to them.
And what is it about second races that you seem to just come to the front? And I mean, it was the second race at Laguna. Second race, yeah, Laguna, second race Watkins, second race Long Beach. It's just these second races.
Yeah, I know. Lucky second, I guess. I don't know. But hopefully we'll carry this on to Kota.
Good luck in Circuit of the Americas.
Thank you.
I might be able to count the championship points, but I can't. I might be able to count the championship points, but I can't count the race victories for Will. He has had a race wins this season, so we still have only had 4 race winners. Working too hard on the championship points in and there. Thank you to Nick Tandy, who has been our guest in the Global Broadcast Centre here for the second race of the weekend. 2 more races to go. We'll have them live for you on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV as they support the FIA Formula One World Championship in the Circuit of the Americas. What a weekend at Rennsport. What a weekend. Laguna Seca with 911s of every vintage from its 60 years, and we've had a few slightly different Porsches as well. Justin Bell didn't get the result he wanted. We've had a Porsche party par excellence to celebrate the 60th birthday of 911 and the 75th birthday of Porsche Motorcars. On behalf of Nick and Shay and all of our production team, I'm John Hindorf. Thanks for being with us. We've enjoyed your company. Bye-bye.